Is that what you want?
Get over, Mick! Get over! Get over, Mick! Get over! Mick, get over! Get over, Mick! Get over, Mick! Get over! Get over, Mick! Get over, Mick! Get over! Oh, round! 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 Round!
You going to do resistance again tonight with the Calcutta? Oh, right. Yeah, that's right. Oh, that's true. Yeah, but that maybe. What?
Get up, Nick! Right up!
Right now, sir.
Get up! Right up, Nick! Right up! Here, Mick!
Yeah, he's got two in the box.
Here, Mick! behind. Round. 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 Back. 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 Round. Round, bitch. Round. Round. Come round. Back. Round. Walk out. Round. Walk out. Stop. Back. Here, miss. Going back.
Sit. Right. Good. Sit. Sit down, man. Get up here. Get up here. Get up here. Up, up. Hey, get up. 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 Hey. Get up. Up, up. Up, up. Up, up. Get up. Up, up. Get up. Ash, come up here. Oh. Hey, come up here. Get up. Yeah. Up, 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 up. Come on, get up. Up, up. Get up. Up, up. Up, Get up here. Get up.
Bell's on, Dave. Time's run out, mate. Bell just went, buddy. Yeah, no, all good, mate, all good.
Here, speak. Speak. Stop. Stop. Back. Pin back. Back. Stop. Over. Stop. Over. Stop. Over. Stop. Over. Stop. Over.
Trav, you going to come up later?
Yeah. I'll find a partner in for one.
Yeah. up. Get up front. Get up. Get up. Here, Betty, back. Wait. Betty, get up. Here, back. Wait. Wait. Here, Betty. Here, Betty. Here, Betty. Wait. Round, get out. Sit. Away. Away. Walk. Here. Away. Sit. Walk. Wait.
He retired because he got his draft wrong. Yeah, he needed that 480.
Sit. Get around. Get around. Back. Back. Regroup. Regroup. Back. 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 Down. Good. Yeah, back, 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 back. Sit there. Spike. Sit. 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 Down. Down. Right round. Right round. Right round. Right round. You group to me. You group to me. You group. You group.
Well, you should do commentary now. So I get you with this.
Yeah, okay. So they do a good thing. Oh, right, yeah.
Left. Sit, right. To board. Right. Left. Sit. Okay. Sit.
Not really. Not really. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Sit, push, sit. Board. Right. Look in. Right.
I'm not running. Wait, you see me? So, I didn't think I'd be on like, but you'd be more focused than you.
I'm focused everywhere. I try to hard sometimes. Just a shout out to Kylie. Hope you're recovering from your replacements and getting to enjoy this.
How do you get your coffee? Because I don't think she was actually doing it. She was just asking if they wanted it.
Sit down.
I'll be buzzing prior.
And what? Just take the people, little people. Yeah.
So this good for
Yeah, I know that. I'm very good on the microphone.
Sit down. Sit, farm. Farmer, come. Farmer, come. Get over. Get over. Get over. Here. Get over. Get over. Get over. Stop. 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 Stop there. Stop. Get over. Very much. Stop, man. Up there. Bam! Good boy. Good boy. Come on. Here. Sit down. Sit down. Sit down, farm. Sit down, mate. Yeah, farm. Lie out. Sit there. Stop. Yeah. Come over. Come. Come up here. Come up here. Give it a come. Give it a come. Farmer. Come up here. Go. Farmer. Farmer, come. Farmer. Back. come here, come here, come here. Harry, come here. Sit, sit there. Sit there. Come here, beyond. Sit. Round, sit. Round, sit. Sit there. Sit there. Harry, sit there. Sit there. Get up. Go back. Go back. Get up. Get up. Get up. Go back. Get up. Sit there. Sit. Harry, sit. 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 Sit there. Sit there. Get up. Get up. Harry, get up. Get up. Get up. Harry, get up. Get over. Get over. Get over. Get over. Get over. Get over. Harry, get over there. Harry, get up. Get up. Get up. Get over. Get up. Get up. Get up. Get in there. Harry, come here. Come here. Come here. Come here. Harry, come up here. Big kick. Get up. Back. Back. Harry, come here. Big. Behind. Harry, come here. Come here. Round. Go round. Hey, Harry, come over. Come over. Harry, come here. Harry, come here. Sit. Harry, come here. Come here. Big. Sit. Here. Come behind. Round. Go round. Here, Harry, come here. Harry, come here. Here. Go round. Harry, come here. Sit. Harry, come here. Big. Harry, come here. Come over here. Come here. Go back, get up, go back. Go round, Harry, go way round. Harry, come here. Go way round, go round. Harry, go round. You come here, get out, go round. Big. Go way back. Harry, go back. Big. Here, Harry, go way back. Here, Harry, come behind. Speak. Good dog. Good boy. Sit. Harry, come up here. Go back. Harry, get over. Here, Harry, come here. Harry, come here. Speak. Harry, come here. Harry. Come here, speak. Harry, come here. Harry, come up here. Harry, come here. Speak. Harry, come here. Speak. Harry, come here. Get in. Harry, come up. Speak. Harry, come here. Come on. Speak. Harry, speak. Get in. Go round. Harry, come here. Go round. Speak. Harry, speak. Get in. Speak. Good job. Go behind. Go. Sit. Harry, come here. Get over. Good job. Here, Harry, come up here. Harry, come here. Speak. Harry, get over. Sit. Harry, come here. Harry, come here. Here, Harry, come here. Sit. Speak. Harry, speak. Sit, Harry, sit. Get out. Come here, Harry. Harry, come here. Sit. Harry, come here. Harry. Get over. Get behind. Harry, get behind. Sit. Go round. Come on. Harry, get over. Come over. Clear. Harry, come here. Sit. Round. Sit. Walk up. Go round. Sit. Harry, sit there. Harry, sit.
there. Harry, Harry, come behind. Round. Get over. Round. Go back, get over. Sit there.
How do you like the coffee?
Just a bit of trivia for you. This is a native hut dog. Would have been bred by Marcus. He's got a nod here. And Native Hut Creek actually runs through this property that we're on. So if you got it up on Google Maps, you'll see Native Hut Creek's part. Well, that's where his names come from.
Livy's gonna help you. You're up?
Yeah, I just came, I stepped in while I came up to drop something. I'll go get Benny a coffee. Yeah. What? How do you like it? Hey? What? No sugar.
Sit, Harry, sit. Come here. Sit, Harry, sit there. Harry, sit. Sit there. Sit, Harry, sit there. Sit. Harry, come behind. Sit, Harry, sit. Harry, behind. Go round. Walk up, push. Sit, round. He round. Harry, round. Go round. Sit. Push, round. Harry, get over. Go round. Harry, round. Go round. Harry, sit. Round. Sit. Good dog, get over. Be round. Round here, come here. Get over. Come here, Harry. Push. Push. Harry, round here. Push. Here, Harry, come here. Push. Harry, push. Push. Come on. Push. Good dog. Push. Come here, Harry, come on, push. Get over. Harry, get over. Harry, get over. Harry, push. Push. Come here. Get over. Harry, push. Get over. Push. Harry, speed. Get a push. Come on, Harry, push. Get over. Here, come here. Push. Come here, Harry, come here. Harry, come here. Sit. Harry, come here. Sit. Sit there. Get over now. Sit there. Get over. Sit. Get up, Harry, get up. Get in there. Here. Harry, come here. Go round. Go round. Speak. Push. Go round. Here, come up here. Speak. speak. Sit, come here, Harry, get over, get in there. Get over, speak, Harry, get over, speak. Good dog, get over, speak. Speak, get over. Push. Here, Harry, come up here, get over. You come up. Sit, round, go round. Harry, come here, sit, go round. You haven't got as much ones on him. Come here, get over. Harry, come up. Sit round. Go round. Harry, come here. Come here, speak. Good dog. Sit. Harry, come here. Come here, Harry, come here. Boy back. Here, come behind. Sit. Get over. Harry, get over there. Round, go round. Harry, go round. Come here, Harry, go round. Here, Harry, come here. Get over there. Here, speak. Harry, speak. Come round, come here, Harry, round. Come here. Get over. Harry, get over. Go round, get in there. Go round there. Get over. Get over. Harry.
Spare time.
Yeah. I was like, be safe. I can bring Sharon. She's down there, but I actually don't know where he wants. What's that? What's that? Oh. Sorry. Really bad phone was to not use hand tools. They're like, oh, really bad idea.
Yeah, bro.
At the judges' talk yesterday, they made a point that they are happy to see working crosses. So the dog can cross in front of the handler if they're working the sheep at the time, and that was the best position for the dog to be in.
Go back. Stand. You stand. Get down. You stand. Yeah. Sammy. Go back. Stand. Back. Stand. Sit.
Now, come over. Come over. Come over. Yeah. Stop. Stop. Come over. Come over. Stop. Stop. Come over. Sit. Sit. Sam. Here, Sam. Here, Sam. Back. Sit. Back. Sit. Sit. Sit back. Sit. Stop. Come over. Here, come over. Here, come over. Stop. Stand. Stop. Sit. Back. Back in. Stop. Stop. Come over. Stop. Come over. Stop. 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 Back in. Stop. And stop. Come over. Sit here. Come over. He said, stop. Sam. He said, come over, come over. Sammy. He Sammy. He Sam. Come over. Back, 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 back. He Sam. Here. Stop. Come over. 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 Stop. Here, come over. Stop. Back to back. Back. Here, Sam.
Stop. Walk. Walk. Stop. Right. Stop. Stop. Sit. Left. Right. Off. Off. Stop. Off. Sit. Sit. Go ahead. Stay. Stop. 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 Get up. Right up. Right up. Speak. Up. Steady. Off. Off. Straight. Straight. Stop. Straight. Stop. Walk. Straight. Stop. Straight. Straight. Overlay. No, mate. Get up. Dust here. Dust here. Dusty here. Stop. Sit. Right. Right. Stop. Right. Stop. Right. Stop. 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 Sit. 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 Left. Get up there. Left. Speed. Get on me. Get on me. Left. Right. Right. Dust. Get up. There. Speed. Right. Dusty. Go up. Go up. Go up. Stop. Right. 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 Stop. Mate. Stop. Dust. Speed. Dust. Get up. Left. Stop. Stop. Right. Dusty. 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 Stop. Stop. Mate. Stop. Stop. Here. Come right. Dusty. Stop. Stop. Right. Dusty. Dusty. Right. Stop. 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 Left. Dusty. 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 Quick. Stop. Left. Left. Stop. Left. Stop. Stop. Sit. Dust. Left. 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 Get up left. Get up left. Get up left. Left. Get up. Left. Left. Get up left. Get up left. Get up left. Speed. Left. Stop. Left. 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 Dusty. Left. Left. Get over me. Here, Dust. Dust here. Dust here. Quick. Stop. Stop. Right. Stop. Left. Stop. Right. Speed. Right. Straight. Right. Speed. Dust. Come right. Dust. Go up. Go up. Teesdale. Come back. Dust. Dust. Come back. Off. Off. Speed. Dust. Stop. Stop. Stay there. bud.
If you've got access to the association Facebook page. Kate does. Oh, I just need someone to do a post, but that's fine.
Sorry?
Just need someone to do a post.
Yeah.
But
There's another computer on my car.
that's all right.
Can make it just.
We've got one. Sorry, I can remember. Okay. Right. Don't hear that truck.
here, eyes here, eyes here. Sit, round, sit. Steady. Here, here. Steady. Sit. 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 Here, eyes. Round. Sit. Sit. Over. Eyes. Sit. Your eyes. Your eyes.
Yeah, he wasn't that keen. Sponsors I don't have listed in, I can read some of that. Volume Are we on, are we, Danny? Righto. First of all, I'd like to welcome everybody who's tuned in or tuning into the 2026 Victorian Yard Dog Championships hosted at Woolbrook. Currently we have Mitch Jubb on course and he's working a catch as far as I'm aware. So our two championship judges for the weekend is Tim Hall from Tasmania and Lee Michan from South Australia. So after Mitch there will be Carolyn Thompson with Sheba. So a little bit of a rundown for those that weren't here for a judge's talk, give you a bit of an idea. Mitch has put these in the drench race, these sheep. Mitch needs to put these sheep firmly up on the front gate, and there is actually, you might not be able to see it in the video, but there is a bit of black electrical tape on the third panel, and the judges would like to see the sheep all past that black electrical tape. So you'll see Mitch back it again and put a bit of pressure on here to get them past this black electrical tape. It's only just about a foot past the join between the second and third panel, so Mitch has done a pretty good job there. Dog must be at the front to assist the unload. Catch probably a little bit too much assistance there for Mitch's liking. But anyway, he's got the job done. Just got outside now. Heading across to the draft. There's plenty of space outside here. A lot of walking. A bloke like Mitch with big long legs and Jeff McDougall go right out here. And so these sheep, wherever they settle there on that top side's a good position. Judges are happy with that side fill pen here. So anyone that's been watching may be questioning about some of the crosses outside. The judges have made it okay to use working cross outside anytime you're moving to these obstacles, just to make it more efficient for the dogs and the handlers. So if you see dogs crossing outside thinking why they got a score like that, these working crosses are allowed. So the judges are giving us the option to clear the gate if we feel like it, or we don't have to, as long as the gate doesn't touch any sheep. So Mitch's sheep fairly tight on the gate there, he's cleared his gate. And your draft sequence the judge have asked for is the first two out the side, the last two out the side. So they haven't been too bad. Once they get a start, these sheep will float alright. So Mitch has got his first two out there nicely. The pen here is not too deep, so a little bit extra force is being required to just get these sheep to flow through. And Catcher's got plenty of that. So Mitch will just, judge have asked for the dog to be put in the pen. Mitch is just going to sneak Catch in there. Talking to him quietly. Please stay there, Catch, and don't move around. Mitch has chosen to go with some glasses today. I believe he looks 10% more intelligent, I think, with a bit of a beard trim as well. I don't think he looks like a crutcher anymore. He looks like he belongs in an office or something, I reckon. So Mitch is going to walk in a straight line here across the pen to fill the trailer. He's got his sheep in a good spot here. He's not allowed to walk through his sheep, so he's just bumped him out of the way. Done a good job there.
Stop. Stop. Catch, come.
So he's got them sitting in a good spot there now. He's got enough room to open his gate here. Done well there, Mitch.
Stop. Catch. Good girl. Steady.
A little bit of work to do.
Get off.
Sheep asked plenty of questions there and had the answers. It was good work.
Stop.
They've done a good job. Put them in there, all cleared the line. Just goes in there, clears that gate. Done well there, Mitch. So, Judge Lee Michan, there's a nice close eye on this pen here. So Mitch sends her around. He's got a few heads pointing forwards there. He's just got to find one willing to go, and a nice long ramp here. The sheep sort of go into the trailer, and there's a little bit of work still to do. They're fairly snug on the trailer, so Mitch will have to back it a couple of times probably to try and get them all the way in. A little bit of tail end force just to put them on. And there's not a lot of room for them to move. So he's doing a good job there, Mitch. He's just holding there, making sure Lee's got himself in a good position there. So they're pretty tight in that trailer there. There's a fair bit of work to be done, and so they're not real keen on coming off. So a few competitors have had to back them on the way off as well to put a bit of pressure on. Keep them flowing. Been good on a sheep these so far. So he's just about got that trailer done. So you've done well there. You come around, let these out, head to the put away. Same deal again, once they come out of here, judge is allowed for working cross here to set them up for the put away. So what we don't want is them right on the gate. So Mitch has got enough room to walk through there. So, fairly snug on that gate there, so Mitch is going to get that sorted, bump him off there so he can get that gate open without influencing the flow. Judges have said they do not want any handlers influencing any flow. So he's whipped him around there, he's got that done. Look, I think with the beard trim and the glasses and his loafers on, he's probably 15% more intelligent. Mitch, he's done a good job there. He'll take a breather there, he'll be pretty happy with that. So, next on course is Carolyn Thompson and Sheba. So, I think, if I'm correct, this bitch that Carolyn's going to run now is the mother of, I think it's Sheba. I can't quite tell on me paperwork, but she's the mother of the dog that Mitch just ran just then. So, plenty of broken rivers in this lineup today. They consistently produce very good quality dogs that do the job on farm and then still be able to come out here and compete at a high level. I'd have a stab at saying there's probably 6 or 7 broken river prefix dogs in this field, and then there'll be also some that are side by broken river dogs. So Carolyn and Dale, a very, very good job over the years producing good quality dogs that can do both this sport and regular work. So Carol's a nice pick up there. Judges have asked for them to be on the yellow NDT sign, so just past the end of the orange CopRice sign. So same again, working crosses allowed here to get these sheep into that corner before she can leave the casting peg. These sheep today, red and blue tag used, they've done a really nice job so far. They have been very, very good trial sheep. They're asking plenty of questions, but they're also very compliant if the dog's in the right spot. So, and Carolyn's got to pull them up a little bit from drifting too far forward. She hasn't done too bad there. So a bit of a break there. Notice they're testy enough. If they see an opening, they're quite happy to take it. Got them shaped up nicely. Sheba's got a good ability to work a flank and drive a lead from a flank. So we'll see if she can exercise those skills on these sheep. That's where she needs to be now. These sheep know where home is. They'll be quite happy to slip past Carolyn there instead of going in that pen. So there's one asking the question. Sheba's pulled it up. There we go. A little opening and take his chance. So he's having a good look around the course, that fella, and put him back with his mates. Go again. So he's out in front there now. Can we slide him straight in? Sheba cut him off and poke him straight in that pen, possibly. Here we go again. Yep, blocked him. She's done a good job there. Reset. That sheep's still looking there, and now he's covered by a few other mates, so he might be right now and stop him from having another breakaway. And try and roll him the other way, Ken. There's another one testing his luck. It's not as brave as the other one, and come back. They're good testy sheep, these. They're asking the question all the way around, right to the end, what the dog's got, what he doesn't have, and Carolyn thinking here at the moment of what sheep do I need to be on? How do I get this flow? We're all watching the dog at the moment, and Carolyn's conscious of protecting that exit. There's one, she's pulled that up though. Could have been one free hit there. There we go, they're going. No, she's turned him again. He's not quite happy being out in front on his own. Half looking, and we go now. They're still not happy about it. There's that big fella pushing along that fence again. The one that had the big run. He's thinking about popping back out on that far side from Carolyn. Should be watching him. Done well. They're in. Carolyn will take a breath and reset. So Carolyn's got herself set up. And I'll see if we can find a leader here. Go down this trench race. What can Sheba do around the back there and see if we can get a start. A bit reluctant at the moment, and sort of all turn and wanting to go backwards. There we go. I've got to get some mates to go with them and turn them off. Yeah. And you can see through the dust. This is getting a little bit dusty. I watered these yards down this morning, but they're a bit dusty already. And the conditions, as you can probably see in the background, they're still very dry here. And hoping for a bit this Sunday will make them very happy. Anything we can get. So as I said, that black tape's about a foot past that join between the second and third panel there. So Carolyn's pretty happy. She's had a look. She's gone past that point. Judges have asked for that. And up they come. A bit of a wedge, but got them to flow all right. There she goes. So I'll head up there and plonk them on that Red River sign. Carolyn march across there, and she will be thinking about the clock a little bit. She burnt up a little bit of time getting in that first pen, so she'll be wanting to get as far as she can and save as much on the scoreboard as she can. Get them shaped up nicely. They're having a look. There's a nice leader. They're having a look, and Sheba just comes out, checks, sneaks past. Shaped them up nicely and rolled them in. And Carolyn's done that nicely and saved herself a little bit of time there. As she clears the gate and get onto the draft. Hopefully Carolyn hasn't been taking any instructions from Dale about drafting. I don't jinx Dale. He's had a pretty good run lately with his drafting. He had a bit of a horror run there for a while. He just struggled for a little bit. Counting wasn't his strength for a little while. And then Carolyn's got her first two. And sheep are a little bit of a wedge there, sorting themselves out. So they sort of go forward into that pen. They're a bit reluctant to go into that pen. And Carolyn and them sheep were too deep there. So we've ended up with a misdraft, and she's been given her marching orders. And next on course, Dale Thompson and Rip. Broken River Rip, as I said. Broken River will show up quite a bit this weekend in the draw. They very prolific breeders of top quality all-round dogs, Dale and Carolyn. And I said Sheba's got a couple of brothers in the lineup today as well. Sheba and Bo, Broken River Bo and Broken River Bank all had the same litter. Broken River Jake is also, but he's not here this weekend. Dale's left him at home, but they would be, Dale would have to correct me, but I think they're rising 10-year-olds. So Sheba had done a good job there for a dog a little bit age behind her, and so a young dog Rip Dale's had on the go for the last couple of years, has climbed his way through his rankings, and so he's nice, fast on his feet, this young fella. So as I said, I haven't put the moz on Dale. He's got to go to the draft yet. He did have a bit of a horror run there for a little while, but seems to have got his stuff together and he's sorted his counting out. So he's going to get him past the end of that orange sign. Yes, yeah, there's a few young fellas who will remain anonymous that are consistently giving him a bit of a hard time, but Dale's got pretty thick skin. He's been around long enough. He's got a long memory too. He'll remember that. So he's done a good job there. He's put him in that, past the end of that orange CopRice sign. Judges have asked for, set himself up. Judges also asked for all competitors to have the hip on the gate. So just to keep everything consistent between all the handlers and not making the gate any bigger than it needs to be. So Rip just shaping these sheep up. Same again, they're sort of rolling the wrong way at the moment. He's just got to turn them. So they're quite happy to take their chances, these sheep, and test dogs' speed and footwork. And so rolling there now is just fine line between cutting that lead off and letting it still flow, but not getting past Dale. So that gate's not very wide. I would say, in the old measure, probably looking at 7 foot Red River gate there. So it's not a great deal of room there to cover with your hip on the gate. So the sheep just slipped around there a little bit. Rip rolls him back in, and Dale will reset now. And so they're not real happy about him. They want to take their eyes off him. He's definitely got the fast enough footwork to do it, but they just don't want to lead in that pen for him just yet. And Dale's got him there now. They're having a bit of a look, and Dale will take a bit of a breath and go, good, I'm happy that one's out of the way. And Rip will get over and clear this gate. Rip's decided that he'd need to clear the gate. He was going to come back and just keep him flowing, but the gate's not open, Rip, so Dale gives him a little bit of a get back up there, do as you're told. And Dale, very accomplished trialer, been trialling for a long time. As I said, bred some very, very good dogs over the years and had a lot of success in New South Wales, Victoria. Spends most weekends travelling. He's got a clinic on next weekend in Benalla, where he's going to pass on some of his knowledge to some young and up-and-coming handlers about what to do and what not to do on the trial course and how to save some points. So if any of you are sitting at home there and thinking about getting into trialling, or you have been doing a little bit of trialling and want to know where to save some points, I'm sure there'll be a spot or two still available you'll be able to grab. Be well worth going along. It'd be 20 years of experience and knowledge there Dale's got to pass on, so you'll be able to find that on the Yard Dog page somewhere. The information, contact and Lisa Kennedy. Get in touch with our secretary Naomi, or you'll be able to find the info you need. So Rip's put them in. The judge will have just seen that they probably weren't quite past his black mark, so they will have had a look at that closely. And Dale just went, it's close enough, I'm going to move on. And don't waste too much time here. And as a trailer being the last obstacle, you want to get there with a little bit of time to do your job, because there's not a lot of space in there to turn them around. So Judge Lee Michan's doing a fair bit of walking today. Lee might need a wheelchair this afternoon, I reckon, and be calling for a golf cart tomorrow to drive around. This is a big course here. This is really good to see. Dogs get those dogs are nice outside ability, treat their stock right. They've got plenty of room here to show off their skills. Also means a lot of walking for judges. Timmy Hall's still playing footy in Tassie, I think. If he's not playing footy, he's coaching. He'd be jogging around with the boys. So I reckon he's probably going to handle a couple of days all right. And he's only a fine little fella too. He's not fat bloke like most of us. So. Although this heat might knock him about though. She was 27 degrees yesterday. It might be a bit much for Tim. I reckon he's been calling for a wide brim hat just about. Dale's rolled them in nicely. Rip just been a bit busy. He's just upset this sheep a little bit. Find his mates again. And Dale will be cursing that bit. Don't need to be giving them away for free. So Rip was just a little bit too eager to get on with the job. So I can just hear Dale's quite happy with Rip at the moment. And what Rip thinks he needs to do and what Dale wants him to do are two different things, I think, at the moment. So let's see if we can. Rip it's going off and go, hurry up and open the gate. I want to get on with it. There he goes again. Dale's. I don't think I'll need to put the moz on him. Rip might have upset him enough. We'll see how he goes with his draft. So we're looking for the first two, last two out the side, and we'll see what the man does. He's been working on this. Rip comes around, he's pretty busy back there. And found a sheep to want to push his mate forward. He wasn't happy about being back there. Rip was up him a bit. Dale's working hard here, and I said, I don't think that was me putting the moz on him. I think Rip had him fairly wound up there. Rip still thinks he's at home drafting. I think he's trying to get on with the job. So Dale will be a little bit upset. Come on, Lee, get around those, will you? Get your mobility scooter or something. So yeah, bad luck there for Dale as Rip didn't go back and get the rest of the sheep and pushed the other 4 sheep right up on Dale and past him. So Rip doesn't think there was actually anything wrong with that. He thought he did a great job. So Judge is going to go for a quick toilet break. And then we will come back. Bad luck, Tomo. So after our judges come back, Marcus Campbell and Duffy and Megan Campbell with Strut will be on after the boys. Need special comments, mate. Come on. There's more microphones. The stairs around the back there. Come on. No, I'm just looking here. There's a fair while. You haven't got to run for a while. You and I are near each other, so you'll be right. You'll be able to come up here. Kane was too scared. I said to Kane, I said, come up and do special comments. He's like, no way. It's all right. You can pot anyone you want from up here. No, I need somebody else to bounce off. You. Everybody wants you. We want to leave the secrets. Come on. Come up. And then you can go and find someone else. No, you've got to pass. You're on the committee. You're fine.
No, I'm not allowed up there, am I, Dad?
You are? I can get you on video if you want.
Yeah. Yeah, walk around and hold the video. And talk.
Here we go. There's Adam. Oh, there he is. He's on the live stream.
Yes. We will have Adam James joining me for special comments shortly once we resume and the judges come back. Kane Gardner won't be far off. Kane could probably come and replace Adam and I when we have our runs, I reckon. Kane's full of special comments. Adam's here at the moment and he's not quite sure whether he was going to come up here and talk or not. I think he should. Everybody's very interested in your special comments, Adam, about how you see the course and everything here. I think it'd be a great insight for viewers at home. He's concentrating. There's a lot of buttons there. I don't want to go anywhere near that stuff. There's a lot of buttons there. No, I need you now. The judges will be back shortly. Yeah. Yeah, poach somebody and send them up. No, that'll be right. We'll get a competitor that hasn't got to run for a bit. Work on Kane. I'm trying to get Kane up here.
sit down somewhere.
Yeah, I'll go around later. I'll grab a few in the crowd. Righto. Judges are back. Marcus Campbell and Duffy. So Marcus is part of the organising committee. They've set this trial up. Been 12 months in the process, and the group that have organised this trial this weekend have had this planned for a little while. Ran a trial here last year as a bit of a precursor for it, and had the vision to run 2 courses and over the weekend and host a championship, and they've done a great job, especially seasonal conditions. Sheep look fantastic, and it was a great setup. So it's very, very hard, if any of you have done it before, to convene a championship or a trial and compete at the same time. There's a lot of things going on a regular weekend, but certainly the championship there is a lot behind the scenes to do, and we've got a great group of people. I miss a few. There'd be Marcus and Watsy, Bree, Michelle, Roscoe. There's a big group of them that have got together and put this together. I've probably missed a few names, but yeah, done a really, really good job. So later on tonight there'll be some finals under lights, which will be very, very interesting. The boys brought in a heap of lights yesterday afternoon, set up, ready, and they gave it a test run last night, so it looks like the MCG. So we'll definitely enjoy that tonight. You could see if we can get some high quality commentary on tonight while the finals run under lights. So Duffy, these sheep are asking the question still again. They're quite happy to break past the handler there, and that gate, by the time you put your hip on that gate, there's not a lot there as a wing to help you, so the sheep are pretty quick. There we go, a nice leader. Duffy, nice bit of work there. Marcus, a bit of patience, and less is more in that case. He's just held there and let them sheep drift in. I'd like to welcome Brad Gavenlock to the commentary. Brad's going to give us some insights into what he's seen. I don't know if you've had a run on the novice course, have you, Brad, today or anything? Or you've been out there to look?
Yeah, just had a run on the novice course. Yeah, didn't go too bad. Dog probably wants to flog me for the put away, but other than that, he done a great job. But I guess anyone watching along at home, if just a bit of a quick score update here on the open course. We've got Sarah Lee and Ice on an 89.5 of the clubhouse leaders at the moment. Then we've got Mitch, Judd and Catch, and Brad Watts and Dusty, and Bree with 2 dogs sitting in there. So they're our sort of top 6. So obviously plenty more dogs to run yet, Trav. But yeah, the sheep seem to be pretty consistent from what I've seen. Is that a fair comment?
Yeah, definitely. They were just as consistent yesterday. There was a bit of a patch when things got warm yesterday. The sheep got a bit heavier and a little bit extra work to be done, but yeah, we'll see what happens today. Not supposed to be as warm today. For those at home viewing, there is no recycled sheep here on the open course, so these are fresh sheep for everybody, so no one's getting any free hits. Mark's done a good job there. He's got them sheep well and truly inside that tape. So, you know, it's a great effort and, you know, really great opportunity too to host on property where the sheep are readily available, to be able to put fresh sheep in front of every competitor and make it as fair as possible. Really, really good. And so I haven't got any runs out on that novice course and haven't been over there. Brad, what'd you find over there? The sheep similar to these, or are they a bit different?
No, totally different sheep to these. They're younger shorn sheep. fair bit of sting in them. The best way to approach them is leave them alone, I think. The less heat you put on them, they don't mind breaking, they won't mind coming over the top of you, and they're looking for a way out. So yeah, they're definitely different sheep to these guys. So yeah, the dog that leaves them alone and just stays in the right spot over on the novice course will be the dogs that have a bit more enjoyment through the day on the scoreboard.
Yeah, there was a couple of escapees yesterday too. They were pretty lively apparently in the backyards there. So yeah, nice handful for some young dogs for sure.
Yeah, I had Phil in the first force on the drench, and you know, no drama, no dog didn't put any heat on them, and yeah, they went straight in, and the first one went straight up over the balk gate into the race. So they don't mind having a look, testing everyone out. So a good trial sheep, they'll the right dogs, or the sheep will find the right dogs at the end of the 2 days. So.
And score-wise, like I said, I haven't been over there to have a bit of a look, but the scores on the board, with the sheep being a bit tricky, are they getting some scores over there?
Our top score over there is actually a 98.
98?
98. From memory, we've got a 98 and a 95 and 94 and a couple of 93s. But then after that, they disappear pretty quick. So it either goes real good or not so good.
Yeah, oh no, I'd be happy to bank those if they're like that. Those sheep, there's quite a few, I don't know how many's over there, I'd have to ask the boys, but there's quite a swag of sheep over there, so they may not have even all gone around just yet. So, yeah, no, that's good. You'd be happy to be banking scores like that in the 90s if they're going to get tougher as they go along.
So Mark is having a pretty smooth run here. I don't think he's had a lot of dramas just yet.
No, he's that draft, filling that force for the draft, they slid in there nicely, and yeah, he's had a little bit of work to do on the force yard for the drench race, and then since then he's had a reasonably smooth run. He's done a good job.
So the judges have asked for the handlers to have the sheep down here basically in front of us, Trav, I think, by the time you get to that's for maximum points, of course, and he's doing this pretty nice. Doing this real nice.
He's got them
Don't want
in the right frame line at the moment. Dusty doesn't upset him too much. So it'll be interesting to see how our judges saw that. They did say in the judges' talk in the morning that they didn't want to see any handlers influencing sheep when they were opening gates. So as you can hear Marcus clearly, he was asking Duffy to not do that, and yeah, Duffy couldn't help himself but push him onto him. So put him in that pen nicely. They've been feeding into that pen pretty well, actually, considering it sort of goes into the car park. They've fed in there well.
Surprisingly very well. That was the thing that I first seen, and then watching the live stream yesterday was surprising how well they went in there. Because they can see there's not really anywhere to go other than people, cars, right, and action.
Yes, definitely, and it's not a natural area for them to go. You know, it's always hard working sheep on their home property. They know where all the exits are and everything, and so yeah,
he's got a leader there straight away. He's got to
turn a few around. Duffy's doing a bit of work there. Now they're all turned and having a look. And the big long ramp it's been a bit tricky. Brad had to back that once or twice. Most competitors to keep them flowing into the trailer. There's not a lot of room once they get in there. So. As I was saying before, our two judges, for those that might have only just tuned in, our two judges, one Lee Michan from South Australia, very accomplished trialer, been around a long time if you haven't come across him, multiple South Australian Yard Dog Championship winner with multiple dogs, had a really good run for a while with a collie dog, Joker. Kelpies had trouble getting around him for quite a while. He's dominated South Australian Yard Dog trialling for a number of years, and so we're very lucky to have him here. And Tim Hall from Tasmania, who much the same, multiple championship winner. He placed multiple times in Australian championships. He's never frightened to jump on the boat and head over here and bring his dogs and pit them against the mainlanders, and quite enjoys, brings his two partners in crime usually, in Adrian and Kleiny. Kleiny's normally he's usually the one that's causing most of the trouble. Boys have got to keep him in check. He gets a bit loose, old Kleiny, but boys that come over here and certainly not out of their depth against the mainland handlers and dogs, that's for sure. So we're very lucky to have these two judges this weekend. Tim works on a big place in Tasmania and with under Adrian, and I would have a stab. I think there's about 20,000 sheep. I think they run there, and some cattle. So he's doing the real stuff every day. So
Marcus has got these set up pretty nice here for this put away. Still there about probably a minute and a half to go at least.
He hasn't had a lot of trouble
No.
either. Everyone's had to do a little bit of work in that trailer, but he's set him up nicely there.
Well, the trailer, when he first went up in there was nothing doing at all, and kind of loosened him up a little bit and had one pop around, and yeah, Duffy done it real well and just waited for their moment and got a nice flow.
I'll be happy to get that one under his belt. Who knows as the day goes on how the sheep react. Good, mate. So, the groundskeepers are just doing a little bit of maintenance here at the end of the drench race at the moment. A bit of a hole developing. There's soft sand here.
There's nothing these Tasmanians can't do, is there? What a talented man.
I'd say, knowing what Timmy's like, I reckon he's handled a shovel before. He's put himself in the shit a few times. I'd reckon he's had to dig out. So he's certainly familiar. So sheep are released for Megan Campbell and Strutt on course. Now this dog's only recently broke his status to get to this level. I actually judged him to a win at Coleraine in November, and then he backed it up with another win straight away after that. So he's a dog climbing through the ranks. So he's only just broken his novice status. So he's certainly coming along in leaps and bounds though. And we'll see how he goes here. Megan's got a couple of handy dogs under at the moment. So I'm not sure. Megan's judges have asked for those sheep to be put on the, as you're looking with the through the camera lens there, on the right hand side of that CopRice, the end of that CopRice sign, more on that yellow NDT sign. And Megan's walked a bit early, so the judges will point that accordingly, I'm sure. I mean, he's had a little bit of trouble with the gate there. Bifold gates that have an ability to, when the sheep go in there, to concertina on themselves and tighten the chain up. So you just got to get to that gate and just pull it across so you can loosen that chain off. As we were saying before, Brad, those sheep have been a bit energetic on that novice course. We just see a couple of competitors there and a dog trying to get the stray back.
I think they've got it. It was a few failed attempts, but a couple of hamstrings got tested, but I think they've got it now.
That's right. And Tim Cavell was hot in pursuit there at one stage. I'm not sure who owns the dog that was following it, but so successfully returned back to the flock. So Megan's put those sheep in the 4th yard, sent Strutt to the front, and we've gone back around the back. As I said before, he's only just recently
a bit excited,
broke his
isn't he,
status.
Trav? He's just needs to just settle a little bit. Young, you know.
Happens a bit.
Yep.
The young novice dogs coming out. This is a good, bit of a test and a step up in level. A few more sheep, trailer, obstacles a bit bigger. So just a good test for him. Megan put him out here against some good company and certainly benefit him. He's a dog that's got a bright future. he, like I said, I remember him over at Coleraine. They were on big composite ewes that just not long had lambs weaned off them, and he handled them pretty well. So
for maximum points, the judges, they wanted some black tape on the back, first 3/4 of that back panel, and for maximum points, they wanted the last sheep past that. So you can't have any real loose spots, can you, Trav? Like you really got to pack them in there tight for your maximum points.
Yep, definitely. No, Megan's done a pretty good job there. From where we're sitting, you can't see exactly, but she, attempted it very, very well. So if there was anything off, there would have been minor, I would imagine.
Big, healthy sheep, aren't they? Great sheep.
Yeah, it's always tricky. We've been doing a lot of containment feeding, and I've had it myself. I hosted a trial a few years ago, coming sheep out of containment and worked them in a trial, and they can be very unpredictable. They can be very runny, or they can be very sulky, and these sheep, the boys have been doing a bit of feeding, and they're very fit. And like I said, they've just been very honest. Any little opening they see, they're taking their chance. And if the dog's good enough to get there and block, and I do love these side fill pens. It really does display that dog that can drive a lead and still flank his mob at the same time. And you sort of left a bit open. Then dog comes too far. He's pulled the lead up there, but hasn't upset it. He's come a bit too far there, and you see the head's turning the other way. Now he's got to reshape his mob again, but. A good dog that reads his stock from the side. Megan's done a great job there. Turned him and rolled him in. He's just left him alone and let him walk in. Treated him right. Should be in a good headspace. So, no, she's done well. But the side fill pens really do expose some of them dogs that lack a little bit of cover.
So for anyone that's just joined us, haven't seen too many runs, we want the last two out. Under the arm and out into the outside course, and then the rest of the mob forward with the dog forward in the pen. So drafting the dog in with the sheep. Well, that one had a look then. He just didn't quite go. But
no, he's got them all pointing the right way though. He didn't panic too much. So she's got her first two out. Done well there. This is where Carolyn a little bit of trouble. The dog just putting too much pressure on them last ones. We'll see Megan's a bit longer arms. Might be able to reach it. Carolyn just couldn't quite reach over to grab him, so she got her last two. She's done well there.
Dogs should be in, isn't that right, Trav?
Yes, yep. Dog's supposed to be drafted forward, so if I can read the judge's body language, Tim's not impressed, and Lee's dropped his shoulders a bit, so I don't think they're too impressed. I don't know what the judges would be taking for something like that, but they've requested it, so if you don't do it, you'd be in a little bit of trouble. Which could be a shame. She's on a reasonably good run here too.
Yeah.
If she misses the top 25 by a little bit, but they're the valuable lessons you learn as you go along, and you think about it while you've got the few hour drive home, don't you?
Yes, I can vouch for that.
So sheep are heading in the right direction for this force pen for the trailer, and Megan's going to be able to walk in a straight line to this gate. So she's got to manage this.
Strut's just not wanting to let go there.
So we've got a bit of a bow in our walk here, so we'll see how the judges view that. Quite easy from up here too. Sitting up in the commentary box, we got a good view from up the top, but you get out there and you sort of make a decision and you say, well, look, I'm prepared to wear that, let's just get on with it, and the clock will be ticking. So
he's quick on his feet, this dog, isn't he?
Yes, yeah. He is. The Cape weeds let him down a little bit there. He's lacking a little bit of grip, but it's a young dog with a fair bit of promise. He's nice and pliable, and he's got plenty to him. And I think as Megan goes along, she'll be able to put a few more levers and gears on him. He's certainly enjoying himself anyway. Great exposure. So we'll see now. Megan's getting herself set. Strut goes around. We'll see. So first dog that's really lit up a little bit of bark in the force pen here, and we'll just see what it creates. The sheep head's still up. They have a bit of a look there, and bark didn't seem to
flow now.
have any less effect. So. Gets any dustier, the judges won't be able to see what's going on that force pen anyway. One of those little things, he's gone straight back to work, so you get away with that. He's bringing work dogs to a trial, and young dogs especially, and they don't quite know. This young dog might not have done a trailer before in a trial. As I said, I judged him to his maiden win, his first novice win at Coleraine in November, so he may not have actually come across a trailer just yet, possibly, and not understand what Megan wants him to do, so.
Just can't quite get a flow there. She got the first couple off, but she's got only butts and no heads at the ramp at the moment. That was done pretty nice, Travis. Just the dog is settled, just sat in the corner and give the sheep a chance to have a breath of air and look around, and off they went. So sometimes less is more.
Yeah, definitely. No, they have been that sort of sheep too, that sometimes you don't want to give them too much time to think, but certainly, a little bit of pressure off on the odd occasion we've seen have good effect.
So 2 minutes 30 to go, so there should be no reason why she shouldn't get the put away here, so plenty of time.
This one could be a bit different. He's turned his back and, yep. Yes. So, no, I think too,
that's a shame,
you see that he's a good dog and up and coming young fella, and as I said, that trailer, Megan didn't do anything wrong there with him. I think that trailer was just a new obstacle and that bit of pressure on him, and he's look, the judges have called that one, and Megan was called at the same time, so made a right decision. But a good opportunity for him to have a look at a trailer under that sort of pressure, that number of sheep, and he's done a really good job. Like I said, 2 minutes odd up his sleeve, heading to the put away.
And he's got a lot of good work in him, and he works with purpose. He comes in when he needs to, and
very positive.
Yeah, she'll have some fun with him.
Yep. Yeah, no, she'll get plenty of runs out of him, and he's got a couple of gears in him, and once he puts a few more levers on him, he's certainly got great potential.
So Richard now.
Big Rich with Roxy, is it? Celtic Roxy. Rich is another stockman.
Roxy, yep.
Who manages a place out of Ballarat. Got a big team of dogs there, and the composite ewes is 5,000 or something composite ewes I think they run on that place, and lambs, and trade a few, and so he's a very accomplished dog handler and farm manager. So a lot of the competitors we see this weekend, coming off properties or managing or stockies or contractors and things, and dogs are getting work every day of the week, and these two judges have set a really good course here that's quite practical and allows these stockmen to show their skills. It's been great. Should be another one too, I don't know. I'd have to have a stab, but Roxy would be getting on a little bit in age. I'd have a stab at about 8-year-old, I would imagine. So, yeah, okay, yeah, well, there you go. So, yeah, look, they've moving very well, and it's one of those capers. A young dog like Megan's just come out there, and he's probably 2 or just under 2, and cutting his teeth, and the years of experience to see what a dog that's at 8-year-old now with enough trials under a belt and real work, how they handle things, and so he's certainly got to keep exposing them and bringing them along, and time will come. So there's that little opening again, isn't it?
They will. You leave the door open, they will go through it. So
yeah, they're not shy to try their luck. And they're forgiving though. Like now that the dog gets in the right spot, you see that sheep still leaning, thinking about asking a question, and she's trying to do a job there. Bang, bumps that sheep, steers it in, and the way it leads. And so they ask a question, but they are forgiving and they're workable. And so I think everyone's a great line of sheep, and whatever the boys have done leading up to this, whether they've put any time into the sheep or not, but they're certainly being very fair for everybody. You certainly can't complain about it. So she's got a couple there at the front there. Rich is calling her up to just behind the eye there as he's thinking. He's not quite sure.
A bit unlucky there.
Yeah, they were right there. Just didn't quite have enough. A bit of pressure behind just to force them through. So Rich will reshape these and peel a couple off the back and. Coming around, just rolling them off the back to try and get them down the front. Needs to probably come up that side, probably come down that left-hand side of that yard now to his hip there, probably just to take that curl out of him. There's one there having a bit of a look down. There we go. Has he got any mates to go with her? Oh, yep. Still a bit reluctant, but...
Yeah.
Got him in there. You're
going to have to pack these pretty tight now.
Yeah. So you have another run.
It's one of those things, isn't it, Trav? Obviously I'm asking for, not as experienced as most of you guys, but for the perfect score, for maximum points, I should say, we need them past that black tape. But how many times do we back it before risk reward? How many we losing each time we back it to versus how many we saving if we get them past the tape?
Most definitely, and the good rule of thumb usually, if the judge asks for something, make a really good attempt at it, because it's going to cost you a lot more than it is to have 2 or 3 attempts at it. Usually that's the rule of thumb. So Rich has done a good job there. He backed it a couple extra times, but if he hadn't have got it done, then he would have lost the 1 or 2 attempts plus not getting it done as well. So you might as well go that third time and actually get it done. It won't cost you as much.
With these big sheep and packing that race tight, it's really made for that dog that's happy to get down on the ground and sit a couple of times and make them bust in over the top of the sheep over the top of the dog, get them nice and tight.
And some more natural, some dogs like just staying up on top, and it sort of has a bit less effect if you're trying to really tighten them up. A weekend trial, you don't, spectacle wise, you probably don't want them quite as tight, and these guys have put this barrier here that you've got to get them behind. Speaking from experience, you do get a bit nervous. They've had sheep jump out of the drench race before trying to tighten them up, and so you do get nervous at how many times do you go and is it going to cost me. But these haven't been those sort of sheep, but these Red River yards being that, these are 1100s, I think these, and they minimise that risk of a sheep escaping out of the race if they happen to climb up on each other. So, but certainly a sheep along the ground, a dog along the ground, has more effect on tightening his sheep up than a dog run along the back usually. Just depends how tight you want them. Oh, Bendigo's one. I've had multiple lost sheep. It cost me an Australian. I got third still, even with the sheep jumping out of the drench race, and I put it back in and kept going and still ended up third. But yeah, some Red River panels would have been great at that stage. I would have been pretty happy with them. So yeah, from now on, hopefully Red River's what we use from now on. 1,100 panels would be perfect. You know, old Kev had that effect on his sheep anyway. So I think over his career, I think he had nearly 15 lost sheep runs where they just decided to just hop out of a pen and get away from him.
So this has been real smooth. You got the force there, really nice. No breaks. Poked them in there pretty nice. Got a nice flow on the drench. He's pulled his first two, last two. So
she's just a nice little dog, just behind the eye and allows the lead to flow. And so we'll see, what frame of mind they're in now, coming across to this force yard for the trailer, and how they shape themselves up and set themselves up for that.
Bit unlucky here. Roxy's come out. She's not quite sure what Richard's... she's worked it out.
Yep.
Bit of bad luck there, but they're back on track.
And definitely get to this level, like those little things, they might just cost you a couple of points, but that'll be the difference between the top 25 and not, or your top 10 finish and not. We get to this level now, it's down to 0.5s. To make those cut-offs, and so you do rue those little things when they happen, and later on you sit there sweating right for the last dog to see if you make the cut. So
Richard just brought them down with him and Roxy, almost like a trainer mob there. They really flowed down. They've settled, and because Roxy hasn't put a huge amount of pressure on them, hasn't she? She hasn't bashed them up, and they're flowing off it quite nicely.
That's right. No, look, she's treated them pretty well, and we'll see what frame of mind they're in when they get into this force yard. And Richard's a very accomplished handler, and be able to shape these sheep heading for that ramp and see whether they've got the right one at the front at the time. So we had one break away there, and he tried his luck there, just balled up a little bit here in front of us, and as I said, they're happy to try their luck. They see an opening and they try their luck, take a dog on. They're strong, fit ewes, and they're very well presented here by Woolbrook. Great sheep, very lucky. Trial on farm to have sheep put in front of you like that in such large numbers and such good condition. So we'll see. We've got that black tag one that did that runner that she sorted out. We're going to get him around the front there. He might be the one to lead us on that trailer. There we go. She got him and just turned him nicely, and don't have to do too much. They're flowing up there. She might have to back him now, but they're all walking on there, Brad, aren't they?
Yeah, the front ones went straight to the front of the trailer, which they haven't been doing much this morning, so that's allowed for a pretty good flow.
In his ear, did he?
I might have to back this one more time, maybe. He hasn't got much doing here, so we'll see how Richard approaches this to shape him up. Let's go into the back corners, try and loosen him up a little bit. Yeah, they're determined, these back ones, just to keep pushing up into the corner, so if they're going to get this, they're going to have to work pretty hard. Time's starting to get away, so we're down to a 1 minute 20 now, so still time, but they just... That's it.
So you've been called there. Richard retire there, did he?
I'm not sure. Not sure on that one.
So Roxy, a little bit of trouble there in the trailer.
Yeah, so Richard's retired there, and yeah, there wasn't much doing up in that truck, up on that trailer for him. It was really tough. So
and yeah, it's warming up a little bit too. And by the time we get to that stage, yards are a bit dusty. You see the dogs are coming out with a little bit of dust on their heads, and so they're down at that level. They're choking on a bit of dust. So she's got up in that trailer there and probably just ran out of a little bit of force to create that lead. So they come out there, they're heading for home now. They're fit. Been good sheep, honest.
I'll make it up. I think, didn't he get in, wasn't he out taking his dogs for a walk in the bush?
Rightio. Back on now. Sheba coming out. Judges are all over it. And next out it's Ash Karuna and Xena. Go get a Xena. So, as you can see at home, Ash Karuna's got a moon boot on. So, story has it that he got knocked up last weekend getting about 45 kicks on his left foot, and now he's had to put it on ice in a boot for a week. He's just absolutely carved it up at Penshurst. So I think he'd be well and truly leading the club BNF by now, this early in the season, by a streak. So a couple of weeks off ain't going to hurt Ash too much. So he wouldn't have been overly happy getting here and seeing how big this course is, would he?
No, it's going to be a long hike around this course with that boot on.
He might need a few painkillers tonight, I reckon.
They've been tricky enough, haven't they, Trav, just to get them down where the judges want them. Like, we haven't seen a lot of people. Yeah, there's been some, absolutely, but we haven't seen everyone been able to nail that spot where the judges want them past the CopRice, more onto the yellow sign.
No, that's right, and I actually don't mind the way they've set this obstacle up. You know, if basically now, once the dog's got to this position, we become invisible, and it's about being able to drive them sheep to that spot. You know, people at home probably sitting there saying it might be a bit pointless, or you're teaching your dog to cross and whatever, but this is the elite level you get to, but having a dog that you can command to cross you and drive properly, not just cross you because it's cheating, but actually do it under command. So I think this casting peg, with the distance away it is, gives the dog that free room to move to actually do a proper drive. So yeah, you're right. Most handlers probably got to a point where they go, that's close enough. A little bit nervous because they have been breaky, these sheep. So
yeah, once again, it's that risk reward, isn't it? You know,
most definitely.
Do we take the risk and try and push them in there and take the points, or the risk is they blow buck up this end of the course, and well, we know how much that costs. Yep. You're teaching them bad habits.
Definitely, and I think the judges have done a really good job there and given you enough room to show
for sure.
Sportsmanship.
Absolutely, yep.
Yeah, let's face it. There's certain parts of a course that we don't want to do crossing and things like that, and not really necessary. But if we think about it every day at work, when we're sort of getting on doing a job and going through yards or down laneways and things, it is something that we're doing every day. So as much as we don't want dogs to cheat, a commanded working cross is very efficient.
And tell me if I'm wrong, Trav, but you know, I haven't been in this that long, but I seem to see that it's particularly down here, maybe in Victoria, it's been very well accepted up here. The working cross is being more used in our trials and commonly accepted, which for me, I don't know, makes more sense in the right scenario.
Yeah, certainly. Like I think it's very relevant here this weekend with the size of this course. You know, to be able to have to get a dog to come behind you every time as you're walking across, and these sheep, as quick as they are, we're going to lose a lot of ground. And if we put it into practical terms, it is still supposed to replicate real work. Is that if we're out and going out over the hills here, and it's going from A to B, and we're on a 4 or 5k walk, you know, we're not going to want the dog to come right back behind us to go round. So I think it's relevant in the job, and certainly a course like this allows us to just get to the obstacle, open the obstacle, and we can still position the sheep, and the dog's got his freedom to work. So Zena's done a good job there. Ash has worked pretty hard to get that done.
They're definitely different sheep to the other course. You know, if you had have, you know, worked them like Ash had to then over on the novice course, and you let them out there,
yep.
They would have stopped at probably Geelong, I think, before they pulled up. So, yeah, it'd be interesting to see what the boys do as they get into the top 25 and top 10, and what sheep we see come out. You know, there's still opportunity. We may see those other sheep out here yet. So,
yeah, definitely.
And that could be. I'm not saying it's a bad thing at all. You know, that's, as you said before, you know, the beauty of an on-farm trial and stuff. You know, there's plenty of sheep around, and these guys have got some different mobs in their pocket on what they can do moving forward over the next 2 days.
No, most definitely, and yeah, they probably won't do it, but there's also an option. You could blend them and, you know, have half and half or something like that, and, you know, or put half a dozen of those sheep in that don't match each other.
That would sound like an extreme sport.
Yeah, look at and you know, I have been involved with South Australia Championship. Did it a few years ago. Put some crossbreds in with merinos, and yeah, it was quite interesting. They stuck together and they did a good job, but it was still very interesting. But yeah, like you said, if they bring them over, yeah, they've been around, they've seen some dogs and on that novice course, and they come over onto this course, they haven't seen this one, would certainly change things a bit. And you know, the other thing too that's always really interesting at a trial is sometimes you only got to put an extra 2 or 3 sheep in, and just changes the whole dynamic of the mob. So, you know, tomorrow in the 25, they could just add 3 or 4 more sheep into this, and they could actually get quite heavy to move these sheep. And then those breaks get bigger because the dog's got so much more area to cover. So,
do you think we'd get any more on the trailer than what we've already got? It's tight enough. I'm
yeah,
not
well,
saying
they've
they
got
wouldn't
a panel.
fit, but
They've got a panel in the front there.
yeah, so they
can
pop
be
that
removed,
out.
so
Yeah.
you could fit another couple on the trailer. It's still pretty snug. Yeah. So you shape these up nicely. Zena really hasn't had too much trouble so far. So Ash, another one, stock contractor, and so another bloke working dogs regularly on farm, processing stock for farmers and things. And so you see that over the weekend for any viewers at home that might be tuning in for the first time or haven't been to a trial before. And these dogs are not just for show. These dogs are, majority of the dogs you see this weekend on the live stream actually working every day, doing big long days in the heat and in the cold, and then come out here and got to put on show. So you're seeing some of the best dogs in the country. Yeah, we do have, if we look in the lineup, there's some New South Wales State Championship winners. There's a couple of national winners. There's a couple of national Kelpie Championship winners. There's some Victorian Utility Championship winners. So, you know, pretty strong field, really. Sounded exciting over there on the novice course. No harm done by the look of it.
Matty Upton having a bit of fun. Kate's helping with the put away, so good team effort over on the novice course.
Kate doing the judging over there for us this weekend. What is it, 140 runs there in the novice or something, Brad?
Yep, that's it.
Kate's got a fair bit of work in front of her there. She's doing a great job. Another one of our top handlers, working dogs every day of the week, run a contracting business with a partner, Mitch. Mitch wants to think himself lucky, really. When you look like that, you're lucky you've got a partner like Kate to just, keep things going. Yeah, train all these dogs for him, fix everything up for him, dress him.
Yeah, in all fairness, is probably Mitch doesn't bring a lot to the table, does he? But
No.
But anyways, everyone's has a bit of luck in their life, and Mitch found a lot of it there. So well done, Mitch.
No, that's right. Look at, really, he's pretty tall. So if there's anything on the top shelf you need, that's about all he really brings to it, isn't it? Zena's done a good job there. I said he hadn't had too much.
Yeah, pretty smooth run. Never had one of those moon boots on, but just seeing him walking around there, it doesn't look that enjoyable.
No, it looks pretty awkward, doesn't it? Especially the amount of travelling he's got to do around this course. No, I'd like... I don't know if he's had a moon boot on Mitch. I don't know. He's... yeah, he has had a few other injuries. He fell over, I think, and broke his wrist. Really, he's pretty uncoordinated. I wouldn't put it past him having a moon boot on, really. As I said, he's really a handicap for Kate, to be honest. Like, he's going on the trail
they're
there,
pretty
Brady.
tight. Like they're all balled up in the corner at the moment. He's got plenty of room at the back if you can get one to have a look, but just really needs to try and dig him out of this top corner here. But he's got a couple having a look now.
It's certainly not over till it's over, is it? Like he's had a pretty smooth run to here, a little bit in the drench race, but not too much trouble. But yeah, you'd be getting to that pen and get him on the trail. I think, right, I'm on my way home, and then you just got all bums facing the wrong way.
Yeah, it's getting tighter. He did have a couple look. He's got one. Get the flow. Here we go. Okay, he's got that going now. Just needs to loosen him
patience
up.
again, Brad.
Yeah, that's basically what it was. It was just he needed just one to turn and sit and just take the pressure off, and then off they went. So he's still got 1:10 to go here. So if he can keep hopping, literally.
Yeah,
he will. He should get there. Now he's running a watch,
clock,
so he's just had a look at his clock, so he knows where he's at. And now we'll all find out the question: how quick can you walk in a moon boot?
That's right. Zena's not listening now. She's had a fair bit of pressure on and empty that trailer, and a bit like that young dog of Megan's, a little bit of work to do there and a bit of pressure on him. And it's warming up.
Setting up pretty nice for him.
Yeah, he's got enough room to get through
We've
there.
still got
He's done
20.
well.
Yeah, he'll get this. We've still got 20 seconds. Something would have to go pretty wrong here. Come on, get him in there, mate.
Sorry.
We're down to 10 seconds. Yep, he's going to get it.
Get that quick bang.
Good work.
You're done.
5 seconds to go, was it? Here you go. Well, that's all you need. Doesn't matter if you've got 2 seconds to go.
Yeah. No, he's done well. What have we got here? A bit of groundskeeping being done, Mitch. It'd be the first time he's actually done any manual labour, I'd imagine.
What's the real story with your week, mate? Because
I said you had 55 touches, 55 kicks last weekend. Got leather poisoning. Mitch might get a blister, I reckon, hanging onto that shovel. How'd you go there, mate? You need a glove? You need a glove or something, do you? A little bit hard work there. You treat yourself. Treat yourself to a drink, mate. Done well.
So we've got Michelle Kerr out on course now with Rafa.
Michelle's another one. Last couple of years, come up through the ranks. Rafa's won his way through, and it's always hard when you got one dog. You know what that's like. One dog to trot out in a championship, and you don't get a free hit to have a look or anything like that. So there's a lot to remember.
Yeah, so Rafa's real nice outside. He's nice and steady. Michelle's got a good handle on him and does some real nice outside work. Probably wasn't ideal. I just cursed him there.
No, that's
probably
right.
Didn't help.
And as we were saying before, some of the people that are sitting at home might be thinking about getting the sport, might not have done it before, and tuning in to watch. And you'll see different styles of dogs. One Dale's there before, nice and fast and quick on his feet. And that one of Richard Davies was a lovely dog, just treated his sheep nice. And then you see the style of this dog's just that little bit different again. So, they're all Kelpies, but they're all a different style of work, and we choose what we like and what we get along with. And dogs. The old saying, dogs look like their handler, but I think people are sort of drawn to a temperament in a dog. I
100%.
think,
Yep.
That is more like their own. So.
A nice block. A bit more onto it this time than the first one.
So Michelle elected not quite to set him up there and just take the points and walk and get on with it. She's got a nice little leader in there. Raf didn't help her too much there, just got there, and you just can't afford to offend the lead in these sheep because they are forgiving, but they are very quick to turn and go the other way if you offend those leaders. And even though he did it from the outside of the yard, it's still not ideal. Judges will look at that and potentially look at that as a backwards flow.
So this is, I think, where Michelle might get a little bit nervous. Hopefully she can get a good flow and they get up tight. Rafa sometimes doesn't always help her out filling this tight. So
no, he's never been a dog that loves backing. So we'll see if she can get a reasonable flow in here. He might not have to do too much work. And every time you go into a trial, or even at work, at home, you know what your dog's good at, what he's not good at. Try and help him where he's not good, and if you can get a free hit, then away you go. And but he's on his way, and if he can just that leader, he doesn't want to go.
No, he doesn't.
He's
those
looking to
leaders
turn
are pretty.
around.
They're determined. They don't want to go either.
No, that's right. He's driven him around.
Yeah.
So
May not be the prettiest feel, but
no, but she persisted and got the result. So if she can get these last ones in and shut the gate, she might have another crack at trying to get him up the front there and tighten that last bit up.
I think she might just go straight to the gate. I think she's
bring him with her.
Come with her, yep. She needs to open that gate before those front ones turn back.
So he's got himself reversed there now. He fell down in amongst them.
He's a good style of dog, isn't he? Good type dog.
Yeah, he is. He's a good, big, solid fella, and he's just never really enjoyed his backing too much.
No, he hasn't. No.
But reads his sheep nicely outside. Michelle and Rafa made the final of the utility championships back at Pigeon Ponds there. When was that? Not last year. Late last year before. And so, he's got nice outside skills, and he's just the backing part's the only thing that's let himself down. But Michelle's persisted with him and pushed him, and she didn't let him get away with much.
You know, they drifted off course a little bit coming back up this way, but once she got them shaped up and back down near the gate there, she's done that quite nice. And, you know, Rafa's not blowing them up, so, you know, they're happy to have a look and look for the gates. And
yeah, and he's not giving anything away that he doesn't have to either. He's a pretty clean dog. He doesn't bite or anything like that. So, you know, she could probably still think at this stage she's on a half reasonable score. That's haven't had a look at the leaderboard, but you know, to make it in, you're probably going to want 75 and above to make the top 25. And you know, she didn't pack the dredge race properly, but you know, if he can just get himself a nice flow here, who knows? We get to the trailer and just get a nice leader, and he might be all right. Certainly, those yards are getting dustier. I wonder how much the sheep can see too, how much dust coming off those pens, but. So she's got them up the front there, but the front one's looking the wrong way. So you get to this level, you sort of need to start adding a few levers on the dogs, don't you, Brad? Like he just be able to come up there and just start himself a flow.
yeah, he just needs to come up and make something happen, because at the moment nothing. And yeah, Rafa's quite content to sit in the back there. Michelle's called that. Unlucky Michelle, and she always say, her and Rafa always give it a good crack. But
yeah, she knows what she's got to in her dog, and you know, she works hard to extract every bit she can. And yeah, the more times you can get out here with big trials and big courses and long weekends, and it really. It sets you up for the future. You know, the next dog's coming through the system.
Yeah, and she's got a real nice young dog coming through. I mean, having a bit of luck with, and yeah, I'm really keen to watch him moving forward.
No, and that time out here is just invaluable. Yeah, hope then by the time you get them good young ones going, that you've a little bit more comfortable.
So watch out, ladies and gentlemen. We've got one of the legends, Kane Gardner and Ziggy. I hope Kane has a lot of luck and goes well out here, because I'm pretty sure me and Trav aren't going to be overly kind to him, because I know it'll be the same in reverse.
Look, he's the ultimate bridesmaid, really. I don't know how many. Red's his favourite colour. I don't know. I think he likes red more than what Brad Watts does. Kane would just rather turn up and just get a red ribbon. He doesn't care about blue, because he doesn't like doing speeches or anything. So he just takes second prize and heads off home. So we've just bushed those sheep. Our judge is all over it here. Timmy's had a count on the way out, and we've had one too many sheep. So we've just kicked them out, and
too many, and it's 17.
Yeah, too many. Oh, well,
that would have been fun on the trailer.
Yeah. Well, I would like to have seen Kane go around and then complain about that. Now the judges have got to do the dog work. Stretch the legs a little bit. I said it'll be all right for Timmy Hall. I'm pretty sure he's still playing footy. If he's not playing footy, he's coaching and running around with the kids anyway. But he's one of them blokes that you just envy. As they get older, they still can do things they could do when they were 20. And you get fat like me and you just can't move. Well, these sheep just don't want to leave. They're quite happy out here. Marco's been watering this grass here for the last couple of weeks. So they're sitting out here, and I reckon this is nice better than what's out the back, yeah. Righto, take two. Yep. Kane come out here and he'll have all the excuses. They'll be saying to Lee there now, he'll be saying, oh, I've been driving the tractor and been sowing grass. My dogs haven't seen sheep for 3 months. And well, listen, well, that doesn't matter anymore. And you get here, what it is what it is. Righto. Timmy's happy, he's counted his sheep. And they'll get their turn. Oh, if they're smart, they will. Righto, so he's picked them up here. And Kane missed the judges' talk yesterday, so you've got to rely on who your true friends are and who your enemies are to listen to any input about what the judges' talk was. So he reckons he's got enough information. He's picked these sheep up nicely. He's treating them all right. Now, like I said, this is a good test here of those dogs that work naturally and are quite happy to cross you on a command. We'll see what does. You just got to bump them far enough past just so the dog feels comfortable and you disappear out of the image. And this dog certainly got the ability. I've judged her quite a few times, and there's only one hindrance to this dog really taking that next step, and he's standing on the casting peg at the moment.
He's done this all right. I'm not quite sure why he hasn't gone yet.
Yeah, well, he's probably just trying to get him past the end of that sign and, maximum points. And so in the back of his mind, he'll be thinking about the clock too. It'll be a matter of, righto, I've had a good enough go. And there we go. He's commanded her across him there now. That's nice work. The sheep just took their chance and peeled a bit of ground off him. So this is that moment where you look at it and you go, well, I'll try and get it right. How much time have I burnt? I just need to get on with it now. And so...
There you go, Kane. Well done. So he has got him there.
Yep.
A little bit of time, a couple of points on the break, but he got him where that's where the judges wanted him. How long as Ziggy can hold him there, they're pretty settled.
Yep, and that making that attempt is the key. He's definitely made a good attempt to it. He didn't give up halfway through, so he's extended his gait maximum. He's pulled the hinge around, so once you get out there, you stand on the end of that gate there. It doesn't seem very long at all. There's a fair bit of room for him to get away. Just test every time. They ask that question.
So where would we see, I know that these guys will do what they need to do out there, the judges, Trav, but was that sort of a 2 points there on that break if you were standing in that position?
Yeah, for me that'd be a 2 point break for me. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, like some blokes will use panels as a guide, depending on where you're standing, and some will just use a distance. The fact the sheep had just got round the handler and straight back for me would be one. The fact it got that little bit further would be two. Down here where this past the end of the drench race here would be three for me.
Yep. Ziggy's, there you go, nice. Well,
yeah, it was one half thinking about it. Another one of those moments, no bark, no nothing. That sheep was looking over his shoulder and saw the dog just drop onto the ground, and then took his opportunity to lead. Like same we were saying in that trailer, a little bit.
Ziggy up there now. Front was almost going to turn back.
Sorry, no. Well, he probably not the true leader. The dog, he was in the right spot, and the dog dropped to the ground, and he headed forward. And so he's done a good job there. Now he's packed them. He's really making a good conscious effort to do that, and he's got him past that line, and he's happy with that. So he's done that well, and the judges have asked for the dog to be up the front to assist the unload, so he's done that well. Dog was there, sheep come out. So he's got his march on now. This is the nervous bit. You've got through the first obstacle, and you just want to make sure he gets them in this side fill pen.
He should be feeling pretty good about what he's done so far. So it hasn't been a bad run.
No.
This is he's got to sort of bring him up that fence line. This is where they had a lot of open space there.
Yeah.
You know, ideally you'd much rather them sitting on the Victorian working dogs or the Red River sign.
Definitely.
Because the dog's got to dig him out of that corner. The dog can't be in two places at once, and these sheep will make you want to be in three places at once.
No, definitely. And there may have been a little bit of a missed opportunity to lift them sheep out of the corner while he was walking. Easier to do that from up here.
Yeah, for sure.
But you know, having that dog on that contact there, as he's got there now, and he's become an invisible tree. You know, he's roll them sheep around, and dogs trying to lift them from behind, but then have to pull the lead up, which is, as we've seen, you know, there's a lot of ground to cover there. So, yeah, and I don't know how the judges would have seen that either. Like he left them sheep up in the corner, and they might have wanted him, you know, be on that blue sign by the time he got to that chain latch too. So we'll just see how they score it. So you see now he's a bit nervous now. He's had a couple of breaks and his voice is getting a bit higher. So
the sheep know now, like there's been enough of them break, and
so that moment you take a deep breath and.
So he's
no, all I know is off Facebook the other day that you like taking photos of my bum. That's about all I know. But
I'm staying right out of this one.
Oh, Ches. Right. Well, as I commented, it's the best angle. You don't want to get the front bit. The front's pretty rough.
He's starting to.
Yeah, he's
starting to feel it a little bit now.
He will. He's still. I said he's a little bit nervous about them breaks. He'll be counting them points in his head, and he'll be getting a little bit frustrated. But you know, put them behind you. You know, next obstacle. If you don't make no mistakes, and you're still sitting on the same score, you know, you just got to move on with it. So he's nearly threw it away there. So he's got out of jail, and there's a little bit of damage there filling that pen, but he's got through there, and now let these out and just.
He's got his 4 sheep sitting down here pretty nice. So hopefully they come straight down here and join their mates, and he should be. It'll set him up for a nice setup for the next force.
If you can just.
4 minutes, okay, so his time's still on his side.
So you won't want the dog to do too much. He'll just leave him sit there, and he can walk past him nicely.
come round, come round. Go back. Zig, get up. Zig, get up. Sit round, go round. Go round. Back, go back. Sit, go back. Sit back here, sit. Sit, back here. Sit. Sit.
That's
Too
right.
much silly.
At least limit the damage. If he gets out of here and he's getting put away, you don't want anything to go wrong here now to give anything away.
So 30 seconds to go.
Steps on him.
So Kane's going to get going now.
Far away.
10 seconds.
Pushed a little bit far from the put away there to try and pick this line in. A little bit of work to do.
Oh, so close, so close. So close. Unlucky Kane. Matter of 2 seconds, I'd say there, and he would have had it. Is it 2 seconds? He had a watch? No, I better not say that. he done everything. No, he did.
Big steps there.
Good effort.
Yeah, they do what you can do.
Hey?
Well done, mate.
No. 2 seconds, mate. You made us proud, though. I'm going to get going. I'm going to love you and leave you, Trav. I've got a dog to run. I'll go and find Logan. So if you're still here, be kind to me, please.
Learnt something. Well, send Kane back up. He can repay the favour.
Rough on him, though.
No, much appreciated, Brad. Always good having a partner in crime. So now without Brad, unfortunately, you just have to put up with me now. So next on course is Dave Bishop and Muzz, I believe. Yes, look at me thing, Muzz. So if I'm correct, Muzz back in November or so was still a novice dog, and then he went to Omeo and won the Open, I'm pretty sure. So he's only another recent novice dog that's graduated to this level. So happy to also make this Dave so this would be a good experience for him, and get out here and run with big boys and big girls. Pressure and everything a bit different once you get up to this level. It just means a little bit more to you, and so Muzz a bit different work style again. The last couple of dogs likes to stay fairly low, spend a bit of time on the ground, and so I don't believe there's any right or wrong. People have different preferences for different styles, and we'll see how the sheep react. So he's handling them nicely. Come around that peg, they're looking lean this way, but he's corrected them well and pick them up and steer them in. And see whether Dave's got any commands on him to be able to perform this working cross to get him into the corner like the judges asked for. And Dave's been dabbling in, he's from East Gippsland in Bairnsdale, and Dave's been dabbling in dog trialling the last probably 6 or 7 years, and quite enjoys the sport, and now he's really put a lot of effort in the last 6 or 12 months, and got to a lot of trials, and it's showing now. He's now starting to show up regularly in maiden novice finals, and said he won the Open at Omeo with this dog back in November, and so now he's got himself opportunity to work in the championship. So hard work pays off. So by the look of it, Dave's dog won't cross him on command, so he's done the best he can there, and he's chosen to walk without getting him right into the corner. Those bifold hinges on those gates catch the handler out every now and then. The chain just gets a little bit tight and panic a bit because you're under a bit of pressure. And so Muzz hasn't had to do too much. These sheep haven't asked too much of him yet, but now a bit of contact, a bit of pressure on. We'll see what happens here. One, try his luck. Let's see over on the novice course. Mitch is working a young dog over there on the novice course, being judged by his wife Kate. I wouldn't imagine that's the first time he's been judged by her. I reckon there have been many, many times it's happened. Muzz is doing a good job here. The sheep still not sure about rolling off him. Turn him back in, but no, he's on the outside still, so the sheep may take his chance again and try and peel around that gate. Dealt with two there and lost one. No one looking into the pen yet. There you go. Bumped him in now. He got the job done with minimal damage. So, over the front there and cleared that gate, and Dave getting on with his job now. He's filled this race. Done well, flanked that nicely, drove himself a beautiful lead there all the way to the front of that drench race. There's not much work left to do there now. A bit of tail end force, he's filled that, and now up and back once. This is, if he gets him past that tape, it's pretty textbook. A bit of tail end force there, bang, he's done it. That's pretty textbook fill right there. So it'll flow out nice and easy there. Muzz done a good job. Collects them outside and bumps them up the top of the course. So sheep are looking. Dave's pulled him up there nicely, and I don't want to go too far. That sheep was already looking to want to come back down the course. A big fella at the front there. If he gets his gate open and doesn't upset that lead, he might. He's looking, wanting to know what Dave's doing there. He could flow straight in that yard. Set himself up nicely. And the little one around the outside. Those leaders were looking beautifully and flowed in, and now he's caused himself a little bit of headache here. Like I said, Muzz only just broken his status, so he's still sort of novice level dog on the way up. But so I'll try and fix this problem now. He's not out of that. Those little ones things you kick yourself, and I just give away a couple there for nothing. Righto. This is tricky. The first two are supposed to go out the side here. Dave's improvised with the draft gate. So he sorted his problem. Probably the judges put the sheep moving without Dave being in position. So he's still able to keep going. It's not a misdraft. He's rectified his problem, but just them little things that young dog and as a novice level dog climbing through the ranks, he's just he'll learn as he goes along. A bit more patience. So now the pen boxed them back together. We're heading towards the trailer. Sheep heading in the right direction. Now, that draft gate, very rarely do you have a latch that's able to work both ways, and in this case Dave's been pretty lucky, but so this one's very interesting. So I would say the judges would deem this as a cross. He's left two sheep behind. I don't think Dave's aware of this. In the video if you can see it. So they're allowed a working cross, but there's two sheep up the course. And so every time that dog goes between those two sheep and the mob, I'm fairly confident the judges would deem that to be a cross. So he's put the sheep in the obstacle, the wrong number of sheep in the pen, and shut the gate. And so judges have disqualified him for not putting the right number of sheep in the obstacle. So a bit unlucky there for Dave, but it's called experience for a reason, and you don't learn anything by making all the right decisions. So a bit unfortunate, but that's how it goes. There's a lot to remember. Championship course, judges talk. Just missed that opportunity. 9 times out of 10 they probably would have just ran back together, but this case they didn't. Bad luck there for Dave.
G'day, Danny here. So we've got a bit of audio problem with our live stream, so we're going to just pause it for a minute. The Facebook live stream will probably drop out. So if you want to continue to watch, jump over to the YouTube, and we'll be back in a minute. And we're back. So audio seems to be fixed. So on course is Gary Sherrick with Gov. Missed a couple of minutes his run. He's doing pretty well so far. Travis has just taken a quick break. And Brad Glenlocky will be... He's got a run coming up soon, so he's also stepped away. Gary Sherrick, if you look at the Vic Yard Dogs website, he's been inducted into the Hall of Fame that they've got. He's one of the original people that helped with judges' schools and training. He's a very experienced trialer.
So we've got our audio problems sorted. On course, Gary Sherrick and Gov. And unfortunately there, Gaz is misdrafted, so... And Gaz is thinking about his options there and decided to retire. It's going to be a bit hard. So he's pulled the pin. I don't quite know what happened there. I was just sitting down as that happened. I don't know whether he just miscounted what was coming at the end or what. But anyway, the second last one slipped past him, and he had a fair grip on it for a while. If he had been able to drag it backwards, it's still some points, but he would have been able to keep going if he could have dragged it back past the gate. So a bit of bad luck there for Gaz. So we're just having a discussion here. The judges are going to have 2 more dogs and then they're going to pull up for lunch. So for you guys watching at home, that'll be Lane Eade and Rob Hart. And straight after lunch will be Brad Glenlocky. So I did just go outside out in the sun, and it is quite warm out there in the sun, so judges are doing a good job out there. So Lee's putting in the big ones. Lee still plays a bit of hockey, I think, too, so he's probably moving a bit better than I am at the moment, but he won't want to do too much running though, Lee. He'd be quite happy to pull up on a deck chair, I reckon, this afternoon and have a couple of quiet beers, I'd reckon. Third Lane, Eden, Rose. Lane, another stock contractor over near Eden Hope, landmark and mustering and things like that. Dogs are working full time. So as I said before, quite a lot of the competitors, this is a sport, but quite a lot of the competitors work these dogs every day of the week. There's not many you'll see this weekend that sort of just do trialling only. A lot of these dogs are everyday work dogs, and then come along, and the level of handler and dog skill has gone up quite a bit in the last few years. The standard has improved out of sight, and also helps you then on farm. Having those extra levers and control on your dog just makes life so much easier. And
so apparently it's someone's birthday in the
yeah,
crowd.
they've got a happy birthday over there somewhere, trying to work out who their serenading at the moment. Somebody's laying down. I can't quite see who it is. Anyway, there was no hip hip hoorays, but
Well, it was Joe singing, so it probably doesn't help. No one will be hip-hipping around your singing
no,
talents.
yeah, he wouldn't have got the words right anyway if Joe was singing. Even Happy Birthday, he'd struggle with that, I reckon. Lane's picked him up and he's walked a bit earlier and decided that was close enough. And so he's going to have a crack at putting these in. So Rose gives him a bump and lets him settle and see what we've got. It's getting quite dusty now, and these judges stop for lunch. If they bring the water cart out, I don't think anyone would complain, especially the dogs. Decent break there for Lane. Rose would come back, reset herself, and Lane's another one in the last couple of years come through the ranks and got along and put a few extra levers on his dogs and doing a good job farm work, and then sort of tuned him up for trialling now, and he's won his way through to must be improver or open level to compete in a Victorian Yard Championship. And so Lane's obviously won his novices, or he's won an improver or an open to get through to here with Rose. So
Pretty sure Lane went from encourage right through to an open in at Sheep Vention a couple of years ago.
yeah, righto. There you go.
So.
No, obviously good handy stocky and knows his stuff. He's working in his contracting business every day. And Rose has no trouble clearing that gate. So takes up his position, has a bit of a look, sends Rose. What have we got? Any leaders there? And those of you at home watching on, any newcomers, our two championship judges, Lee Michan from South Australia and Tim Hall from Tasmania. Lee, multiple championship winner in South Australia, been trialling for a long, long time. He's a dabble at three sheep trialling. He's had a bit of go at everything, and been very, very successful. He's got many, many trophies, and he actually had a very good dog in Wairema Joker a few years ago, and he bought a collie. I think he won 2 or 3 South Australian Yard Championships. He was a very, very good dog. Joker, even right up until ripe old age, he was still competing and placing in opens and championship finals. So Lee's certainly a well accomplished judge to be here to find the right dog we need, and he runs a contracting business now, a crutching trailer, a bit of landmarking and stuff like that, and been in the industry a long, long time. Tim Hall from Tassie. Tim works on large property in Tasmania as a head stocky, and about 20,000 sheep and quite a lot of cattle. I'm not sure how many, but quite a lot. Very big place. And he's won a couple of championships there in Tasmania, and he's placed multiple times in the Australian Yard Championship. He's always very keen to get on the boat and head over here and pit his dogs against everyone on the mainland. Strong, fierce competitor, and he's about as fierce a competitor as he is at drinking. He's a man you don't want to get stuck at the bar at midnight with, because he'll be a bit dusty the next day, that's for sure. Don't worry about power to weight ratio, he can hold his own. He'd be lucky to be about 70 kilo. He might be 75 ringing wet, I reckon, Timmy. I'd be nearly double him.
So Tim and his brother Michael combined to win the state shield at the Australian this year.
Yes.
So first time 2 brothers have won it that I'm aware of.
Yep. And I reckon it'll be the second time Tassie has won it. So they're very, very fierce competitors. Not as deep a pool of trialers in Tasmania as what we have on the mainland, but super, super competitive. The boys, and Adrian, Michael come over this year, as Danny said, and Adrian Carpenter judged the Australian Championships over in South Australia at Lucindale a few months ago. And Dennis Klein's normally partner in crime with them. Kleiny always gets the boys in a lot of trouble. Kleiny always can't help himself, but he get up to mischief and the boys get dragged along with it. But anyway, there's always got to have somebody to lead the crew. So no, the boys from Tas are always great to have them over. They're always good fun and know how to enjoy themselves. But they're very, very good handlers and absolutely fierce competitors. So we're very lucky to have two judges of the calibre of these two boys to be able to judge this trial for us this weekend. And the organising committee have built a fantastic course for them to be able to judge. Plenty of space out here, plenty of room, and dogs to display their skills. And the Red River yards have just held up beautifully. They're such a wonderful set of yards. They've be able to supply these for us to use for our championship. So we thank Red River and our other sponsors, CopRice, and all the other sponsors. The committee's done a great job finding all these extra sponsors to make this event a really, really good weekend. We've got some lights up too. You'll be able to see there in the footage. There'll be novice and improver opens be run tonight under lights, so that'll be something new. So Lane's done a good job there. He's got through the draft pretty well, and he's got his sheep set up, ready to head to the trailer. So he's just shaped their sheep up in this force yard. So he's just trying to shape these sheep. Point, there we go, we've got him looking the right way. Rose nearly, but anyway, speared him in there. Here, Rose, come in. Yeah, he's got him in there. So Lane will be pretty happy with that. He's got himself in the yard now. He can take a bit of a breath and reset himself. The clock will be ticking for him. So he goes around, get his gate sorted. He goes around, trying to find where's one. Off he goes, and they lead up. Then they don't like bunching up in that trailer. You've got to do a bit extra work and a bit of backing to fill that trailer. Rose goes back and gets the last of them on there. So what's he got there, Danny? About bit over 2 minutes left, does he? So yeah, he's got enough time if he doesn't have too many hold-ups. As I said before, I see a tech man here. He's got his temperature on there too. He's got all sorted at 26 degrees. I said walking out there in the sun there before. There's a bit of a breeze, but it is quite warm and dusty. These dogs, working pretty hard. These sheep, the dogs have to work these sheep pretty hard to get off this trailer. There's no real genuine leaders off this trailer. So Rose is trying to make something happen, and Lane's a reload. Got a couple sneaking around the outside and get one to drop off there. Not quite. He's facing the wrong way. It's not wide enough for him to turn around on, that's for sure. So redo it again. So a lot of action there for Rose. She's got bums in the way. And she's trying to ask in lane, what do you want me to do?
What do you do, Trav? Would you just send Rose back down the ramp and get that one to push all the way on?
No. What's actually been working really well actually is sort of doing a bit less. If you can drop in about where she is now in front of those noses and back them towards lane, yeah, what's been happening along that flat side, if you get a dog to drop in somewhere where she's standing now but in on that fence, those sheep tend to sort of turn off and no bark, no nothing. So far some of them runs have had good results with just dropping in there and standing there, and the sheep just back out and turn and walk off on their own steam. So that's it for Lane. There's some sheep half looking, but no one really wanted to leave. So done a good job there. Like I said, Rose won her way up into this grade. So the trailers are pretty tricky. This one's fairly snug, this trailer. So you need a dog who can get in there and find the right sheep and turn them out.
So for those who don't know, he would have missed on the put away and the trailer.
Yeah, so he's on the trailer.
Those points.
So
he gets everything but those points.
Yeah, so because he got onto the trailer but not off, he'll lose half of the allocated points for the trailer, and he'll lose all the put away. So depending on what the judges have put on, the put away may be worth 10, trailer may be worth 10. You know, judges will have put their own values on. Oh, my man's turned up with lunch. He's done well. We'll be able to get him on the microphone.
No.
Got a few words for us, do you, Adam?
I haven't eaten my lunch yet.
That's all right. We'll be able to commentate and eat at the same time. Don't go too far, mate. There's a microphone here for you. We have a mobile one we can give you. So
He's a bit scared of Rob Hart, I think.
Sorry?
He's a bit scared of Rob Hart.
We'll get him after lunch. Don't worry about that. We'll get him on the microphone. Yeah, we need his expert commentary, insight into what the big guns and how the big guns see it at the top, and be very interesting to get the point of view of a bloke like Adam who's won multiple championships, multiple nationals, and he's really fighting. This one that's eating him at the moment is Vic Yard. He would correct me because he would know, but I have a stab. I reckon he's won at least 5 state utility championships, if not 6. And a state yard would be one that he'd love to have in his hands. So
well, I mean, if Adam doesn't come up, we get Phil to come up.
Yeah, that's right. No, hopefully we'll be able to nail him later on, or even tomorrow, and get him up here and get his expert opinion on what he thinks. So, righto, out here we've got Rob Hart. Now, Rob Hart is working Glencarn Duke. So, I can't tell you too much about Duke. I haven't seen a lot of him. So, Rob's a former Tasmanian, and he decided to come over to the dark side and move to Victoria a few years ago. Brought with him a good old dog that he was trialling before he got too old. He was still very, very competitive. He was an exceptionally good old dog, and so Rob's judged quite a few championships in the last 8 or 10 years since he's been over here on the mainland, and highly respected and considered an extremely good judge. And I'm not sure how many championships Rob won in Tassie, but I'm pretty certain it was a couple. So he's more than qualified to do to be a championship level judge, and out here he steer Duke around. He'll be able to interpret this judge's talk very well. He'll know what he needs to do and what he needs to get to make the final. So he's done that job pretty well there. He's put him inside that zone the judge is asking for. Anyone that knows Rob, he's had a few health issues the last few years with back injury he just couldn't shake, and I know he didn't recognise him this morning. He's lost a little bit of weight and he looks fit, and he's he looks $1,000,000. So you better look out if he's fit and he can move and get out and train a few dogs. We'll keep an eye on him the next 12 months and what will be coming through the system. So I'll have to pry into him later on, see what he's sitting on at home, what he's got coming. So he's lost someone around the corner, but everyone's had that trouble this weekend. The sheep don't need to leave much of a gap there, and they'll try it. So he's got to get that sorted and get him back. He's lost his lead into the pen now, but so he's having a bit of a fight with his sheep at the moment. So he's got his sheep in there now. He's done a good job. So as I said, I haven't seen Duke before, so I can't tell you what he's good at or he's not good at, but he's obviously at this level, so he's been around for a bit. So Rob's got his gate open, assesses the situation, sends the dog. If they can see through the dust, they might be able to see there's an open gate there. There's one looking, he needs some mates. He's asking for a few followers. And up. All right, he's got that full. Now he's got a packet now. So he didn't quite get to the front. So now a little bit of disagreement with that sheep has caused him a little bit of grief there. In the way out might make it a bit tricky. So he's got near the front there now, and the judges have got a mark on the drench race there, just past the second and third panel where the join is, and asking them sheep to be past that. So he really needs to get them up the front to get it past that line. He's just turned around sheep now. He had this disagreement with. We'll see what he can do. He gets him past there. So he's like it and tries to get him out, and he's facing the wrong way. So his mates are pushing him out. And turned himself around and got out of jail. Good work, Rob. Yeah, got them set up nicely there. The judges haven't given any real area as long as they're on the top side of the gate, so they're sitting out there quite happy at the moment. The dog's in a good spot. I'm sure that sheep in his mind, he's thinking about running back down that course. They've all had a good go at it this weekend. Thought about it. And now tuck them on the fence and just tuck them in. Boo. Just didn't quite close it off. They're thinking, there's a leader, a draw of his mates in, and then they go. Anyone that's just joined us, Rob's going to draft these. They look like they're going to come now. So it's first two out the side and the last two out the side. So all flowing nicely. Got them last two out without them being too tight, so he's done well there. He's sneak his dog in. Judges have asked for us to put the dog in the front. So Duke goes in there and behaves himself and stands there. Rob shuts the rest of his gates. box them all back up and head to the trailer. Wind's picked up here a bit. It's a bit dusty at the moment. Okay, put him in a good spot there.
Walk in, steady. Walk in.
Hold him in a good spot there. The judge has asked him to be just Rob's side of the let-out gate, so he's achieved that pretty well by the time we got to his gate, so shape him up a bit.
Good boy, here, good boy. Here, Duke. Steady, here, Duke.
A bit of pressure on here. These sheep are looking the wrong way at the moment. They're not looking at the pen. A couple rolling around thinking about it. Blocked in, nice, good work. Done well, Rob.
You mate, here, hop in. Here, Duke. Get over.
Done well there. He's on the way now.
Get over, mate. Sit there. Sit, Duke, sit.
So he's got his gate shut and Duke's cleared the gate, so he's making his way round. Still got a bit of time up his sleeve, so getting off the trail has been the tricky part. Getting on hasn't been too much work, but certainly getting off has been the tricky part. So he's got a leader there, they're flowing on. They just don't want to go to the front of that trailer. They have to work to get them on. So Duke's going up. Put him up there. And if you can sneak him along that straight side there, Danny, we were talking about there before with Lane. He's got a real good shape of flow looking there. If you can get him along that straight side. They don't want to pack in that trailer though.
Hopefully the fact they didn't want to go on means they'll want to come off.
So if he stops, that's what you were talking about with Lane there before, and just working along this side and just get a couple to peel out. He's got these other ones to flow that would flow off the front there. So he's got bums in there now and around that side. Yep. He just needs to drop under the nose of that sheet and roll a couple of them out. Come back along with there, they're backing out now. If they just turn around. Easy to do from here. You can't do it there, you can't see any of that. And down on the ground there, the trailer's higher than head height. Like you can't see on that other side. Doesn't have the luxury, we've got to look at the camera.
Yeah, when we were setting the camera up earlier today, Jeff McDougall was saying he would have liked to have the camera, the phone had the camera feed so you could see what was happening up there.
Yep. That was a bit unlucky there for Rob. He did all that work and had it set up nicely, and just, obviously that sheep was looking for a mate and leader. He's got it sorted now. And it's still the same deal. They don't want to come off as much as they don't want to go on. You got to work them both ways. So that's a chew in a little bit of time. And Duke's a bit frustrated, and so down under a minute now. And Rob will have to get on his bike to head home now. So he'll be happy to be off there and head for home. Set up on the CopRice sign.
Stop.
Rob's got to get there and not influence them sheep in the judge's opinion to open that gate. So we'll see. Sitting there pretty nicely at the moment. I think the judges will be pretty happy with that. Rob's run himself out of time, so he loses the put away there. Still gets a score, but loses the put away. So it was a good effort. That trailer just cost him a bit, that unload, just trying to shape and find a leader. So that'll be lunch. I think the judges are going to stop for about half an hour for lunch, and then we'll be back to do it all again. Hopefully I'll find some other sucker to sit next to me and offer some commentary. If I have to buy him a Coke or something like that. I reckon everyone's very reluctant to talk. So give us half an hour and we'll be back.
We'll just assume we're going to have a 30-minute break for lunch. So we'll put a little countdown timer on there. Keep your eye on your TV or your phone if you want to continue on. After lunch. Well, we'll see who's after lunch. I think Tommy Lee was on the original list as being running, but it hasn't. Dave Lee ran his dog yesterday, so we'll see if Tommy does. Otherwise, we'll have Brad Gavin-Lock up after lunch. Brad was on commentary earlier. We'll be back soon.
That's it half an hour.
Yeah. That's what I've done my last one. So,
You can spoil it here. This is the best beer by something wrong. I only throw it. Check my fried rice, man.
yeah, it's on.
Chuck that there, serviettes.
Dust and stuff.
Yeah.
At least it's like not smoke.
Yeah.
Because you and Bandy had that smoke that time when we were up there and
Yeah.
6 months or 8 months, the smoke's coming out of this bag.
Righto, welcome back. Brad Glenlocky and Larnack Logan. Brad was commentating with me earlier. I'm sure he's out there wondering what I'm going to be saying about him. He was pretty pleasant actually. He didn't get stuck into too many people. He was alright. So Brad's just got to push these sheep past the end of the orange CopRice sign for maximum points. And as long as he attempts it, if he doesn't quite get it right, it won't cost him as much. If he just walks off and doesn't bother, it'll cost him a bit. So Logan's done a pretty good job there. Probably not right over the line, but he's made a good attempt. So judges will point that accordingly, and got his sheep in a good frame of mind. So Brad competed at the Australian Championships in Queensland, and he went to the Australian last year, about this time last year, and then he went and competed at the Australians this year in Lucendale with Logan. Logan won his way through to a open or improver, I think he is actually, level dog. I think he's won 2 novices, so he's sitting improver level. So he's Brad's getting out in championship, having a run, be able to hone his skills a bit. Oh, and we have a guest commentator. Welcome aboard, Ayo.
How you going, Travis?
Very good. It's great to have the Irishman here. For those that don't know him, fast becoming legend of the sport, 2-time Australian champion, 3-time Australian. Well, you got a national Kelpie, Australian yard twice.
3 times.
3 times.
Yeah.
And Victorian utility once.
Twice.
Twice, and Victorian yard twice. So there we go. It's a pretty busy couple of years.
We're going for 3 this year.
Yes, no, and if anyone knows well enough, he'll make sure that anyone, I think he's already taken at Ash Karuna. He's got he's hamstrung him, and he's got a moon boot on. He's out of the way, so slowly over the next day or so, AO will just knock a few off on the way through, I'm pretty sure.
I think we've got to make the top 25 first, Travis, before we start worrying about that. Yeah, we've got Brad Glenlocky out here at the moment with Logan. How's Brad been going, Travis? I've only just came in. He's going all right so far.
Pick-up was good, and he placed his sheep pretty well. He had a couple of breaks around the gate, which most have had, and we'll see what he applies out of what he was learning when we were sitting up here. And so, yeah, he had a good look at the sheep. The sheep have been pretty consistent. How have you found in the runs you've had? Been pretty good sheep, haven't they?
Yeah, it's been terrific. Like, it's a good big arena. They got fresh sheep for everyone, so you know the sheep aren't looking for a put away or anything, as it's fresh sheep for everyone, so it's terrific venue, and the boys and the team have done a terrific job.
Yeah. No,
weather's been great.
Yeah. Yeah, just that wind got up a little bit just before. The yard's a little bit dusty, but apart from that, it's not too hot. And the sheep have been in excellent condition considering the conditions. The full 12 minutes they stand up all the way around. No one's had a dud mob yet, so that part's been really good. But this course I quite like the size of this. I'm a bit of a fan of a little bit of outside work. I want to see the dogs relax into their natural comfort zone, and a little bit more space. A few things can go wrong. Would you agree?
Absolutely. There's plenty to go wrong on a big course, but the sheep are pretty forgiving. They will break on you.
Yeah.
But they are flowing as well. So
that's right. No, you're 100% like that. If they break and they come back, they're sort of not being too dirty. They're pretty forgiving if your dog gets in the right spot and you can cover that spot.
Being a big course too, judges are being lenient there on working crosses and everything. As long as dogs are in holding positions, they don't mind a working cross, which is fantastic here on a big open course.
Yeah,
you don't have to bring a dog all the way back around you or anything.
No, looking at a course like this, to save some time certainly needs it. And we did say before, like we use it at work. You know, if you're doing laneways or big yards and things, and so it's something we do use. A good commanded working cross is so valuable to save time, isn't it? Oh, that was good.
It's been pretty tricky just getting them into the draft, but once you have them in the draft, they seem to flow up pretty well.
Yeah, they are.
It's just bringing them up there together. They seem to split two ways on you there sometimes.
Yeah.
But Logan's done a good job, and Brad.
And those side fill pens are good. They really expose those dogs that lack a bit of drive and cover too. You can sort of thin a few out that way. And a real good dog that can just get behind the eye and drive a lead is really nice to watch, and it's great to have in your team, isn't it?
Yeah. So he's got first two, last two out under his arm.
He was hanging shit on Tomo earlier about misdrafting and whatever, so let's hope the Moz doesn't come on himself. So he's a bit of pressure on himself. He borrowed this dog I bred, and he borrowed the father to take to Queensland to the Australians, and it's his first championship. So he's really enjoyed it. So he was a bit nervous sitting here before. He's only got one shot. He thought I was a bit selfish working both days. He thought he deserved to work him.
He reckons he works better for him.
Yeah, he just wants more stones to throw at it, I think. So he's halfway there. Seen a couple come unstuck at this ladder bit and trying to...
They're quite strong shape too. Like there's been a few misdrafts. Once they sort of get their head past, it's pretty hard to pull them back.
Yeah. So now he will take a deep breath with that one. He'll be pretty happy to get to there, and he probably knows he's got enough tools for the trailer, but I'm not sure that big top knot or anything in the trailer has been of any great advantage. Some of the softer dogs that have just got in there and sat down and haven't done much, and the sheep have rolled off and come out. So
yeah. No, it is handy to have though when you do need it.
Yeah, look, at this level, definitely you need as many levers as you can, because one day you're going to strike a trial where you're going to have to use it. It's nice if you don't have to, but yeah, if it gets going, gets tough, then it's nice to have it. So he'll set himself up. He'll be travelling all right for time. He really hasn't had any major hold-ups. So.
I think there was a lot of people nervous at the start with how big the course was with 12 minutes and 3 pickups, but everyone seems to be doing it pretty easy. There's not many people running out of time.
No. So he's got these in a good spot if he can just not niggle them too much so he can get to the gate even though. He'll be happy enough with what he's got there, so. And they've been feeding in this pen pretty well too, haven't they, really? Like, you think of it, it's going out into the crowd and not a natural place for them to go on the farm. It's always tricky having trial on farm where sheep know where home is, and they've actually fed into this pen pretty well.
They're the type of sheep you can only just put enough pressure on. You put too much, you're going to get a lot of breaks. If you don't put enough, you're not going to move them. So they're great trial sheep.
Yeah, and if you don't put enough pressure on either, they're quite happy to take their chance and have a go anyway. Like, so you can't try and be safe.
I think Brad will be going pretty well here for time, so.
Yeah. He's got himself around the back of the pen.
He's got a leader there.
Yeah, he's got a flow on that. It's taking some filling to that trailer. Look, they just don't run in there and stand there happy. You got to back them to put them in there.
Yeah, he's done that well. There's just enough space really to get him turning.
Got anything looking, has he?
So the judges did ask for the dog to stay on the ramp while you move positions.
So he has got a top knot here, and whether he can use it in the right spot or not. They haven't just given you a free shot, these sheep, either.
No.
Every run, people have had to work them to find one to poke out, and then they still don't want to run down the ramp to go home either.
I think Brad's hoping and praying there for a minute there. He's hoping to get one to turn and look.
Yeah. Yeah, he does have a top knot there. He's just see if he can find him on the right sheep and try and unblock that ramp. So he's got all bums at the moment. And if he can get that one past him, he might have half a chance of room to get out there if he can. He's half looking.
And that's where you need the top knot to get that lead sheep then to
Yeah.
flow.
And him and I talked about it the last few months. Like the dog was using it on his own whenever he felt like it, and
there he goes.
So he's sort of suppressed it a little bit. So he probably waited a bit too long to use it. But
it's all about timing, isn't it?
Yeah. And so even their dog's not in a bad position. They're behind the eye of that sheep, and it still didn't want to bolt down the ramp. So sorting the dogs out, finding the ones that get it done the first time. It's no easy handout.
That was unlucky there for Brad. He's run out of time. And it can make you or break you, the trailer, in a lot of trials.
Yeah, and certainly only broke his status not long ago. He's 12 months open trial and trailers and working out what the best way. And sometimes a weekend trial, 10 sheep in a tandem trailer is pretty easy to unload. But today, certainly, they're just snug enough. There's enough room in there to get it done for the right dogs, but they're having to earn every bit of it. But it's about miles, isn't it? You got to do miles. You got to do plenty of them and learn from your mistakes. And
that's right.
Like I
remember you're not making mistakes. You're not doing it right.
That's right. And I remember you having to drive home from Omeo, getting beaten by a 7-year-old girl and coming second, and then a couple of years later you won an Australian. So I like to think you learnt from that. But the more you can do and the more you string together in a row, that springtime. A lot of trials weekend after weekend, and be able to just string them together and work out where you went wrong last week and try not to make the same mistake again. And so there's some good handlers in that next tier coming up, like Brad and Ash Karuna hasn't done a lot of trial in either, and that next tier coming through, it really got some good trialers coming through and some good dogs.
There we have Tim Cavill and Tundabardi Dot. It's fantastic here. We got Tim Hall from Tasmania and Liam Michan from South Australia, so it's given all the Victorians a good crack at our state championship. So we've got a few of the boys have come down from New South Wales, so it's been a pretty good turnout.
Yeah, no, 100%, and to have the calibre of blokes like Tim and Lee to judge. Tim's been very, very consistent in Tasmania for a long time, and then he come to the mainland here and place in national championship finals, and he's been a strong competitor and an all-round good bloke, and Lee's one. I'd hate to think how many South Australian championships. So we're lucky to have these boys judge for us, and like you said, gives everybody from Victoria a chance to have a crack at their own championship. So the New South Wales blokes too, they hold a pretty high regard at the moment. If you can win in Victoria, you're doing pretty well at the moment.
That's right.
So I don't know if Tim's doing a lot of sheep work at the moment, is he? These dogs will be seeing cattle a fair bit, and so they're pretty good to be able to swing across from one to the other and still compete at this level.
He's got him pretty tight in that corner.
There's no real obvious...
No leaders there at the moment anyway.
And judges are watching pretty closely there at the moment. Let's see what's going on.
He's got one looking there now. There she goes. Yep.
Well, you've got 2 to go to the front.
The judges have got tape on up on that back panel where they want the sheep past that black tape, so you really do have to back it a few times to get them pretty tight. They don't like going up on that front gate.
So he's done a good job there. And earlier in the year, you got burnt out in the fires. How are you guys recovering from that?
Yeah, we've had pretty good rain there in March, but we thought we had our break. But yeah, it's a bit far between rainfall, so hopefully we're going to get a bit this weekend. But we haven't had much for April.
No, and if we can get 20 this weekend, it'd be fantastic. But it's still not a good break, is it? That we still need a bit more than that. Having that early break shot things away, and just need to really be nice to get a little bit more and put a bit of confidence into the job. There's New South Wales is pretty dry. There's a lot of cattle coming down from Tamworth and up north, coming down south and going to the Abs. So we certainly don't want to go into dry time. This is looking dry enough here too. These guys certainly need a bit.
I think they were the same here. They had a pretty good start and dried up very quick.
So Tim hasn't had a lot of trouble here. He's got himself settled. He's just holding his sheep up nice and setting them up for this obstacle. And if you're looking there, see what's going on. We'll see Dot can steer him in.
She doesn't upset her stock. Dot, like, you know, there's no breaks, nothing. That was done beautifully.
Yep. No, and he set it all up nicely. Poked around the outside and shaped them up and didn't stir them up. Yeah, he hasn't really had any trouble. Drench race he got done reasonably quickly, so time-wise will be on his side. Tim's never been one to run much at a trial anyway, so he'll take things pretty casual and close it out, I'm sure.
Sometimes the less you put on them, you know, it gives sheep time to think, and yes, you get better flow sometimes rather than crashing and bashing.
Yeah, no,
it can work well.
Yeah, no, and these sheep have been a bit like that. Coming off the trailer, they've shown that sometimes the dog got in there and the handle has gone quiet and ran out of options, and next minute the sheep just walked off. So yeah, sometimes less is more.
Just needs that dog to come up, and he's got sheep looking.
All shaped looking right.
Yeah, there we go.
Just got to remember to open his gate. What's he doing? Shut your bloody gate, Tim. Oh, you're right. He took his time. He got it done. He's under control.
I'll pass you over to Kane Gardner.
Righto, well, thanks AO for special comments, and we'll get him back later on, and we'll introduce Kane Gardner to the microphone now. How did you find your run earlier, Kane?
Challenging.
Challenging. All right.
Challenging.
What did you think was challenging about it?
They're tricky.
Just ran out of time, didn't you?
Yeah, I think so. I don't know. I don't know if I got the put away or not.
Yep.
I was shutting the gate. I was about a foot off from latching it, and the bell rang, so I'm not sure. But no, they're tricky sheep. You got to put a bit on them, but then there's moments they want to flow. Yep.
Yeah, you certainly want to be in contact with them, but as soon as you give them a little bit of a look, they'll take a chance to go. And AO and I were just talking about it. Then they're forgiving. They'll come back and then they'll settle down again, and they won't punish you too much. But they've been good trial sheep.
Yeah, absolutely. And the lambs on the novice course.
Yep.
Is another good one.
Yep.
This can be tricky here, Trav.
Yeah, look, he's got them shaped the right way, and if we've seen a couple of dogs here just get in the wrong position, and then the sheep end up the course again and not seeing that hole and miss that first free shot. You know, these have a nice look. He had a beautiful flowing over there, and Dot hasn't upset him at all.
But she's got enough presence too, hasn't she?
That's right. Well, she's getting a good position, and she's just tucking them sides in nice, and so they've gone in nice and fluffy. They're not jammed in on top of each other. So we'll see if that gives him a benefit going up the ramp. The ramp's been tricky. You've had to back the ramp a couple of times. The sheep don't give you any free flows up there.
No. Yeah, I had enough trouble in the trailer myself, but I still had enough there to get them off.
Yep.
My bitch was getting warm. It just got hot here earlier. This breeze wasn't up, and
a bit of cloud cover's taken the edge off.
Yep.
And we was looking there before. It was about 26 degrees, and it was warm, and then the breeze come a bit and just took the edge off. It hasn't got rid of the dust though. But
bit overcast is helping out.
Yeah. Well, Mitch was doing some groundskeeping there before and filling some holes in the drench race. A little bit of water wouldn't have gone astray, I would have thought. But
he's always wanted to do landscaping on the side.
Yeah,
apparently.
I think. Well, he looks like it at the moment. Like he does.
Look at those khaki shorts.
Oh, he's got the khaki shorts on. He's got the the beard trimmed and the hair's nice and short. Like really, he's looking like a landscaper at the moment. He really is.
Jamie Jury.
Yeah, he could be. Well, I don't know if he could do push-ups like Jamie Jury.
Wasn't Jamie Jury on...
he was in Manpower.
Manpower.
He was, yeah.
What was the other one where they pushed him in the pool? Wasn't there another one?
Yeah, I don't know what else. Yeah. He'd been on a few shows through that period, Jamie Jury. He was hot stuff at one stage. I'm not sure Mitch has been that. Maybe in Warndoo he could have been, but he's been a hot commodity.
There's a couple of these southwest blokes that you just nickname them tickets.
Yeah. Look, he's probably got another run or two to have out there, and we'll get him up here on the microphone later and get some special comments from him. His wife might be lucky. He might be lucky if she lends a dog to him and have a root of a run. But I'm sure he'll have another one or two out here.
We haven't got a good view here, do we, Trav?
No, we can get on the video screen there and get a good view.
Oh, so he's got one up there at the moment, Trav. Here we go.
So,
he's got a flow now.
Yeah, just took that pressure off and...
Pressure. Some dogs love it, some dogs hate it. Just like kids in sports, I reckon. Some kids thrive in being in the deep end and having a swim.
Yeah, no, and some of these dogs, some of the ones we've seen today have been a bit younger, and one just only recently won their way through their maiden novice status and still learning the craft, and might not have seen a trailer very much or anything like that, so it's been a bit new for them. And certainly a trailer like this where there's not a lot of spare room in there, so there's a fair bit to ask of those young dogs, but a good experience for them. Handlers have done a good job.
There's a few sheep in there, isn't it?
Yeah, she's...
So there should be in a championship, though.
Yeah, I think they've done a good job.
We're at the pointy end now.
Panel's about at the right spot, you don't want any free rides in the first round. Like, if you get through here and get home, you've done all right.
Yep, exactly. It's a big course. It's not a small yard trial by any means. What are we sort of 40 metres by 50?
Yeah, no, there's
a
bit of walking, and just leaves the opportunity for those dogs that treat their stock nicely outside to display their skills, and just really show the best of themselves off. And you can sort of lose that a little bit in a tight course where sheep can be sort of shadowed down a fence, and a dog that lacks something can be look better than it is. And
just roll them.
Out here, you're a bit exposed with that, especially with these ones wanting to break down the course. If your dog lacks a bit of cover or a little bit of desire to get to the head, you can be pretty exposed out here today.
That's right. It's lonely out there, as we know.
Yeah.
But yet there's still enough tricky points in the yard sections to also bring a few undone. You've got to have enough of a dog there that wants to back.
Yeah, so Tim worked hard there to get one off, and Doc came down and sent it straight back on. So he's got a little bit extra work to do. Made life a bit hard. There's no free rides on that trailer. You don't want to be doing it twice.
Here we go. They're coming now.
And then still got to back them.
Gee, it went quick, didn't it?
Yeah, no, it does. When you get to that trailer, there's been a few get there with 3 or 4 minutes to the trailer, and then they end up, running out of time and not get off. But you can disappear pretty fast in front of you.
Our judges have had a bit of work today, having to put sheep away.
Yeah, no.
So who we got here? We've got Timmy Hall from Tassie.
Timmy Hall from Tassie.
And Lee Michan from South Australia.
Yep. So
both successful trialers in their own right.
Definitely. And both would have been working dogs this weekend if they weren't judging, so we do appreciate them coming to judge. Two high quality judges and highly regarded in the sport.
And I'm guessing lover beer.
Yes.
Yep.
Yes.
Sometimes that's just as important as running a dog.
Most definitely. And Timmy's been on the wrong end of the wind today, and I'm sure I don't think the first two will even register. I don't think that the dust has been blowing in his face all afternoon. So. No, I've still got one in thanks, mate.
No, fine, thanks.
So next on course are Ross McIntosh and Flirt.
Now, is she purebred Kelpie, or do you reckon she's a bit of a cross? Got a bit of collie in her, maybe?
Well, look, I'm not a genetics expert, but he says she's Kelpie. So if Roscoe says that, I'll go with it.
Maybe a bit of...
But she's more like you do get them mask type, sort of verging towards saddlebacky type dogs. But she's a bit different in the fact that she's always had that pale colour. Not some will go from a tan to a pale colour as they get older, but she's always been that colour. But
how old would she be? Do you know?
No,
6,
I wouldn't
7?
have a clue. She'd be every bit of that. I've seen her around for quite a while. When he was in courage level, he had her then. So he's had her a while.
Yep.
She's been a good dog to him and pretty reliable.
And works too, Trav.
Yeah,
like, you know, all week, pushing up to crutch and trailer or foot pairing. And
Yeah, and durable old dogs too. Like some of the dogs we're seeing here today are, ranging from 8 to 10 year old and still moving as well as they ever have. So they're important dogs and important parts of the team, and certainly fed right and looked after. They get longevity out of them. So
it comes back to a bit of that phenotype and how they're built. If those dogs are still 8 or 9 and doing it physically easy, they're the dogs we need to be focusing on.
Yeah, most definitely.
Definitely thinking about there's that many traits that they need to have to be successful dogs. We can't leave one behind.
That's right. And we ask a lot of them too. Like as a work dog, we want them to back, we want them to bark, we want them to work cattle. We want them to be all rounders. All of us, our desire is for an all rounder, and so in all of that, now, some people go a bit on looks or certain colours and things. So if you're breeding golden retrievers for pets, it's not a real hard job, No. Temperament's the only thing you've got to sort of get right. Whereas we've got to have the right temperament in these, we've got to have the right work style, we've got to have dog that backs, we've got to, pliability. There's so many boxes we need to tick with these dogs, and you're right. If those dogs can get to 8, 9, 10 year old, still perform well out here and at work, they're definitely the dogs that need to be bred from for sure. And you'd argue, look at a dog like her with such a pale face, you think, the sheep might not respect her as much because of, she's not dark on the face or anything like that, but she certainly doesn't have any trouble shifting her stop.
No, look at her there, just punches that front one round just to stop that block.
And just that little bit different work style to some of the other ones we've been talking about early on. She's fast on her feet, she's got that little bit of bounce and just gives them, she doesn't have to bark or anything like that. At that distance she can bounce on and just gives the sheep a little bit of uncertainty about what is she, so.
We're testing her at the moment, they're coming out at her and she's sending them back.
Yeah. And it's just that different work style to some of the others, and all within the one breed, and just the different styles.
I reckon she's just going to shape it. Oh, no. Take her on again.
Yep. So she's just had a little bit of a brain fade there and blew them up. So she's got a little bit of work to do now. There's a few points there. The whole mob's moved halfway across the arena. So the judges will just deal with that as they see fit.
Roscoe would have known he almost had him too. So right now he's got to cool back down.
That's
he's
right.
got to not elevate himself to make the dog concerned. He just needs to keep cool and.
Yeah, and that's that one you sort of feel a bit of time pressure then. It's only 12 minutes instead of 15. So you look at it and you go, I'm going to have to pull the trigger here in a minute. I've got a long way to go. And then you pull the trigger. If it doesn't work, then, you sort of die by your own sword, don't you?
That's right. She won't be phased. That dust in her face.
No.
She's just sending them back.
Used to days and days of drenching, doing foot pair and sucking on dust. They won't be putting her off. She'll be there right until the clock runs out. He just got to find. There's the one there looking in that pen there now, thinking about leaving. He just needs some mates to roll on him, and at the moment, they're just rolling around and back onto each other and not looking to leave. So there's one there looking again, and he gums out and takes her on. And so there's 2 tail turns there, and judges will see that and point it accordingly. Each judge has got different level. Within the rules, there's a certain range you're allowed to take for indiscretion, like a tail turn, and so judges will see fit on what they reckon. She's chucked another one. That's just a little bit of pressure.
Yeah, it's just Roscoe's
feeling that bit of pressure.
Ross, not the sheep. He might have known he was going to get it again, and just trying to keep her off, but keep her moving.
Yep.
And she's just. Yeah, taking a bit of pressure.
And sometimes, the old dogs, it creeps into old dogs with a bit of arthritis, a bit of stiffness and things like that from years of working, and, they can not have done it their whole life, and then, it comes out later on. And
yeah, no, I've got one at home, Trav, and he got injured early on, and now on one side he will throw a tail turn.
Yep.
And he's not a super strong dog, but he's strong enough. He'll work dry cows, and it's only on that one side. So now instead of saying get off so it doesn't happen, when it's about to happen, I'll actually combat that by saying push up or get in there and keep him on the job, and then he'll straighten up and won't throw it.
Yep.
Where perhaps Roscoe was just get off then and trying to not let it happen. By being defensive, where maybe an offensive.
No, I think you're spot on. Like trying to be too protective. Like he knows she bite. She's come in there and probably potentially grab one on the top knot or something like that. So he's trying to protect that and not let that happen. And then in the end, it's caused a tail turn because the dog's run out of tools.
Yeah, that's right.
But get through that drench race back out here. She gets a chance to free up again now and get out where she's comfortable.
Nice and wide. Cool back down.
I'd like to see him walking a bit quicker, though. I reckon he's under a little bit of time pressure at the moment. I think he'd be getting on the march a bit.
I think he might have a feeling that he's, probably not going to be up the pointy end, and he might be conceding a bit here. And
well, I don't know. I think at the moment, still with 60. Where are we? So in the 25, 56 is in 25th place at the moment. We still have pre-qualified dogs to come, but so throw it away. Keep fighting to the end. But he's
just got it easy there. Where I've been watching a few dogs. The sheep just get back out in their bigger area and don't want to go back in tight.
Timmy did it beautiful there. He shaped them up lovely, wrapped around and just rolled them in. They walked straight in like trainers in. So, treated right, you can make your own luck some cases.
Haven't these Western District boys set up an absolute perler of a courses?
Well, to be able to build yards with Red River sheep yards, you can build a magnificent setup with Red River, can't you? These higher panels. We talked to Carolyn and the likes later. They're a little bit shorter than others, but these tall panels are really good. The sheep don't try and test them or nothing like that. They're solid. They look fantastic.
Yep.
So Red River certainly. It's just been made our championships really easy to run by having the availability of these yards, and then for competitors to have chains that regularly work and consistent, and yards aren't tinny, and so the Red River yard's fantastic.
There's a lot of actually trialers and trainers going out and buying these sort of yards to set up at their own place and train with as well, because they're just rock solid.
Yeah,
they know they're priced well, built fantastic, and Red River are great to deal with.
Yeah.
So Roscoe's out of the drafting race. Did it without too many hiccups. Heading over to the trailer.
We'll see if he gets a few big steps on now. Try and get across here.
Yeah, he's on the
realise
march.
what his time's doing. And Danny will keep us informed how we're looking for time there, Danny.
Oh, plenty.
3:15.
Plenty.
He's able to keep his skates on.
This is his forte, loading sheep
up
races and into handlers.
That's
so
right. Under pressure, some rise to the top, so we'll see.
You notice he's actually gone to the whistle, Trav.
Mhm.
He's gone away from the voice.
Yep.
Perhaps he knows.
Well, and probably a little bit himself too. Like I know myself when I start to talk to dogs, and you think, you sort of start throwing a few commands a bit too quick, and the dogs start to feel that pressure.
Yep.
There's a good one to go back to win the dog back over. You can go to a whistle, settle things down, take the emotion out of it, and be a bit more consistent and then win the dog back.
Yeah, absolutely.
So he's got him facing the right way.
There we go. Oh, thought she had a good look at it then. They are tricky. I know when I had a couple looking, and you wait and then you pull the trigger and they loop back round.
Yep.
They've got to want to go.
Yeah,
you
they certainly
almost can't make
been
them.
them sort of sheep. If you get there and bark in their ear to just charge on up that trailer either, like I say, one goes and his mates are a bit reluctant to go. You still got to work them, don't you?
Yeah, absolutely. He's got one up there at the moment. She's looking down. Is she going to stay or is she going to go? No, he's got her mates coming. And old Flirt's
she hasn't
brought the
given up
bark
yet.
out.
Yeah, the tail's still going. She's pretty happy. So he's got to get off now. That's been the hardest part. Trying to get that lead to come off there. Even when they're coming off, they don't want to run down that ramp. They halfway down think about turning.
Here they come.
He's rolled them off.
He got a couple, then got the rest.
So his 3 minutes might be looking all right now. He's saved. He's saved a bit.
40 seconds we've just been told.
40 seconds. I'm not sure he can walk that quick.
No.
Jeff McDougall's probably the only bloke in Mitch that got legs long enough to get over there in 30 seconds.
The 3 metre strides.
Yeah. Yeah, rolling for a bloke who hasn't got long legs like them boys. He does walk quick, doesn't he?
Oh, they don't want to come out either. So Ross has gone back to the whistle. And that's the time for Flirt and Ross. Good job.
So you've done
Bad
a good
luck.
job there. And you can only work with what you got.
That's
and
right.
He had a little bit of a hold up at the start there.
I think that's where it cost him, Trav.
It's certainly achievable, but you don't want to have too many hold-ups. And that time pressure is good, just to be able to put that pressure back on the handler to try and achieve the result. And
yes,
just it shows you that little hold-up at the start and cost him just at the end. He only needed another 20 seconds and he was home.
It's dog trialing, isn't it?
It is, most definitely. And it's not over till it's over, but you've got to put, if you have a bad obstacle, you've got to put it behind you and move on to the next one and hope that you don't have that same trouble at the next one.
Yeah.
So James Fowler and Mixer.
So James is our new current vice president, and he works stock full time, doesn't he? He's his own boss.
Yes.
Runs an operation up near Violet Town, I believe.
Yep.
And again, another true work dog. And these dogs that do work day in, day out, when it does get a bit hot, you know, you got these trials at the end of the year when the sun's out and, you know, northern Victoria and it gets hot, the work dogs generally prevail.
Yeah, most definitely. They're conditioned. You know, it's like an athlete. You know, you can do all the pre-season you want. You go to the first game, and 5 minutes in the first game, you're blowing like a steam train. You know, and so, yeah, and go wind it right back long before James was competing in open trials, and he was dabbling in a bit of trialling. James was selling dogs for $20,000 at Geraldary regularly every
wasn't
year.
he?
You know.
Yep.
So he's been in the dog job a long time, and he's developed a reputation for being able to train a good dog and turn a good dog off. And you know, he had buyers regularly turn up to Geraldary and snapping his dogs up for big money long before you know, it was a common thing. You know, he was way in front. So you know, he's no newbie to working dogs and working stock. That's for sure.
And again, another one that, you know, had that good first dog and got him up into open, and then those old dogs get old, and he's had to reinvent it and find the next one, and it's hard. Like, I've just gone through it, and it's hard, and you've definitely gone through it a few times, and some people drop off and go missing, and others just grit their teeth and go again.
I'm only just talking to a couple of fellas there at lunchtime about it, like you know, you get an 8-week-old pup, and if you could clone that pup and give that to 10 different people, the exact same genetically made pup, the environment, I think, is a big part of that. You know, opportunity and environment. If they sit in the cage and do nothing, they're not going to make anything. If they go and work cattle, and you know, they're not going to be a very successful yard trial dog unless you train them to do it.
Yeah,
you know?
that's right.
So yeah, certainly.
And expose them to it.
No, most definitely. And so, yeah, look at, you know, going along and finding the type of dog you get along with. And, you know, this dog works a little bit different again to that dog of even Roscoe's. You know, this dog's a bit more sound, like solid on his feet. You know, he's got his head down low, and, you know, he's not bouncy as Flirt. You know, we're looking at Michelle Kerr's dog there before. Rafa works him from a distance, and you know, he works a different style.
Different gears, Trav.
That's right.
Yep.
So you find the dog you like, and you know, and James certainly found that with the first line of dogs he had, and the fella wasn't breeding them anymore, so he's gone on to another line, and it does take a little bit to find your feet. I've done the same thing on line of dogs, and then I've sort of changed where I was headed, and sort of heading down another road, and they're those dogs are coming on now and looking like they'll make something, which is good. So James had a little bit of a hiccup there. That sheep taken off has drawn everybody else back out. There's a bit of work to do, and as we found with Ross, they don't want to give too much away. We want to be making forward progress, because the clock can get you at the end. But it's funny, like you can, even in this level, you could have 10 sheep out here and then just add 5 more, and it won't always be the same dogs. As soon as that dynamic changes, the mob size changes,
that's right.
All of a sudden the dogs have different effect on their stock. And
some people try to mimic real farm work. Well, we are at the moment, but there are a few farm trials getting around, and 25 plus sheep, bring them out of the hill through the trees. I know the boys ran one trial here earlier on, and it was very similar. Just send the dog from the yards out up the hill on the farm. So perhaps those people that do just train their dogs on weekends after work on 10 sheep in a round yard or in a makeshift trial course, they come to those sorts of things and don't have success. You need to be changing constantly up your training methods. And
I think too, some farmers can get by with just a go back and hop up, and that'll achieve everything on the farm. And, whereas as you go along, we've seen young stockmen and women progress through into dog trialling, and they've taken those levers that they've had to add to their dogs for trialling and found it useful on farm too. So no, I'm big on that. I'm pretty lazy. That's why I'm 115 kilos. I don't like running much. I haven't played footy for a while now, so I want the dogs to get there and do it for me, And so if you want it, teach it. Just.
Yeah, 100% right. What you said earlier, though. We could name names and blokes that have worked on decent properties and been quite challenged. And there's dogs that have come out of their hands, and I think it's the work environment, like you said, that have made them.
Yep.
And champions aren't born; they're made.
No, that's right.
From their environment,
Most definitely.
That's and people too get battle tested in those scenarios, and.
Yep.
And that makes you or breaks you.
Yeah, definitely. James had a good drench race there. He filled that really nicely. He got himself through and out the other side. Now, you just got to. It's been tricky here. You to lift these sheep out of the corner, but then as soon as you bump them, they want to tear off down the course. So we'll see if Mixer's got enough speed to just pull that lead up when they decide to take off. And they've been quite happy to take off.
It's a fine line, isn't it?
It is.
You need to block them up so they don't break, but then you don't want to get in the sheep's eye and make them stop.
No, 100%.
Here we go. He's got a look.
He's
got
done
a
real
look.
good job there.
Straight in. That was nice.
Yeah, no, he's done really well there. Shaped them beautifully and put them in. So he'll take a breath there. He'll be pretty thankful he's in that yard now. That side fill yard has been a bit tricky. Sheep peel around the end of the gate, and you stand there as a handler on the gate and feeling pretty exposed.
Yeah. When too, not many people notice it, but that side of the course, the draft is actually built into the paddock. It's not built into the yards.
Yep.
Especially that first force pen coming out of the draft, it is back into the yards.
Yep.
But you can't just roll them up the panel.
No.
And in
no, and they know, and
they need a lot.
Too. They know where home is, so they're quite happy to peel around the handler and head for that put away gate.
Mixie just a bit of tail end bark.
So he's got his draft
finish that draft off. He looks like he's got the right numbers.
Been lucky, you don't get a chance to get a number of sheep like we have this weekend and have it on farm here to have fresh sheep for everyone's first round. Has just been exceptional. The organisers have done a great job. The little committee group that have put this together has been a work in progress over the last couple of years of test run and make sure that they had all the bugs ironed out, and that's why they've produced such a good setup here for this weekend. So these sheep have been great, and to have that many sheep and to be able to have fresh sheep for everybody is
you don't see it on this volume.
No, it's a hard thing to get these days. Sheep are worth $250 to $300, and any injury is costly.
And they're in good nick, these ewes.
Have been very good.
They've been wigged, they've been crutched. There's no complaints there, and
Mitch wouldn't have crutched these. These are merinos. He doesn't touch merinos.
No.
He's just a crossbred man.
Not enough numbers in the hour for Mitch.
No, that's right. The dirty word merino to him.
Look at this. She just wants to and let him straight in. Mixer said, "Thank you. I'll have a breath."
No, good stockmanship. He's looking over his shoulder as he rolled in there, and he opened that gate the right time. Just perfect timing. Just saving a little bit of that time that he lost early on. He's just saving a little bit now, and he might have. So
4 minutes we're being told.
Might have banked himself
Plenty of
enough
time.
to get through here, so he's given himself a chance anyway after a little hold up at the start. Shaping these sheep up. Mixer's got a bit of bark about him now, and there's one blocking there. Mixer's tried to unblock him and facing the wrong way. So it's 4 minutes to go when he got in this yard, but that 4 minutes can disappear pretty quick if he upsets it. But they're heading on. He got himself a nice flow there now. James will be happy with that. Sitting with 3 minutes to go, so.
And coming off.
Yeah.
That's got to be the fastest I've seen.
No, he's not. No, he's not yet. He's not on yet.
Oh, he's not on yet. It's just out of my view.
No, so about got them all on now. And got the last one there. Mix has stayed on the ramp. Judges asked for the dog to stay on the ramp while you move positions, so he's done that well. He sent him up that straight side, and they're trying to squeeze out. No, it rolled back around. Mix has come around to get in their face and turn them. What's he got here? He's working on that one. Turn him around. He's not been very compliant, that sheep. And go back and start again. So another attempt to be a few points there from the judges to make a second attempt. So he's gone around. He's basically doing the same thing he did the first round. We'll see if one of these guys wants to head out. Mixer just jumps up there and can get a top knot on one of those front sheep who might just get himself a flow off that trailer. He's, no, wrong way, Mix. James is calling him and he's going, no, I'm back.
It's a lonely place stand next to that trailer, isn't it, Trav?
Yeah, look, and you can't see a lot. Like height-wise, it's you can't quite see over the top or underneath.
They're at head height.
This is where them older dogs have a little bit of experience, and you go, do this or do that, and then one comes off and you think you called it, but half the time probably the dog sorted it. He's done enough trial and
knew himself on how to get the float. And he's got Lee Michan, one of our championship judges, standing right behind him, just watching in case there's bites. So there's no freebies unless the dog's on the other side and Lee can't see the other side. Sometimes you've got to play the game if you know the dog's got a bit of bite in him. And
Tim's in a good spot there. He's got a good view up the other side of that trailer. He can see what's going on there. He's not going to miss too much either. All experienced handlers that go, become judges all know where you would put the dog and where you'd hide him. So know where to stand and make sure that not much is getting missed. And he's got some wanting to come off. Oh, Mixer's just needs to back him, but they're going off.
And they're off.
So he's down under 50 seconds now, so it shows you how quickly he got into that yard with 4 minutes up his sleeve, how quickly things can burn up around you. One sheep there facing the wrong way is not doing him a lot of favours at the moment. But
and then he's got the 50 metres to pace across this course.
Well, if anyone can do it, James Fowler can. He's got a fair strut about him. He can cover some ground. He'd give Jeff McDougall a run for his money, I reckon, when it comes to speed walking. So he's done a good job there. He's coming out. Let's see how he goes.
Flicks Mixer right behind him.
He'll know he's under a little bit of pressure.
And James knows he's on the clock. He's got to get going.
He's got him in a good spot there, sitting right in the corner, and
there's another one.
Time. So
good run in all.
Yeah, good run, and he got into the force yard for the trailer with good time up his sleeve, and then they just eat away at it.
This wind is just picking up the dust around here. The boys have got the water truck out and trying to help us all out. These poor judges that are out here just eating it all day.
No, the wind can go somewhere else, really. It was a reasonably pleasant morning this morning, and as you said before, that sun was out and it was warm enough, but that wind, we don't really need that at the moment. It's a pain.
Did you notice the boys got a couple of fire pits set up, Trav, and there's about 6 metres of red gum, I kid you not, chopped up there, ready to burn tonight. So if you want to hang around, have a bit of a laugh.
It's probably about $4,000 worth of wood sitting there, I reckon.
If I had room in my ute, might leave a couple of dogs here, and take a couple of dog boxes home full of red gum.
Stuff a bit in. Yeah, it should be all night on some of them logs. We had a test run last night, and we had a couple of beers around the fire there, and it went pretty good, so we'll give it a bit of a run tonight.
So we've got Craig Oger out here, a veteran.
Yep.
And it looks like he's got Itchy.
Yep.
Craig full black Kelpie.
He's founder of Rouseabout Kelpies, and you'll find Craig's had his dogs have had a fair influence in, we spoke about earlier on about how many Broken River prefix dogs are in the lineup. We'll find a lot of those Broken River dogs will have a Rouseabout dog behind them.
Yes.
Craig.
Foundation.
Yes, Craig's. Yeah, Itchy made the top 10 final, didn't he?
At
when
the
he
Man for Snowy River.
He did, and I think he too, and I think he ended up finishing 8th or something, but done a great job, Craig. And for a bloke now who's not working on farm full time, he's at a block out at Gisborne and mucks around with a few sheep and a handful of cows, but
He's putting a few days in, I believe, down Lul.
Yes.
It's sort of not far from Ballarat.
Right.
And doing a few days down there, mainly stock work.
Yep.
You can pick and choose. So,
Yep.
But to be, his background is building. So to breed the dogs he has while being a full-time builder and not a stockman working on these properties we've been speaking about.
Yeah.
Credit to him.
Yeah, he cut his teeth in Kabungra years ago and got to meet a few good old fellas like Patchy Mitchell and Charlie Robertson, Dennis Neal and a few of the old fellas from Gippsland. And, Bert Lee's probably one of those from up around Ensay. And so they probably steered him in the right direction of what made a good dog and helped him in the early days. And Craig's not forgotten. He's got a good eye for a dog. And like I said, the foundation of the Broken River line was, a lot to attribute to Craig's old bitch, Wingana Jess, and Dale's test bred some really nice pups for him. And as we said before, Sheba and Bo and Bank will be out here today, but Jake's another one out of that litter. I think Tex work this morning says another one. So you're looking at 5 dogs out of the one litter that are working into a championship. Well, Jake's not here, so 4.
And she's been dead for a long time too.
Yeah, she's been gone a while.
Is it
so
4 or 5 years now?
Yep. Yeah.
So to be still having current dogs running around the open championship course, she definitely left her mark. And I know you've bred on from that line as well. And it's hard to find those good, especially the bitches. It's hard to find the good bitches.
No, definitely. And and it's hard for them dogs to compete sometimes too if they're in season a couple of times a year and it falls at the wrong time. They lose 4 weeks of their trialling season and or have a litter of pups and then they're going to lose probably 12 or 14 weeks of trialling. So a good bitch. We can't have good dogs without good bitches, and Craig's been a big part of that. And I know a few blokes in New South Wales and. Dave Motley and Ricky Jones and a few of those guys that have had pretty good dogs through the hands too, all had dogs off Craig over the time to put into their stuff. So he's a chippy by trade now and part-time farmer, but he certainly cut his teeth at Kabunga and Omeo in the hills and can ride a horse and can do it all.
Yes.
And an interesting bloke you get the chance to talk to. Craig's a lovely fella.
Did a fair bit of work, I believe, down at the property, which is almost all houses now down at Donnybrook. It's called Marnong.
Yep.
It was 6,000 or 7,000 acres back in the day, and quite steep gullies and down to the back creek and rocky. And Craig's told me plenty of stories of working on that one. So he's definitely hasn't just been a builder.
No, he's got an eye for a dog. He can work a dog, but he can breed a dog too. That's an art. A lot of people don't have. Some can be one or the other, but not both. And he's been able to do both. So
anyone can make dogs. It's whether you can breed on.
Yeah.
Because that's all you're doing. You're just mating 2 dogs of their own type of line.
That's right.
It's whether you can breed on that generation and then the next and the next.
Yep.
So Craig had a bit of trouble getting him into this force pen. I see Itchy through a few tail turns and just a bit of pressure. And anyway, he's got to flow up the Dren Trace now.
And there's certainly, you don't make excuses, especially if you're out there judging, but there's another one too. It should have a bit of age about him. He'd have to be 8 or 9 at least, I reckon.
Every bit.
I seen him the first time at Michan quite a few years ago. I reckon maybe 6 or 7 years ago as a young dog, So it should have a bit of age about him now too. And like I said, there's something you see in older dogs that they will chuck a tail turn in. They're a bit stiff and sore, and sometimes they're stiff on one side. It's easier to roll the other way instead. And so,
Well, I know Itchy's a fair dog and has worked plenty of cattle. So perhaps that has come from defending himself.
Yeah.
When a cranky Angus cow come at you, you're gonna.
You see Itchy come out of the race there. Now, he's coming along. I know Craig doesn't use him on the outside of races or anything at home, working on the farm or anything, and so he probably just wrong-footed himself and bumped himself out. He's jumped straight back in there, so judges wouldn't have had a problem with that. They would have just let that be game on. Earlier on, we saw a dog that left the pen and didn't want to go back in, and that's a disqualification. So the fact that he's bumped out of the race and jumped straight back in will be okay with the judges, and they'll be play on.
He's that tricky pen again.
Yeah, and he's stirred him up a little bit. He's he's an intense dog. He likes to get on with things, and so he tries to grip him a bit, and so he causes himself a few little headaches there. Sheep want to get away from him, and
gee, it's dry, Trav.
yeah, it is here.
It's very dry
surprising.
down here in Teesdale.
Yeah, definitely. No, I was quite surprised. I thought we'd had similar rain, but a little bit less back
down in
home
God's country
in Gippsland than what they'd had over here back in early March. And I thought, well, that much rain in March is a little bit too early for a break, and the odd little bit of follow up and would be all right. And so these guys, I was surprised coming across here hadn't had it, and so it's the situation is now. We had some. We're just hanging in there. We look slightly better than this at home, but we're really looking for a bit this weekend, like everyone is at the moment.
Yeah, I've been busy sowing pastures for the last couple of weeks, and I'll put the order in and just need an inch of rain, nice and slow over a couple of days.
Yep.
That'd be nice. So Craig's finished the draft here, done it correctly, 4 out. Itchy's just standing there waiting for the boss man to shut gates, and then they'll come over to the trailer. So these judges, I believe, I wasn't here, I missed the judges' talk. They've asked for a few tricky things like that I haven't been told before, like standing with your leg against the gate, not swinging on the gate, waving around like a flag, and latching chains from underneath and then over the top. Now there's reasons why, so those chains don't come off, but usually you don't get told to do that sort of stuff. So that'll definitely sort a few out. The people that can't handle the pressure a little bit and perhaps forget to do those little things.
No, that's right, and I don't have a problem at this level asking for those sorts of things.
No, for the championship
it gets
now.
a bit sheep stationy. Tomorrow morning the judges' talk will be interesting, and people will be wanting to find out the finer points of it, and so I think it's just a good way of keeping things nice and even for everybody.
Yes.
Everyone stands in the same spot, all the chains are the same for everybody, and it just takes that element out of it, and no one sets things up poorly for each other, which, as we know in the past, can happen. No one admits that doing it on purpose, but it can happen depending on who's
we're all
following.
here to win.
I think it just keeps it fair, but good judges talk. The boys laid down the rules right from the start. There's, this and this is how it'll be, and everyone knows where they stand. So all reports are very professional judges talk and very impressive. So
A few of these chains are bringing a couple unstuck because these double hinge gates here, they actually can pull back.
That's right.
So tighten those chains.
That's right.
And people think they're getting hard done by, but they just need to just gently pull that gate towards them, and then the slacks
right.
back in the chain.
Well, the bifold gates are good because you can get them right round out of the way.
Yes.
But yeah, you're right. So as soon as you put a dog, you clear the gate and the sheep come back onto the entry gate, then it tightens the chain on the bifold gate. So it's just something you've got to be aware of and make sure that you just pull it when you get there, and you're right to go. So. But no, here in Victoria, everybody's fair and good competitors, and no one would do any tight chains on each other, I'm sure. But except for Aod, probably. Aod would do it to me. I reckon if I was following. Lucky I don't have enough dogs now. I don't have to follow him, but he'd do it to me, definitely. He'd probably trip me over on the way out there too, I'd reckon.
They only play like that when you're a threat. You're not a threat anymore, Trav.
That's right. That's right. That's why he's talking to me now, is it?
Yes. Yes. AO would have brought down a fair team. I haven't really looked at the draw that much, but so AO's won this. I think he's the current winner for the last 2 years, isn't he? This trial?
He assures me it's 3.
Is it 3? Is it?
Yeah,
is it
3
3
state championships, and he reckons that he's winning this one again.
Back to back, or is there a couple of years in between the first one?
Cash won back to back.
20.
Yep.
Right.
And so
So he was a year or two in between the wins, but he's currently on back-to-back. Can he do the triple?
He reckons he can. He was pretty confident here before. Yeah,
Well,
that's true.
I heard my
I
trial.
like to think it's Darcy's dad's dog. Actually, I think Smithy was short-handed in that one. I keep reminding Naode he probably should hand some money over for him because he still hasn't paid for him yet. But
Aod handed money over.
yeah, that's true too. He'd probably cut a finger off before he'd do that, but. But yes, no, I'm sure Smithy will have an order in for a pup.
And
about to retire for
that's
Craig.
a retire.
Itchy probably got a little bit eager to get on with the job and a bit frustrated. Righto. Well,
And
I
Tim's
might
back
leave
to
you with
open
it for a
gates
bit,
again.
Kane,
Getting
and
sheep out.
I'll go and grab myself a dog and I'll see if I can put into practice anything I've learnt from sitting up here. And
So who are you running next?
we've got Broken River Bow coming up in a couple of runs, so we will we'll see how he goes. But that's right. Anybody who's sick of me talking about them might want to come up here and voice their opinion. And later on, I'm going to get Danny's camera and a little microphone. I'm going to go around and do a few interviews, personal interviews later, with people's permission, of course. But some of them might not actually get their permission. I might just corner them. But we will do that later on. I'll have Bo's run and we'll mingle around the crowd and we'll do a few interviews. And then later on tonight under lights we'll run a bit more commentary. It'll be good. So I'll go and get myself in game face on and in the zone, Kane, and I'll leave you to it. And
Righto.
We'll
Find a replacement.
I will listen to the playback to see if you've said anything nasty about me.
Never.
And we were able to
Enjoy that dust, Trav.
It'll be good out there, won't it? Won't be able to see by the time we get out there. All right, enjoy, mate.
So next up we have David Lee. And his dog Test. So Dave's no slouch. He knows what these big events are about. So his dog's just introducing himself, herself. Looks like a bitch. Will that lead you just sussing the dog out? Keeping it together at the moment. Good bit of cover. And Dave's got him set up pretty well. He'll want to walk in a minute and go and get his gate. Just take the pressure off, lay the dog down. Good start. Dog's got a bit of presence. The sheep don't want to take their eye off him. Got him lined up. One thinks about it. Another break. Dog's going to shape him up again, and no, they're testing. They're taking the dog on. Got a bit of bark, this dog. You don't see a lot of natural free bark on the trial course these days. This is one that possesses a little bit. Dave's just reversing the dog out, take a bit of pressure off. Another ewe takes him on. Here we go, trying to roll him round. Almost. Gee, they don't want to go in, these ewes. Dave's putting the heat on now, trying to force them in. These sheep are tricky. They don't want to be forced. And Tess has to mop up a fairly decent break. They came halfway down the course. I reckon it's probably just getting a bit tougher at the moment, especially this first force pen. And Dave concedes it's not his day. I'm sure we'll see Dave again this afternoon. He may have another one. Who have we got up now? We have got Phil, James and Lexi. Is this a little red and tan bitch? It is. I like this dog. I actually asked Phil's son Adam if he is thinking about getting a litter out of her, and he said no, Dad neutered her, so she can't have any pups. I believe Adam bred her, and this dog wants to get on with the job. Nice forward dog, nice type of dog. Righto, let's see what Lexi's got. So Phil is from Gippsland area, Gingervik. Phil doesn't work stock full time. He's a engineer. Is he an engineer, Danny? Diesel mechanic. Thank you, Naomi. But has been a part of the dog world for a long time. So this one's tricky. We're allowed to have a working cross here, but not a lot of people train for it or want their dogs to do it. And to properly drive them in that corner past that CopRice sign, you almost have to do a working cross. So Phil chose to send the bitch clockwise then, right around. I wonder what his methods were there. So she's quick, this little bitch. Quick on her feet. Phil just trying to shape him up. Get him properly in that corner where the judges asked to put him. I reckon Phil might walk in a minute. He's got him fairly close. Just trying to walk her in. And Phil goes to the gate. Straight in. So our last 3 or 4 competitors have struggled there, and Phil just said, watch this. Bitch clears the gate, sits down quietly. So one of our judges, Tim, is working his way over, get a better view, just in case there's any biting or rough work. So you got both judges either side. Lee's outside of the course, fairly close. He's probably got the best position. The dust coming to his back. Tim's got the dust in the face. Straight up the drench race. You'll see Phil send her up. No, she only wants to go a couple. Try this one, Phil. No. 15 sheep, and they want them right up the front.
Get up, get up, get up, legs, get up, legs, stop, stop, get up, get up, no, get up front, legs, get up front, get up, get up, get up, get up, legs, stop, get up front, legs, legs, get up front, get up front, get up front.
And Phil's got them to where the judges want for maximum points, which is tight on the front gate, not spilling out, assist the unload, and they come straight out. Maximum points. So the judges have asked for the dog to be out on the job. Can't park it halfway across the arena. Got to be on the job and in contact with the sheep. Drive them down the end of the course while you're walking over. Phil just moved his position. He took up his position on the end of the gate and then had stopped, changed his mind and moved side on to the sheep, if you'd say. I wonder if Lee would want to take a point or not for that move from Phil. They're in. You've got plenty of time, Phil, to make it look easy. First two out. Ooh. Sheep just took the dog on. That's okay. Last two out. Phil's going to shut these gates in a timely manner. I haven't seen anyone miss draft. No, it's a hard draft, but I haven't seen anyone miss draft yet. They've actually kept both the drafts from the novice course and the open course the same, which is better for the handler. There's enough going on to, if you've got multiple dogs in the two different courses, to remember two different draft patterns. So the sheep are just hugging on the put away at the moment. Phil's just going to dig him out of the corner and march towards the trailer. How much time have we got left, Danny? He's got just over 4 minutes. So James Fowler went in with 4 minutes. Let's see how Phil does it. This little bitch is just shaping him up. It's a bit more intense, this dog, compared to others. Fairly quick. Sheep don't want to take their eye off of her. She's covering them very well. And in they go. Phil's just trying to get a leader at the moment. And he's got a flow. Can he keep the rest coming? Bit of tail end bark. And they're going up. So she's just got to turn them round now. Get a couple looking to go down the ramp. Got that free bark. She's got one driving down the outside here and a mate coming. Can she just poke that one down the ramp? She's got them shaped up on the far side. That's it, send her round. Here we go. Push that lead sheep. He's got one down. And they've started the flow. Nicely done. And off. Phil will still have plenty of time. We've still got over a minute. He's just getting him out of this pen.
Get off, out, stop, round, stop. Back. Stop. Heel X, come behind. Here behind.
Phil's on the walk.
Heel X. Heel X, behind, here.
So you got 20 seconds. As long as they turn and go in, he should be right. There we go. Straight in. And well done. Mitch is back on the shovel work again. Just filling that hole in.
Okay. Shovel boy. You look shady. Sit there.
So trying to con Mitch into coming up. Trav's going to have a run after Dave Sharp here with Whistle. Dave mostly runs Border Collies. I do know he had a big red and tan Kelpie a couple of years ago. I'm not sure if he's still got it. Dave does a fair bit of three sheeping, I believe, but doesn't mind dabbling in a yard trial. It's good to see people cross-pollinating. So we've got Mitch Jubb just joined us. Might be a bit of payback for Trav and his comments earlier about Mitch. As Travis is up next with Bo. But at the moment we've got Whistle trying to shape him up. Dave's got a good reverse on it. Now Dave decided to walk and he, for maximum points, was told to perhaps put him in the corner past the CopRice sign. So that's interesting. Maybe Dave wasn't here for the judges' talk, I'm not sure.
I think there's a little bit in some guys probably haven't quite trained the drive to get them to cross yet.
Yes.
To push them into that corner. Those extra couple of 3 metres.
And it does make a difference. That dog having to whip around behind you just doesn't... The sheep learn. They know that, oh, he's not going to come right in on us on that point. So we'll just stand here. So getting your dogs to cross you at work or training it at home is definitely an advantage when it comes to a championship trial and they ask you to do it.
These sheep are unforgiving. If you give them an inch, they'll take it, and some.
So that ewe just tested Whistle then, and Whistle backed up to give a bit of space, but perhaps that ewe's gone, well, you're not going to come in on me. Let's see if it does it again. It would have been rolled round to this side now. How's the wife going out in the other course, Mitch? Dusty?
Oh, very dusty over on the novice course. I just ran her a drink and she's covered in dust. The white top is no longer white. But she'll be loving it.
Takes a lot to concentrate for 120 runs. You and I have both been there, and you've got to try not to fade out and look at the sky and the crowd. You've got to concentrate. It's what we're here to do. We've been asked to judge these big events, and Whistle's just shaping them up. Got a couple looking.
Just needs to come in on that left side there. He's just open that gate a little bit.
And the rest follow. And Dave calls it. He said it's not his day. Whistle's finding it a bit difficult. That's okay. Good to see a 3-sheeper come over and try a yard trial like this.
It is good too. Some handlers at times, you know your dog's capabilities, that if it's going south, there's no point wasting your time, judge's time and the sheep's.
No. See here. Yep. Yep.
I'm getting on it.
So here he is, the captain chat a lot. Don't ask him how his day is.
The man whom loves the mic, T. Scott, is entering.
Well, he only come off the stool, Mitch, because he was having a run. He was thinking about scratching.
That does not surprise me.
Would he just having a chat with the judge?
What's that saying
How are we, Lee?
What's about that saying about underwater with a mouthful of marbles? That's Trav.
He's just saying, what do you reckon, Lee? You want me to show you how to do it?
I'm not a real humorous, witty sort of fella, so I'm not sure how I'm going to go about it. I'll come up with something. I'm not sure who's greyer though, Bo or Trav.
Bo wanted the weekend off, and Trav said, come on, old dog. Come out again.
Well, looking at Trav, he sort of looks like he needs to take footy back up a bit, the fella, I reckon. He's in a good paddock.
Like he's got a hat on, he hasn't got much hair up top to stop burning that skull.
He's got the zinc on the lips and the nose, like a warrior.
Oh, I shouldn't say that. I could get burnt by the fridge light some nights. I know how he feels.
Oh, Bowie, cast around them here. They're a bit touchy. Sort of got to be a little bit gentle. Pressure in the right spot at the right time.
So we were talking about these 5 or 6 dogs from this litter a while back, Mitch, and we're just saying that pretty successful. And I do remember only a couple of years ago, young Bo made the top 10 at the Australian yard trial at Mansfield, and it wasn't his day that day. But to see him make that height in the Australian yard dog was pretty good. He's got a couple of years on him now.
Well, yeah, it would have to be one of the better sort of outcross matings that we've seen. Well, as long as I've been in it, not that I've been in as long as some, but I don't think there was a dud in them.
Was that another second for Kate that year with Cruz? Second in the final?
Yes, it was, yeah.
Is that 2 or 3 seconds in the Australians for Kate?
2 seconds and a third.
Oh, so all over it. Have you still got old Cruz?
Yeah, he retired him. He started his first Australian was at Lucendale, so he had his last one.
Oh, yeah.
There a couple of months ago. He's going blind and deaf, and he's probably had 20 or 30 grand spent on him over his life in injuries, so he's retired in the back all.
No, those good dogs generally don't have a lot of self-preservation and perhaps push themselves for the handler beyond limits. So Trav's just got it fairly easy load into the force pen and straight up the drench race. We saw about 5 dogs in a row that had a lot of trouble getting that force pen, and Trav's just made it look easy. Bo's wagging the tail. They come straight out here. Trav knows he's on a good run.
The pressure's on him now.
Oh, I thought Bo was going to cross him then. He looked at it.
Just don't want it. They don't want you to try and push them into that corner too far, which that is probably questionable. You want to try and pull them up ideally on the VYFUDA sign and the red river there. Now you've got to roll them in off a flat panel, and sometimes that can be a bit tricky. This dog should do it. He's pretty quick on his feet. it can make you or break you.
And they are in that corner, and they're thinning right out, so an old dog like Bo probably hasn't got too many real big breaks in him before he starts slowing up. There's a fair bit of course left. So he's just trying to shape him round without letting him bolt.
And the dogs are a bit harder on the head. On obstacles like this, they can be hard to...
He's got him looking, Mitch.
Beautiful.
Straight in.
Get to the tail, big boy. Get to the tail.
Yep, they got away with that one, didn't he?
I'll give him that one.
Straight up, clears the gate.
Knows the job. There was like 5 in this litter, I think, wasn't there?
So we had Sheba, Tex, Jake, Bank, Bo. That's 5.
I think there was 6. There was one fella up New South that got sold in Gerilda. He was pretty handy as well. Just goes to show, that a lot of that old brew line, like they're all pretty consistent sort of dogs in the right hand. Oh, you got Clue. Clue's
yes.
Sort of at the tail end of his career, but he's got a couple of. I think there's one red and tan fella, Gru, I think he calls him, and he's showing all the traits of being pretty similar.
So Trav's already drafted. First 2, last 2. He's about to let the rest of the sheep out to box back up. So Trav will have plenty of time. Has he got 5 minutes, Danny? So he's got 7 minutes. So this is the quickest run I've seen since sitting here.
He's flying. He's flying. He's going to be careful here not to bring him onto himself. And ideally past the let-out gate by the time he gets to the chain.
So Bo just brought him onto the gate before Trav had opened it. Trav had to work him back.
There are a few points there. Just overcooked it a little bit. Dust is ripe here at Woolbrook. There'll be a fair bit of water go down tonight. We'll see how he goes here with the trailer. They've been hard work at times. Could be a bit hit or miss here. We'll see if Bo's got enough in the tank, the old boy.
So he's just trying to shape him up at the moment. He's trying to roll him around. He hasn't got any looking yet. There we go. One just slipped up. There we go. Straight on. The old dog in Trav. Can you get him off just as quick?
I think there's only one out of these 2 that you'd want to take home, Kano.
Bo's got a bit left in him, you reckon?
Yeah, I reckon.
So he's just going to... Here we go. He's got 2 looking. He's shaping them up. Travel, no. And he's got it. Needs a few mates to follow down. Come on, Bo. Don't let him come back up. Got a U looking. Oh, no. They've come back up. Trav would have known that is a fairly missed opportunity. Bit of top nodding by old Bo. Trying to make a leader. He's got a couple looking again now. He's on the other side of the trailer this time. Just calls Bo up. got another flow. Can he get its mates? There we go.
Take 2.
So he's still got 4 minutes. We've seen the last few competitors go onto the trailer with 4 minutes. But Trav's having to really work this trailer. Things haven't gone his way, but he's got plenty of time. They're off.
We'll see how pretty he can make this put away. Try and save a couple of points here. You know, I'd like to thank, you know, our couple of judges. They've had a big effort to get here. Lee's over at Loxton. A solid 9-hour drive for him to come over. Timmy Hall's from Tassie, and he's had to catch the boat over with his lovely wife, and it's a big effort, and we're pretty grateful. So every Victorian can compete, but here's Trav heading into the put away. He's got to dig him off the gate here.
They're right on the put away, aren't they, Mitch? So he's going to have to work them off first.
Oh.
Or is he going to influence those sheep?
Yeah.
And we'll have to see how the judges think about that. He's lost the put away gate. Now he's found it again. I think he's just can't believe the run.
I think he was pretty happy with himself when he spent it.
We're going to hear about this for days. Well done, Trav.
Oh boy.
I think he just clapped himself.
If he could pat himself on the back, he would.
2.5 minutes left, Mitch.
Punched him round.
So don't be standing anywhere near the gate when he comes out, because he is going to chew your ear.
Don't make eye contact. I would never say such a thing.
So he's just having a bit of lip back to the commentator.
Pretty chuffed with himself. Have a look at him. Chest puffed out.
So Joe turns. Don't come to me. Trav passed the crowd and didn't stop. Righto, up next.
Ooh, big boof. Here we go.
We've got Mark Wheeler and Somerset Boof.
He's a hound. He is a dog, this thing. Mark bred this fella himself. Tell you what, there's plenty of dog here. Reads quite well, doesn't he?
He does. I prefer a dog to stand upright myself. That's probably the only thing I don't like about Boof. I like a dog to show him size to the sheep or to the cattle and say, I'm here. Do you want to take me on? Where Boof just sits a bit lower. He's not as low as some others that really lay right down, but does carry himself a bit lower.
He does. Very, very nimble on his feet for a
solid dog.
Solid, thick set dog.
Got a head on him though, hasn't he?
He's a lovely looking hound.
So Mark's going to try to
Here we go.
Drive him in this corner. Boof doesn't want to cross Mark though. So another one that perhaps hasn't actively trained for that working cross.
So if he just whipped across there, he'd be laughing.
Yep.
That's it.
Mark's trying.
I think he's in
and out, in and out.
He's got it.
There we go, got it.
Beautiful.
Yeah, stay on line, Boof. Keep walking in. He's a side on, he's listening. He's looking back. What do you reckon?
Pretty close. Pretty close.
Mark will be happy with that. He had an earlier run today, Mark, and it didn't go his way.
Doesn't that happen to the best of us?
Perhaps there was a bit of classing going on with I think, is it the little sister to this dog, Mitch? That
I think so. I'm not 100% sure, but I think so.
I do know Boof's got a bit of bite, and I don't mind a bit of bite in my dogs. At the end of the day, it's 5 o'clock and you've been penning up all afternoon, or you've been scanning all day, and you've got to get that mob away. Perhaps that's what it's going to get the ewes back to their paddock, or the cattle back to their paddock. Now, if a dog was going to tail turn, it'd be then, wasn't it? That was a fair slide.
100%. I've never seen any inkling of that shown in this hound. Hardy, you've got to steer the head but bump the tail.
I'm going to have to leave you soon, Mitch. I've got to run over on the novice course. I believe it's come and gone, but I've got a fair excuse because I'm over here doing a job.
You may have to send someone over because I've got one out here too, not the far away. Oh,
So
it's had a little break and a bit of a nibble there.
the one man that can hold the 2 chairs up is at his car. So Buff's just having a bit of a trouble. He's got him looking now. So they're still taking Buff on here. Mark's fairly quiet, so he's not winding up, which a few people do with this situation.
You know, just take the microphone over. Yeah.
Righto. We'll find 2 replacements.
Yep. So Mark's got him in the first force pen, cleared the gate, and Bush just going back. Well, we paused for a moment there. Maybe he's trying to see if he can get one to look at the dog and perhaps shoot up the drench race.
Mark's got him shaped up here to head up
So
the drench.
you may hear on the speaker
hard work for him to get in.
the word
I'd be
called
interested to see how
Marvin.
they want to flow inside.
Well, Buff's name is Marvin. So there's not 2 dogs out there. There's Marvin, and his prefix and stud name is Somerset Buff. I remember old Jim Luce had a dog called Sam, and his name was actually Pat, one of the good old dogs. Phil's Creek Sam. And there's probably not too many dogs here that don't have that dog in their pedigree. It's a fair way back now, but so Buff's just got a sheep with its ass up the drench race, blocking it. And that sheep now has backed itself up the drench race. So does Buff. Buff might have to bring that top knot out and persuade it to turn around. We have a replacement. Good. I need to have my run on the novice course. And I see Joe Spicer talking about Victorian State wins. He's had a few. He's on his way. We've got Brad Glenlocky here. Brad.
Well done, Kane.
Thank
Proud of
you.
you, mate. Well, good afternoon, everyone. I'm back again. It's a bit warm here, I know that. Starting to get a bit sweaty as walking around this course. So we got on course Mark and Marvin, or Buff. This dog goes by 2 names. Trouble getting a bit of a flow here on this drench, but I'm going to hand the mic over to the 2 professionals. Joe, I'll let you tap in here, and Dean, take it over, boys.
Righto, Joe. Give me the deal here. What do we got to do?
Rightio. Dean, how are you going today, by the way?
Thanks, mate. Yeah.
Awesome. Yeah, going well. So
what we got? Oh, he's got.
Basically, the course is bring the sheep down around the right-hand side, then around behind the handler, and the handler then has to put them on the right-hand side of the CopRice sign. before they can move and go to the force for the drench race, and then must take up a position on the end of the gate, and they need to have their hip next to the gate, so they can't use their body as a wing, and they can't assist the dog in any way. So, and then put them in the force. You can clear the gate with the dog, but if the dog's clear, you can elect to leave your dog at the back. So we'll just see what the next competitor
Who we got out next?
does.
Oh, Jar Jar. I think Adam James and Jar Jar. Yep.
Yeah, so here comes Adam. So we'll just see how Adam plays this, and then you may notice on the drench race there's some black tape, and you've got to make sure that the sheep are right up the front of the drenching race, so they're nice and tight so you can drench them, and that they're past the 2 bits of black tape on the last panel of the drench race. So we'll see how Adam goes with that. So the sheep that come out, these are probably some of the best trial sheep I've come across, in that they're leading beautifully, but if you rough them up too much and use too much force, they'll shut down and not want to move. So they're really rewarding the dogs that have a good effect on their stock.
Yeah, they sort of, they're jumping about a bit on dogs that put a bit of pressure on them, Joe, like any quick moving dogs that sort of tend to spray them about a bit. So they've got a bit of distance is working on them.
Yeah, so it's something that we look at in our breeding programs, obviously, that we want a dog that's got plenty of gears, but one of those gears is probably the first gear is a really important one, where the dog can just move smoothly. And you'll also have a look at the head movement on Jar Jar, and it's just coming up and down. And his point of contact on the mob, you can see how it's just looking at that one facing the wrong way there. Now the dog can actually cross, what we call cross, in between the handler and the dog. It's called a working cross, where if they need to go in there between the handler and the sheep, then they can. Now I don't know if the sheep were quite up where the judges have asked for, but sometimes you've got to take a bit of a calculated risk and spend a few points to save a few more. So we'll see how the judges saw that.
You see these sheep, they're a little bit upset by this dog. He's probably got a bit more intensity, so those looser dogs or softer dogs seem to be handling better in the big yard, but then you need, as Joe said, you need a gear or two more when you get into these forces and to fill the race and especially on and off the truck, wouldn't you say, Joe?
Yeah, definitely. We're setting ourselves up now for the rest of the trial here at this gate, and this is not what we want. We want the sheep all facing the right way, so now that's good. It's got them shaped up nicely. Clearing the gate's something that you probably wouldn't do at home, but it's and it means you've got to turn your lead around. So Adam had them down the front gate and had no choice but to clear it, so now he's got to reset and look for a leader.
And he's got the lead straight away there, so that was well done. So there's a bit of work in filling this race. It's only 15 sheep, but they've got to have them pretty firm to get them past that black tape. The judges were happy for you to send the dog up and really tighten the front up, and if the sheep back out of the back of the race while that was happening, they weren't going to point you for that. Anyway, he's done a pretty good job there. He's got them firm on the front. The dog's got to contribute to the unload. So, yep, nice unload there by Adam and Jar Jar.
Yeah, very well done. Had one sheep around the wrong way halfway down and just gave it a bit of time and room to turn around, and then the dog just got carted out a little bit but went straight back in, so the judges probably thought that was okay. So now the judges have asked for the sheep to be placed down on the handler's right hand side near the Victorian Yard Utility and Red River yards sign. So He may have lost a point or two there for the sheep, just going a little bit too far in the corner. And now this is quite hard because you've got to roll that lead around without there. You can see he lost the lead. And you're trying to ring them around without losing that lead. There's one looking. No. So there's one, yeah. You've got to cover the back and the front. There's one looking. It saw the hole, but just needs a bit of a nudge from the right-hand side just to go. There it is, looking, thinking. No, yep, it just needs to feel a bit of security of the other sheep behind it, and that's nicely done.
So same with clearing the gates in this pen. You don't have to clear it if you want to take the chance, but they were pretty clear, the judges, that if they got back onto the gate, you're going to pay the price. They've been pretty, yeah, I'd say they haven't been too difficult through the draft. Probably, I'd say the easier obstacle of the race in the truck of the three. Just got one backwards here now, so just asking the dog to come up. He's got him two through backwards actually. It's pretty well done.
So yeah, quite a few there with their heads on the wrong end, but did it really well. Had a bit of dust there, which would have made it hard for the sheep to see up the draft there, but he's done that well. You're allowed to handle a sheep at the draft gate if it's too steady and guide it through the gate rather than using the gate or your knee. You're allowed to put a hand down and just turn ahead if need be, which is what Adam did. Has gone back and closed all his gates. You'll see these yards are amazing, the Red River yards, who've been great support to the Victorian Yard Dog Association. So yeah, all those sheep need to come out together. So there's a slight break in flow there. So I'm not sure how the judges would have perceived that.
They're quite happy for you to drive the sheep down here, Joe, aren't they? You can work your dog there in front of you and put them down here past the gate, the let-out gate.
Yeah, no, it's great to see some practical judging come in where you can have a working cross, and there's now some driving components. Obviously in real work, quite often we need to push the sheep away from us and have the dog in front of us. So now we're starting to get courses that showcase that skill.
So the sheep trying to take the dog on a bit there in that gateway, but he's been equal to the task. He's done a pretty good job to get him in there. So it's a couple more feet over the line.
So again, Adam sent Jar around to just move the sheep away from that gate so he can open the gate without moving a sheep, and the load into the trailer hasn't been too difficult for most of the dogs, but the unload has been a real test. So this is probably the defining time of each dog's run. So Jar's just trying to shape them up. He's got nothing so far. There, now he's got one turn around, and he's just give them time to flow up without too much pressure so it doesn't cause a jam. He sent Jar up to keep them going. That's lovely.
Rightio, so once Adam's got him over that line, you can elect to stay there if you like, or you can move to the corner as he's done and unload from there. It's quite a tight trailer, and the challenge has been trying to turn a sheep and get a leader. He's did a good job there, but he's got one block, and he's done a really good job there. It's a pretty good unload. Probably one of the better ones today, I'd say. Every sheep's got to be off that ramp before he can shut that gate, and then walk round and bring him out of the pen heading for the put away.
So these double hinge gates sometimes can stretch out a little bit, so Adam's just straightened up that gate, and that was a really good unload, and so now we'll have a bit of time up his sleeve hopefully. The time has been quite tight, but doable, which is great to see. So just a bit of confusion there on the dog's part with the last one hanging back. So now Adam's just placing them in front of the put away gate. He shouldn't influence them, and he needs to have the dog making sure that the sheep are moved away from the put away gate when he opens it up, and he doesn't touch the sheep or influence the sheep with the gate. You can see the sheep know where home is. We're very lucky to have, or very fortunate to have fresh sheep for each competitor. Beautiful, well done Adam and Jojo. That's fantastic, great to see.
He should have been a pretty decent run, I think, Joe.
Yeah, no, lots good good bits and pieces in there. Point here, point there, but should be enough to get him through to the next round, I would say. Yep. So we'll wait and see. So we're very lucky to have the live feed for you all going, so we can keep up to date with the scores. So we'll just total up the scores and get them to you as soon as possible.
So it's a very big course, Joe. Like, it's a terrific course for a state championship, isn't it? Like, there's plenty of outside work and testing in the forces. So you need an all-round dog, and to put 3 scores together and win it, it'll really test the dogs, I think. And whoever wins it will certainly deserve it.
Yeah, definitely. Couldn't ask for a better course. Plenty of space. Beautiful, big, safe bruise panels that are nice and high, and plenty of room. Some good obstacles. Both the drench and the trailer are a real test, and yeah, you need a dog that's got the perfect combination of a good effect on his stock, but also can come up and make something happen if need be. So that's just perfect. So. Tim Hall, our judge, is from Tassie, one of our judges, just seeing the sheep there in position. We'll wait for the bell.
So we got Brad Watts now with, is it Chili? Yeah, Chili, yeah. Yeah, really handy bitch, this Chili, and Brad's done pretty well with it in the last 12 months or so. I think she's made quite a few finals. Pretty sure she did really well at Henty last year when I was there, and I think had the top score going into the final, and I'm not sure he might have ended up second, I think, but she reads her sheep really well, and Brad's an excellent stockman, and works his dogs pretty quietly, got really good control, and he's probably a fella hasn't been at it long either, Joe. And
No. Brad's a shearer by trade, and does a lot of stock work now, and loves his dogs, and hasn't been doing it for a long time. Worked his way up the ranks very quickly, and notorious for getting the red ribbons lately. But he's now starting to get into the blue ones as well. And when you're knocking on the door, you just keep persevering, and you'll know you'll get there eventually. So that's nice. That's just exactly where the judges asked, just past the right-hand end of the CopRice sign. CopRice have been amazing supporters of the association over a long period too, so we really thank them for everything they've done for the association. So Dad's got them set up really nicely there.
really good control there too, Joe. Like just to be able to work that dog in that little short arc in front of him, like it's you got to have pretty good handle on your dog to be able to do that.
Yeah, definitely. A lot of people ask the difference between a farm dog and a trial dog. A trial dog's a farm dog that is trained to the highest level, and yeah, to be able to place your dog exactly where you need it and have it still working and using its initiative is a great skill.
So he's done a pretty good job, Brad. Here, one little break there might have cost him a point, but other than that, he's yeah, it's been spot on. So you probably have to clear this gate, I'd say. It's hard to tell from here, but they look like they're pretty firm up there. So this gate's just not able. You're not allowed to swing your gate back onto sheep. So you've got to make sure the arc of that gate's clear.
Lovely. So the judges have said just take a step directly back from the gate. And there he's got a lead, but he's got a bit of a blockage there, so he's just holding the dog there. That's really nicely done. So he's punched the lead up nice and tight so that so he's got somewhere to follow. All judges see things differently. Some would call it a break and flow. Others would say the dog can't be in two places at once, and that as long as he's done his job in getting these sheep up the front, he's then able to go back without a loss of points.
Yeah, I think they would probably view that pretty favourably, Joe. Like the dog really couldn't do a lot more. He put those sheep up the front, and the tail fellas dragged back out. But he probably, on that fill, you'd probably say he's broken his flow. But still, in the context of the whole course, a few points here and there are probably not that big a deal.
He's got them nice and firm, so he can drench them. Our other judge is Lee Michan from South Australia, and again, a very practical stockman. It's great to see judges coming from interstate that have a lot of not only the score on the board as far as their trialling ability, but also really practical stockmen working large numbers of stock. So great thing about this sport though, you can be a doctor in a city, or you can be male, female, young, old. It doesn't matter what walk of life you come from. If you get in there and put the work in and work with your dogs and have a bit of stock sense, then you're every chance to work your way up through the ranks and be here with the likes of Brad in the Victorian Championships, having a dip.
So he's done a really good job on that. He just dialed the dog down and just got his sheep settled, and not many dogs poking him in there without losing a few points, but I don't think Brad would have lost too many there.
Yep, done beautifully, and Dean's right on it. Just that dog's cooling down, and that's allowing the sheep to relax and look for somewhere to go. So the judges have asked for the sheep to be judged and drafted in a predetermined order. So it's the first two out to this side. So there you go. You can see Brad waited until he had something coming, then just put the gate across nice and quickly.
Pretty sharp, Bradley, isn't he?
Yes, he sure is. He's on fire. Watch out. So there, just a little bit of tail in force, and there again, just putting his hand down to turn the head, so to look after the sheep.
And they've got to put the dog into this pen too, Joe, don't they? Like and shut this gate before they tidy up their draft.
Yes, that's what the judges instructed, and quite often it's quite a tight little space, so you've just got to ease your dog in there and not let it rush in too much and spook the sheep. Go back, leave your gates as they found. Probably not my forte, but yeah, we're all learning. So Brad's done that nicely, and you can see he's just brought the dog over the top just to make sure they all come out as a mob.
I reckon you're good at opening gates, Joe. You just forget to shut them sometimes. That's all.
That's right. Well, we all want to breed the dog that can open gates, so I'm halfway there. So Brad's got to walk a straight line from gate latch to gate latch, and you can see the judges there behind him, and he's been watching this all day, and so all the competitors are aware of that now. And the judge also asked for the sheep to be placed down here by the time Brad has put his hand on the latch of this gate. So he's pretty much there.
Yeah, it's a bit hard for us to see here. Probably touch and go. You might not quite be being past the mark on that gate, but yeah, you can fiddle around with them there and probably lose more points than trying to do that.
So it's a real risk there. Every time our dog to bark, it can cause a break as well. So it's probably lucky that Chili didn't bark when she was asked to without one looking back at her. But the mob formation is still intact and the sheep are still relaxed. So he's looking really good.
Pretty quick load. So the sheep 2 turn back there, so he might have. Yeah, judges might ping him there, but it won't be a heat. He's probably, if he can get an unload here, I'd say he's potentially on a pretty good run, on a good score here. So I'm not really sure what the secret to this trailer is, Joe. I've tried a few things, none of it's worked. So can you tell me what the answer is?
Sorry, what was the question?
I said that what the answer is to getting him off this truck.
Yeah, no, there is no answer. It's probably how you load, and everything you've done up to this time is obviously you're going to pay for if you haven't looked after the sheep well. But yeah, definitely, I think the key is just to hold the dog at the back of the trailer until something pops out and turns around, and then you hope you can convince it to come off the trailer without turning back into the mob. And then the hard thing then too also is to make sure that it's got some mates following it. Quite often you'll get a bit of a lead with 1 or 2 coming off, but then all the rest are still turned towards the front of the trailer and haven't seen their mate lead off. So yeah, this is make and break right here.
Well, I've seen a few times people get one sheep, Joe, and it's gone down and turned around and come back, hasn't it? So you do need those followers.
Yeah, so it's really hard. You try and utilise that lead and grab that lead when it presents, but then yeah, if you can't get your dog up there quick and turn a few around behind it, yeah, that's exactly what's going to happen.
So Chili's working hard here. She's got a start, but they're not helping her much down the ramp. That's unfortunate. I don't see what the judges say about that. So they did say in their talk that if a sheep jumps out, that they would make a call on it, have a chat, and make a call.
So yeah, when you get sheep and dogs and yards, things are going to happen. So sometimes judges just have the fast dead rule. If sheep's out, you're out. Other times they'll see if they felt it was caused by the by the dog. When I'm judging, I like to call it on how it is, but if there's been any rough work prior to that point, then I feel that the dog has caused it by not having those sheep settled. So every judge sees it differently, and yeah, that's why we have our top judges coming from interstate. That's what they're paid to do. They're paid to make these hard calls, and you know, sometimes you really feel for the person and don't want to make that call, but it's our job to find the best dog, and to do that you've got to be fair to everybody. So we'll just see what happens here.
It's a hard time to be a judge, Joe, with something like that, because everyone's watching, and yeah, some people will be happy with the decision and some not. So, but it's what the judges decides final. So. I think they're going to get the sheep back, so they might be going to let Brad bat on here. Yeah, he's got plenty of time up his sleeve still, so it's a bit of a hard one, that one, because they were stuck on the ramp and the dog had to do something to get them moving, and yeah.
So we actually have judging days where we all compare notes and try and be as consistent as possible and on the same wavelength when we're judging. But there's situations in every trial which you're not prepared for when you walk in as a judge, and you've just got to call it as you see it and live by it, and then call it the same way throughout the rest of the trial. So yeah, we're very lucky to be here, and had some great sponsors and support from Red River Yards and CopRice in particular. Rightio, so the judges have decided to let Brad bat on, and it's been quite often rattle you as a competitor, but Brad hasn't got long to go, so just to put away.
Stop, Joe! Stop! 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 Stop!
So Brad's just placing the sheep where he wants them, not too close to the gate, but not too far away. Too far away would be backward movement. So it's nice, he'd be aware of how much time he has left. He would have a watch on or a stopwatch. So there's the bell for the end of Brad's run. So yeah, the judges made a call, and they'll just make sure they are consistent with that decision if anything happens like that again.
Okay, next out we have Sarah Lee with the Rock, the Lee's Rock. I think Sarah had a pretty good run earlier, and yeah, I think she might be up towards the top of the leaderboard earlier in the day, so she'll be hoping to repeat that again.
So we've had some really good let-outers working hard, letting the sheep out, counting out, getting the right number most of the time. So we're really appreciative of their work. It's a great thing if you're thinking about learning how to how to do this sport and how to trial, the best thing you can do is come and have a look at the Victorian Yard Utility Farm Dog site, see where the trials are, see who the convener is, ring them up and ask them if they'd like a hand with the let out, because you actually learn a lot about moving sheep and how it all works.
How long till Joe?
So Sarah just pulled her dog up a bit short on the cast there. Just wanted to make sure that they came down the right hand side, but that may have opened the door for that one then to split later. So you've really got to be careful what you teach the sheep to do. They'll be summing up the dog and seeing if they think they can get past the dog or not.
It'll be interesting to see this mob, Joe. They were pretty towy coming out of this let-out gate, so there hasn't been too many mobs just run straight up the ground like that.
Yeah, definitely. They sort of changed it about this time yesterday afternoon and started breaking at both the two first gates, the lead into the force for the drench and for the draft. Yeah, and became quite breaky, trying to break between the handler and the dog. So yeah, there was one unsettled there. So we'll just see if it comes out or not. It looks like it's in the middle of the mob. I can't see it at the moment.
Probably Sarah hasn't quite got those sheep far enough once she got to that chain, so she might lose a few there, but she's probably aware that this mob, she might want to play with them too much. So
yeah, sometimes you just got to be happy to leave them alone and see how the judges see it. Also looking at the judges' positioning, where they are. If they can see where the line is, they might have a divot or something that they can tell where the sheep are passed, or they might just be happy for them to be in that general area. You don't know, and you've just got to make that call. So there's 2 or 3 in here that want to break, so Sarah's just going to try and turn them around.
a bit more eye on this dog too. He's sort of drawing him on a bit, but which is fine. But it probably makes it a bit harder to get that forward movement, and the sheep are trying to look to break over the dog. And the other thing that you need to be aware of in this situation is that you're chewing up your time.
Yeah, so it's something that we look for in our genetics, how the dog, what effect the dog has on the stock, and if it can work them from a little bit further back and having a relaxing effect on the stock. And one thing I always look at is, do the sheep have their heads on the right end? Are they facing the dog, or are they facing the way you want to go? And if they're facing the dog, then the dog's probably not doing quite the right thing, and yeah, either we can help with our breeding program going forward, or we can also move that dog around to take away that pressure, if you like. And Sarah's just tried a little bit of bark there, but quite often if you've got heads facing the dog, then it's the last thing you want to do. You just it usually causes a break.
They're digging their heels in a bit, aren't they? They're really coming back on the dog. It's just that probably a bit lower head set, and they can see over the top of the dog, and he's fairly got a fair bit of eye, and they're probably feeling a bit threatened by that dog, so they're really wanting to keep an eye on what he's doing. So she'll be thinking about the time there and probably looking to make up a bit here. Hopefully she can get a quick fill and get over and get a draft done fairly quickly. So that's a nice leader she's got there. Good free backing dog. Drop down in the sheep there, run along the fence, which really creates that forward movement. And yeah, that's excellent.
Did that well, found the leader, and that's something that we look at forward when we're sending the dog back, that we just let them roll around till the leader presents and comes down rather than trying to force them too hard. So Rock's on fire today, just going a bit hard.
He's probably got away with that a bit, Joe. Those sheep are sort of settled there and haven't gone any further. I thought they'd run right to the top.
Yeah, beautifully. And one thing that the competitors said that you're probably better off leaving the sheep out off the fence a bit if you possibly can, and then rolling them in towards you. So yeah, just didn't quite do that. And while that dust is there, those sheep aren't going to see that hole, and that one's really uneasy. So we'll be trying to tuck it into the middle of the mob and looking for a better leader. There they are.
She's done that very well because those sheep really were looking to go somewhere. Probably she's steered them into the pen, but they could have just as easily went past it.
Yeah, no, she's done a couple of really good moves. That the filling of the drench race is really good, and coming into this draft is great too. So she's just giving that leader time to look there.
It's really nicely done. She's got him up into that draft, and she just steadied the dog down and left him on the side there, and she had a couple looking and brought the dog round and got him to feed in. He's got the draft right, so she's probably got herself back on track a bit, Joe, time-wise.
Yeah, no, both time-wise and points. She's going really well. Yeah, showing a bit of stockmanship, and you know, you see the sheep come out and you can get a good idea of whether they're going to be a bit runny or a bit doughy or work with you when they come out. But it's not just about the hand you were dealt, it's what you do with it. And Sarah's playing the hand that she's got really well. Probably would bear off to bring that dog around behind her earlier.
It's a pretty good save there. I think that dog was intent on going to the head there, but she's pulled him up and got him back around where he should be.
Yep.
It's good to see a lot more drive elements coming into trialling too, Jay. Like it's like we were talking about there earlier on that pickup, but just in this situation where, yeah, just practical stockmanship, and you know, it just shows the versatility of the dogs, doesn't it?
Yeah, definitely, and it's great that we've got a bit of room on this course to actually showcase that and give the dog room to get around to that drive point. So Rock's cooled down a little bit. You can see now he's settled into his work a little bit more, which is great, and that will have a better effect on the sheep. And you can see Sarah was just moving him left and right, just working that drive point behind the eye of the sheep nearest to us to guide them into place. So now she's cleared her gate. Nothing there presenting yet. There again, she just gave that leader time to turn around and have a look. It wasn't looking at first, and then just being given that couple of seconds just to look and think about, oh, there might be a way out up there.
So they've just held up on her a bit there, but she's over and all pretty good fill. And yeah, she's still. Where's the time, Danny? We got. Oh yeah, she's still got plenty of time. So if she can get these sheep unloaded in reasonable time, she'll still make it. So, oh, look at this, yeah. Bring the dog up there now. She'll probably get him. Yep. So he probably, he has maybe not gone through with the job there, but they're really starting to pull up on this ramp a bit. But yeah, she's done really well there. Hasn't wasted too much time, so she's worked the course really well, because she probably, a lot of handlers probably after that start might have felt the pressure a bit and thought that they were in trouble time-wise, but
yeah,
she's on her way to the put-away, Joe.
Yep, beautiful. So that one's feeling a bit uneasy. Rocks around, just guiding them into the right spot. Yeah, no, I'll never forget watching Jim Luce when I first started, and he had one sheep split off, and I thought it was all over for him, but he just got that sheep back with the others and ended up winning the trial. So,
He's a bit of a master at that
he
sort of
was,
stuff, wasn't he?
definitely. He was amazing. But it just goes to show, never hang your head, never drop your shoulders, never drop the ball, just keep on batting. And yeah, one day it will turn around for you.
Yeah, that was a good run. Well done to Sarah.
Well done. Rightio. So next on course we've got Mitch Jubb. Mitch is a livestock contractor from the Western Districts. I think we're going to have just a short break.
Just got a bit of R&M to do. So yeah, there's a fair few sponsors here, Joe, and these Red River obviously sponsor a fair few trials down in Victoria, don't they? And they're cracking panels and yards, and they're always prepared to throw them at the trials. Yeah,
no, it's amazing how they're supplying so really quality item, and quite often you'll come across whether it's a dog pen or a sheep yards, and they've been built by engineers, not stock people. But if you have a look around at these yards, you'll see the really nice man gates there with the spring on them that are really easy to use. No latches or levers; they just hinge in with a spring. You'll look at the front of the drench race and the back of the drench race with those vertical bars at the front, so that the sheep can still see through and have somewhere to go and want to lead, but there's no chance of injury with a dog catching a leg or a sheep getting its nose stuck in the front gate, because sometimes they'll belt down there pretty quickly. And you look at the latches, how they just slide in beautifully, and they're not going to come undone. The bows over the top of the gates, the double hinged gates, so you can wind them right around if you need to. It's the little 1%ers that make a huge difference. That draft works really well. They lead down there beautifully. There's nice big handles there on top of the draft to protect your hands if a sheep jumps over the top of the draft gate. So just obviously you can see these have been built by stock people, not just welders and engineers. And then you look at the welds on the yards, and you can see they're beautifully done, professionally done, heavy duty steel. So definitely, if you can buy Australian, it will last you twice as long, and you're keeping Australians employed.
You reckon you'll get a bit of commission out of that, mate?
You never know your luck, do you, in the big city? You don't have to. You can see if someone's trying to sell you something that's not a great product, but yeah, you just have a look at the product. They're lovely high panels, and you can see that top rail's got a little bit more of a gap there, so if a dog gets a leg stuck between the panel, it can easily twist it out and not get hooked up. So beautifully made, and looks CopRice have been with the association for many years, and always come to the party and supply their product for every trial in the state. So that's a big leg up for each trial convener when you don't have to worry about some sponsorship. You can concentrate on getting other products like the R's, etc. Going. You'll see also around us we've got some generators and spotlights, so that's going to give a totally different dimension to the trial. We're going to have a twilight final, so stay around for that. That's going to be fantastic. And you've got the added problem of shadows from the lights, so you can see how the light at the front of just the placing of your lights, and that's something that a lot of people don't think about when they're building undercover yards or in a shearing shed, just trying to get your shadows in the right spots so sheep can see where they're going. You can also see that it's just getting a bit overcast now, and that's it's called the luck of the draw, but definitely the sheep will work a lot better now that we don't have the shadows in the draft and the drench race, and even coming off that trailer has been a real test for the dogs, and you never know, you might just luck it so that you get a cooler time of the day where the sheep aren't too wet or dewy in the first part of the morning, where they're not too flighty, they've been in the yards and settled down for a while, and then you'll get a little bit of overcast weather like this, and it's there for your taking. So there's lots of mistakes we can make. I really enjoyed listening to one trialer saying that you can't always control the sheep or what the dog do. You try your best, but you can control what you do and try and minimise your mistakes. And it's a team effort of how you where you place your dog and what you ask for and your timing, etc. And we've seen some amazing stockmanship in the last few runs where people have just waited that half second or so for giving the sheep time to look and think and decide to go, rather than trying to force them too hard. So we're privileged to see some really top dogs, and we've got some top interstate judges, top let out men, great yards, some lovely seating. Come on down tonight to the barbecue and campfire where we'll get around, and as I said, it's a really inclusive sport where everyone's welcome, and we'd love to see you.
Rightio, Big Mitch Jubb strolling out. It's only about 3 steps for him. Is this five? Five, yep. Number 5. See you, mate. Yep. So, pretty accomplished dog too, this one. Mitch did well with him over in West Australia in the Australian a couple of years ago. Made the top 10 and might have been ended up about 3rd or 4th or something. So, but anyway, he's made a pretty nice start here. So he'll just be trying to slowly poke those sheep in there and get him in position before he goes to his gate. So I've just got big Travis Scott sitting next to me now. So you've been on the mic a bit today, mate, haven't you?
Yeah, I've had a run. I've had a long run today. I've only had 2 dogs to work, so plenty of spare time. No novice dogs to run, so it's been good looking at it from up here. A bit of a different angle. We've definitely been a bit dusty, but it's a pleasure to get along. Thanks to Joey for his time and input, and pleasure to get alongside you, Dean. I think at home myself, last couple of Australians, I've sat at home and watched videos and get a bit of commentary from some competitors that have been out there, and a bit of insight into what's going on out there is pretty handy, I reckon. Yep, absolutely. It's like obviously the live stream for dog trialling these days is, it's sort of the angles that Danny Rubin can get with his cameras, and you probably get a better view of the trial on the live stream than you do sitting here watching it, don't you? Yeah, you do. Yeah, and the cameras can get right into those pens where probably only a judge gets to see. You get to, to see right in there where the dogs are working. When you're sitting on the sidelines, you don't get to get those angles, so you get a real good feel where you're at, and then a little bit of added commentary to go with. It's been good over the last couple of years. People setting their time aside to give a bit of input, and it's been great, and great to see you guys come from New South. I say down from New South, but you're really across from where you are, not really down.
Well, it's down in altitude, mate.
And so, how's the Monero looking at the moment?
Yeah, no, not too bad.
You guys are always on the wrong end of it most of the time, aren't you? So
yeah, we've had probably an ordinary 18 months or so up until recently, but it's certainly not too bad at the moment.
Yeah, it's good.
It's turned around a bit. We'll probably have a half decent winter. So things are not too bad.
And not many trials through winter for you guys on Monero?
No, not on the Monero. Our trials are sort of early in the year, and then we have another trial, our snowy trial, end of November, early December.
Yep.
So but plenty going on in New South Wales. Probably same as Victoria. There's one to go to if you want to.
Yeah.
So,
and now you guys going down your end of the woods as far as young competitors and things.
Yeah.
And up north, they're getting a few good young handlers up north as well, and pretty keen on their trial. And you're getting the same thing in Monero.
Yeah, plenty of young fellas on the Monero keen, and I'd say right through New South. The membership in New South is probably all-time high, probably similar to Victoria.
Yep.
And a lot of that's due to the young people coming into it. So, but anyway, Mitchy's rocking along here. He's done a pretty good job on his race, and he's been pretty tidy through there to the draft. Couple of little breaks, but nothing too bad. So, just probably not the best clear of the gate there. He might have spent a point or two, but it's
not too much else off him along the way. He's had a pretty smooth run here, like you said. And generally a barometer for Mitchie. He starts raising his voice, he's things aren't going right, and he's been pretty quiet so far. So
that probably applies to all of us.
Yeah, I reckon. Depends sometimes. Some dogs you work, you just start at that level and stay like that the whole way around. But
it's just straight away got a leader there. So and it's probably good if in those situations like the draft and the drench, if you can nail it pretty quick and give yourself a bit of time for this truck.
Yep.
Even if it does go a bit pear-shaped there in the truck, you still hopefully can make it to the put-away. So, you're probably not going to need a massive score to get in the 25.
No.
If you can get round and do a reasonably tidy job, you're in with the show, I'd say.
Yeah, definitely, and you've done a lot of trialling over the years, and usually a quick run's a good run. You sort of don't give the judge too much time to take too much off, and Mitch is certainly on that now. He really hasn't had too much trouble, and probably set his sheep up nicely for that flow into the trailer. He had nice direct flows into the drench race and the draft, and half educating his sheep before he gets to the trailer here. So he'll be hoping that he can just find that leader again and poke him straight on. Five's just working this shoulder nicely, hasn't upset his lead, and sheep are still in a good frame of mind. So, getting into that trailer.
Yep. No, he's really steering those sheep well. So, and just trying to get him positioned here in the right spot. So, he's probably pushing onto his sheep a bit here, but he just got a bat on.
Be a handful there. Having a walk through him, he walked on him was probably a bit, but he's to go through him. These boys won't miss too much. They're pretty experienced, these two judges. They won't let too much go by.
It's probably really his first big misdemeanor, so he'd still be sitting all right. He just if he can do this truck reasonably well, he'll. Yep.
Yeah, and at this level, it's important to keep that composure. You've had a good run till now, and just try and put that behind you and go forward and minimise the damage going to the next obstacle and still recover and hold on to a score to carry into tomorrow.
Well, once you get the next round, anything can happen, can't it? You got to put 3 scores together, so
that's right.
Which is not easy to do.
No, in Victoria, we're the only ones that have run a three round championship, and all scores count. So he'll yeah, he'll want to take a bit of, some half reasonable score with him. But the course and the sheep have certainly given, opened a few doors. But he's doing a bit of work here now. All bums facing the wrong way, so he's going to reshuffle here.
So probably just a case there, that same, like, these sheep really don't respond well to dogs that are busy. The dog was a bit close in on them coming across to this force, and they were, they felt under pressure. The dogs that can sort of leave them alone, they sort of want to hang together and stay in a mob better. But he's got them on there, so we'll see how he goes with his unload. Yes, he's smoking along. He's got 4.5 minutes, so he's just looking to be able to turn one. So pretty hard. You've got to have the dog up there to front and try to turn something around. You sort of, once you've got him off that back fence, you can't really turn one at the front when your dog's at the back. So he's got one now. That's well done. We're just hoping the rest can see it. So a bit of a hold up there. He'll just have to rework it, try and turn another one. You see he's looking down there towards those other two, hoping they don't come back. We come round there now, he's got one, yep. So he's had a bit of a block up there, but nothing too serious. So he's got on and off, which a lot haven't.
He handled that pretty well there. They're not that willing to follow their mates off, even if they can see them at the bottom of that ramp. You've really got to work them off there, and even when they get halfway down, you still need to back them to get them off sometimes. They're not free to just head for home, so they're earning every bit.
So you got to be able to walk straight along the fence here without influencing your sheep, mate. Like those judges were pretty specific that they wanted a gap there that you could get through, and Mitch has done that. You'll just be hoping those sheep don't drift too far. He's sneaking up there a bit on him. He might have, he might have lost a point or two there, just a bit off course, but
probably playing a bit on the safe side.
Yeah.
Just don't let him get stuck behind the gate or anything silly and run onto him, and do a couple instead of doing a lot, and think about tomorrow.
Anyway, he's got there, so well done, Mitch.
He's done well. He might be like Superman tomorrow. He'll come out, he'll take them glasses off, and he'll take them silly loafer bloody shoes off, and that's right, he'll go into Superman tomorrow and come out and smoke us, I reckon.
He probably could jump tall buildings in a single bound.
He probably could. I don't think there's much jump in him, though. He's a ruckman, but he doesn't jump very high.
Okay, so Callan Thompson is our next competitor, and with Jed. Is it Jed? Yeah, Jed.
Carolyn's made a few finals in the last couple of months over the border and with this dog, and he's been going pretty well. So I'm sure she'll be coming in with a bit of confidence that she's got the tools to do the job.
Well, he has a pretty good effect on his sheep, this dog, without doing a lot. He might actually suit these sheep in the big yard. Anyway, we'll see. Then he's got you need a bit of punch in the pen, so.
And Carolyn's had a couple of runs out here today, and she ran Tex earlier on, and and ran Sheba, and so she's had a good look what to expect out here. So hopefully, yeah, she's got all the cards lined up with him. With Jake being out, Dale might have tried to take this fella off her hands and give himself as many chances as he can.
I think Dale's been a bit like me today. He's had his hands full when he's been out there with his dog. Anyway, he'll be coming out with Clay, I'd say, before too long. I'd say Clay will handle these sheep pretty well.
Yeah, they should suit him. He's nice and quick on his feet, got good effect in his yards and doesn't overdo it or anything like that. So, yeah, Dale's probably going in pretty happy that he's got still him to run. Rip was pretty full on early on and gave him a bit of run for his money. So
Carolyn's doing a nice job here. She's just poked that dog in there and moved those sheep across. So I think, well, I don't know, Trav, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think they wanted those sheep past the end of that CopRice by the time you had your hand on the chain.
Yep.
So that'd be spot on, wouldn't it?
Yep. She's done very well there. There's been no backwards or sideways. The sheep are in a good frame of mind there. There's a few there having a bit of a look as she opens that gate. And you know, this gate is not very long, Dean. Makes it not a very wide gap to get them in. These sheep being very breaky, and the judges have done a pretty fair thing and made everyone stand with their hip on the gate. So you can't make it any wider than it actually is, and so there's the sheep quite happy to ask that question and pop around there. And so yeah, it's a tricky one. How far do you open it, and how much room do you need, and can your dog cover it or not?
Yeah, well, I haven't been able to work it out, so I can't tell you. But
we got one more to make up.
But yeah, they really do test you in this gateway, and you want to put a bit of pressure on them on the back end to try and get them to come in, but then as they come, that sheep at the front or on the sides always looking to duck round you.
Definitely. Yeah, like it's that fine line. You stand there as a handler and you're like, I know I need the dog around the back to just bump or roll some from the back around the front, but then as soon as you open that door, there's that one at the front ready to pop around you and not look in. When you pull the trigger, it's just a bit nerve-wracking. You stand there going, oh, do I do it now or not? And there's no comfortable time. Like, you get this one done and you get to the next force yard and it's a side fill, so that actually is a lot bigger gap for the dog to cover and try and create a lead. And so I think the way they've set this up and the way that we're going around in this direction really it gets a little bit more difficult on each obstacle. And so certainly not impossible. The sheep have been extremely fair all day, I think, and really tested the dogs.
Yep, no, they've definitely been doing it to everybody. So anyway, Kaz is she's done a pretty handy job here. Like, she's had a few little breaks and maybe a point, but she'll be wanting to get him in there because she'll be mindful that the clock's ticking.
Yeah, you just don't want to have too many hold-ups on the way around, do you? Like, you can have a little bit of a go here, but you don't want anything drastic to happen, like a mortal blowout, and then have to put them back in.
No.
By the time you get to that trailer, you can chew up 4 minutes pretty quick in that trailer and not get out.
Well, 12 minutes seems like a long time, but it is a very big course. A long way across this course, and from one side to the other, and which is, it's terrific that it's as big as it is. And if you get held up, you're still gonna there's a bit of pressure on your 12 minutes. So
there's your beautiful lead there. Look at that dog went around, shaped them nicely, and he knows what's coming next. He's ready. He's ready to fill that race.
So it's a good long race, this. It's and then the judges have put that tape on at the back there, which you've got to be past, and it's really testing the dogs out. Like, you've got to do a proper load to get them, don't you? You're not going to fluke it.
No, No, and it's good having that mark there. Really makes you work hard for a big. And see, them sheep aren't too tight. Like, they do fit, but you wouldn't think when you start filling it that they're all going to fit in there. But they actually fit pretty comfortable behind that mark. I think the judge has done a good job there. They've made you have to work for it, but it's not too much.
So the sheep have got to be up past this chain on the gate on your right hand side before you get there. So Kaz has done that pretty well, and she's just got it all settled down there nicely now, so she'll be hoping to roll these in without too much trouble, and that'll catch her up a bit of time. But this has probably proved to be another fairly big test here with this side fill and a big arena, a lot of room for the sheep to get away.
Yeah, and the fact that they're running back home too, they're not recycled, so it's not really unfair, but it doesn't matter what gate they're on, they still take their opportunity when they've got it. And so, dog that can put a bit of pressure on and force a lead and then still cover the side without offending that lead, have really benefited. They've seen some beautiful flows into that yard with really doesn't appear to be a lot of effort.
Yeah, well, as I said earlier, this dog actually has a very good effect on its stock. Out in the big yard, he doesn't do a lot, Jed, but he moves them quite easily.
Yep.
And Karen's done. Carolyn's done as good a job as that as probably most today.
Yep. So. Yeah, definitely. And they're the ones that you might burn a little bit of time somewhere, and then you just get a nice flow straight like that in there, and they're on the gate already, and make up that little bit of lost time. And getting towards the end there with this trailer being fairly snug in there, you really want as much time as you can get to get there in case something does go wrong.
Yep. Well, she'll be looking for as good a leader as she got.
She's done a great job there with that jog. Just pulled up behind the eye there and just probably didn't quite get the reward for that. I thought she stopped him in a beautiful spot there, and them sheep thought about it, but
he just didn't peel off, did
no,
he?
No.
Just turned around.
Yeah. Yeah, that was a bit unlucky. That's.
She might have to dig him out and start again. She'll probably get it now, I think, if she can bring him up. Yep. He didn't go then.
No. It's obviously not the right one there at the moment to lead his mates down. Certainly can't say that she hasn't done some good work there. Like she's obviously, whatever she asked of him, he's gone to some really good positions, I think, and those sheep just didn't leave and didn't quite get the reward.
Oh, she's misdrafted there.
Yeah. So as long as she gets a number right, she'll be able to keep going. But depending on how the judges point it for the obstacle, if she gets a number right, then the order wrong, then she'll be able to keep going. But so far today, anyone that's got the number wrong has been just DQ'd. So if Carolyn can
she's
regroup here,
got it back on track there.
Yep, she's done well. So
I don't know if she knows she's done that, but
may not. That's right. Yeah, she hasn't.
She's got it right.
Any body language to show.
She's got the number right.
Yeah, right. Any of us might have a bit of a head toss.
Yeah, no, that would have been the end of me.
There's always signs, isn't there? You're a bit frustrated. And I'm not a religious man, but I pray to Jesus a fair bit when I'm out there when something like that goes wrong. So, it's.
Yeah, I talk to him a bit sometimes, but he's never answered me back yet. So I don't know. She just letting the dog stray around there. Probably just off course a little bit.
Pretty handy run up until that. So if she can regroup, probably looking at high 60s to a 70 to make top 25. Got some good dogs still to come. So if she can hang on to enough and carry herself through to tomorrow. None of these dogs at the moment we're seeing are pre-qualified. I think still pre-qualified dogs are still to come. So, and I think there's only 4 in total. So,
yeah, right. Well, she's got those sheep set up beautifully for this gateway.
They're not upset, these sheep. They're wary of him, but they're not upset.
That bit of extra work in the draft probably, those sheep probably think they might have it over this dog a bit now.
Yep. Yeah, they're leaning on him a little bit, and if this pen early on today, I thought this pen, if few people turn up, it could be a bit tricky, but they've actually fed in here pretty well all day. They've been pretty consistent. It's strange in sheep, when the dog's in their presence, they sort of don't really have a deep vision, do they? They go in that pen, they've got no idea that there's a wall at the end. But
no, they've been good trial sheep because they certainly haven't changed. They've been consistent, haven't they?
Yep, yep.
And they're good, yeah, in good order, and they're standing up to it really well. So,
yeah. And done a credit there. Woolbrook have produced some quality sheep for this trial, and the boys have been working on this for well over 12 months and planned to be here, and I think they've produced a wonderful course to work and sheep. So, yeah, no, I think the quality of them, considering the season, there's a time's run out for Carolyn. So
unfortunately, yep, that's time. But
he loses the trailer and the put away, but she should be pretty happy with her efforts.
So I think might be the worst half of the combination coming out now.
Yeah, that's right.
Yep,
that's right. He'd been watching from afar. I'm sure he's probably a wise man. I don't think he'd be given too many pointers, I don't think.
Yeah, so our next competitor is Dale Thompson. It'll be with Clay, and he's got a few names. Dale, Lloydie, and the Big Mo, and but
the young boys like to call him Drafter.
Yeah.
We don't want to put a Moz on him.
No. I'm sure he'll get it right, but
he had a missed draft earlier on today. We don't want to put Moz on him. He got through that patch and out the other side, and he sorted himself out. But he did have a missed draft today, so we won't linger on that too much. But no, he's got pretty thick skin. He's been around a long time, Dale.
Well, he dishes it out, so he's got to be able to take it.
Yeah, look, you do. If in this sport, you've got to have a thick skin. We're all pretty supportive of each other, but look, if you leave a door ajar, then we'll bash it in. But
he's a terrific fellow, Dale, and a very, very good handler.
No, very good. I mentioned earlier, you go through the field there today, the amount of dogs that are Broken River prefix or by Broken River dogs. He produced consistently good dogs over a number of years, and I've had a couple of Dale's dogs have been very good to me, and so without them, they put me on the map. That he's a great bloke. And he's got a school on next weekend at Benalla to pass on some knowledge to people that are just getting started. So he gives back to the sport too. So no, him and Carolyn are wonderful to have. In the association, they're more than happy to give up their time. And it's the one that's eluded him. He's been in the top 10 a couple of times and just can't quite crack it at that top end. He'd love to get one in the top 10 tomorrow and really give himself a shot.
Yep. Yeah. No, he's usually there or thereabouts, Dale, and if he gets it right, he's pretty hard to get in front of. So. I think this dog would be he won Henty last year, so he's pre-qualified for the New South coming up in Young next month. So very accomplished dog. So once again, this spot here, this gateway, it's just
it's that fine point in
yeah.
there, enough to put a bit of pressure on for some forward movement, but you just open that crack and they just take off and take their opportunity. And the dog with that fast footwork that can get their force of a flow and still cover that flank, it's a tough one. You can't call it yourself.
Yeah, lost a bit of ground there, so that'll probably that'll cost him a few.
Yeah, and I think there might even been a little tail turn in there too, which is a bit uncanny for Clay. He's pretty clean usually, this dog. He's another one that has a good rapport with his stock. Usually gets along with his sheep really, really well.
Yep. So Dale's, he's probably burned a few here, but he'd be pretty keen to see those sheep go in there now. He probably reckons that's probably enough of that. So
yeah, this is that moment you burn up a little bit of time, you get a bit nervous, you get on the march, and you only need a good flow in the draft or something like that to just, or into that force pen to that draft, just to make up that little bit of lost time, and put that behind you, and don't focus on the negatives and go forward. And Dale's been around a long time. He's sort of bloke that'll put that in the back of his mind, and he's done this many times. He knows that it's not over yet, and you just got to get in this pen, get flowing, let Clay do his best work, and he can recover pretty well.
Oh, the sheep are going to come out. That's
it's made life a little bit hard for himself.
That's made it tough.
Yeah, they're pretty good sheep and they're pretty forgiving, but they're also sheep you don't want to give too much of an advantage like that too. Like that's the second time they're taking a bit of ground off him now. They just get a bit heavier again. Yeah,
they do. They're pretty good at working the dogs out.
So a bit of tail end force, they get a bit of authority back, and Dale will reset. And
Dale will be wondering why they couldn't have just done that in the first place. But he's just had a bit of a untidy. Dale won't be happy with that. That dog coming back. He had that gate cleared and he's come back to the back of the pen.
No, that's right. He's a seasoned dog too. Dale will be relying on him just to do the basic things well and not let him down. And so he'll be a bit frustrated about that. Clay probably feeling that pressure too. A few of them breaks, and Dale's just leaning on him a little bit now. So he's created a beautiful flow in there, a nice single file, and now he'll get this job done in one go. He'll save himself a bit of time. If you get him up past that marker, and Dale's called for a bit of tail end force there, but he's happy they're in there. He called him up to assist the unload, and Clay's done his job.
We'd be hoping that all the break's gone out of those sheep now, and if he can nail this bit and carry on, he'll still be in with a chance.
Yeah, and Clay a little bit excited by the time he got in that pen there and come back and upset Dale a bit. And you see Dale's gone to a few whistles. Do you use any whistles on your dogs, do you, Dean, or your voice commands mainly, or?
A bit of both, mate. Yeah, I've got whistle commands, and but I can't blow. I can't blow when those ones around your neck. But,
no, neither can I.
I do use both, and probably use the whistles a lot, just mustering. But I think the trolling sort of, there's a bit more pressure, and I tend to use a lot more voice, and probably talk to your dogs a lot more than you would normally. But that's competition does that, doesn't it?
Yeah, definitely. No,
well, he's done an excellent job there.
He has shaped them up nicely and poked them in, and and still, it's not over. You keep poking along, and you don't dwell on what's happened, and it's all he needs is a nice flow here, and he's on his march to the trailer, and he's still got a shot.
Well, it's pretty good. He'll be pretty pleased he got that, because he knows he's got rid of a few points at that first obstacle, so he'll be looking to just nail it from now on.
Yeah, there's a beautiful flow there. Look at that. They're those little 1%ers, just pick himself up 20 seconds or so, and it might be enough to just get that put away gate and save yourself 10 or so, whatever the judges want to put away.
Yep.
Does make me nervous though when he's drafting and he sticks his hand in there like that.
Yeah, so he's still got over 5 minutes, Dale, so he's definitely got time to get there. But he'll want things to go in his favour. He'll probably be thinking he's due a bit of luck now.
He's had a good look around. These are those moments where you can get a bit caught up and you want to hurry up and get on with it, and then just miss a small little thing in championships. You just can't give it away. You know, not that you can do that much on a weekend trial either, but you know, in a championship, there's just your best competitors, you got the best dogs, and you just can't afford to give away a couple of points here and there for a little silly mistake. You know, step out there and send the dog and he crosses you or does something like that, and then that rues you rue that one when it comes to top 25 or something and you miss by half a point.
No, you don't win those trials by accident. So
no, that's right.
Yeah, you definitely got to earn it. And there's plenty of good trialers and handlers here, so
no, mate,
and plenty of good dogs. So
yeah, bloody oath. And the depth. You used to go to a state championship 10 years ago, and there's 30 good dogs you had to beat, and now we've got 77 this weekend, all genuine, good open dogs or dogs that have recently won Improver, or a couple of novices that are on the up and come. So there's certainly no walkovers in a field like this at the moment. And you'll go to an Australian and you got 140 or 50 to get around in the same. You've got to be open level in your own state and in a national, and there's no walkovers in those. So no, look, you can't take your foot off the gas. And
yeah, so Dale will just be hoping for a quick fill here. He's got his gate cleared, and if he can get a good lead up on here and give himself a bit of time to unload. Yep, so a nice bit of work there. He just brought that dog round to the right spot and turned that sheep up the ramp. You just got to pause your dog for a moment if you're going to move position. He's got a fair bit of space at the front there, so if he can get a leader there. Bit of a top knot there, but unfortunately didn't pay. This Clay's working hard here. He's just trying to turn something. So he's got a couple at the front, but their heads are on the wrong end, as usual. So you see it's pretty tight, this truck. There probably is a bit of luck in it, but yeah, it's amazing how the good dogs seem to still do it. So it's not all luck. He's got a few looking there now if he can bring Clay up. Nice top knot there. He's still got it. Still got the float. So he's still got a bit of time up his sleeve, mate. He's probably going to make it, I think.
Yep. No.
I don't want to put the mocker on him, but I think he probably will.
At least the draft gate's out of his hand anyway. Should be right. But yeah, that's it. You make up that little bit of time, you get a good flow, and all of a sudden you can go from thinking you're not going to make it to. Yeah, and Dale, I'm not sure if Dale. No, I don't think he's carrying the clock on him, so he won't know. He'll just be going through the motions, ticking the boxes, and getting it done. And yeah, those plastic whistles, I can't. I've tried using them. I can't. I end up trying to talk to the dogs and spit them out and whatever else. And so I taught myself to whistle without it, and it took me about 3 months. My wife was going to kill me, and sitting there at night time in the lounge room trying to whistle, and sitting in the car and trying to whistle. And But yeah,
Did she come to you when you whistled? Or?
No.
Yeah, right.
No. She just backhanded me.
So he's got to the put away, Dale. He's got the sheep set up nice there. He's yep. He's got his gate shut, so yeah, he's made it.
He'd be happy to get that one out of the way. So he's probably looking at just 70, high 60s to 70, top 25. So you'll be hoping for somewhere around there. He's a few little indiscretions, but he'd be hoping to sneak in there and get himself another crack for tomorrow.
Yep. Righto, mate. I better take off. I'm going and let a dog out. So
yeah,
yeah.
Appreciate
Anyway,
that, Dean.
Cheers, mate.
We'll watch you have a run here later on, and we'll thank Dean for giving insight into how he sees.
I might just hand over to a bit better commentator in Brad.
Welcome
Don't know about that,
welcome back, Brad Gavenlock. And
so apologies in advance. Denny has left me to run the camera, so if things don't go to plan, don't get upset at Denny.
Do two things at once, can they? So yeah, any complaints at home from the live streaming, direct them to DannyRubin.com, and we accept no responsibility. This is not a paid production. We're doing this voluntarily.
Definitely way above our
whatever
pay grade.
you get.
So Marcus Campbell, our fearless leader of this weekend, or one of.
And he's got native hut fella out there. This dog
something.
Yeah, he's got his number wrong, I'd say. Old mate needs to take his shoes off and count of his fingers and his toes, I'd reckon. He's got himself mucked up. Some might ask the question and think that they deliberately did that to Marcus.
I think Marcus looked at a couple of sheep who were familiar there and didn't like them. I remember them from last week.
I reckon exactly. He's been out there drafting sheep up, I reckon. So they send these out to me, boys.
Wrong tag numbers, Marcus.
We could give him a stag or something like that. Get hold of him, Timmy. Oh, hang on, look out. Oh, there we go. Have a couple more. Okay, so poor Timmy's out there on his own. Lee's playing a great backstop there. What are you, Lee, goalkeeper out there? You got Timmy, the Jack Russell out there. Geez, that must be paying him pretty well. I'm going to send the Irishman out there to give him a hand. This bloke's used to stealing sheep. So he'll go in there and snavel a couple for himself, stuff them under his jumper, I reckon. And trust an Irishman. Yeah, that greenskeeper. Great work, Mitch. Mitch Judd with a great contribution right there, with his sexy loafers on. Good shoes, Mitch.
Oh, we'll try and start again for Marcus.
Lookalike competition later on. Apparently, Mitch is in the lead for a lookalike competition. If you're around for that later on, you'll see who he looks like. There's been a nomination for him, so. Righto, we've got Marcus Campbell now getting himself set with native hut fella. Pretty handy young dog's climbed through his ranks in the last 12 months. Seen him in February last year, and he hadn't been to a trial, and then all of a sudden by the end of the year he'd broken status, and he's now competing in the championship. So he's got a bright future, and he's got a handful of pups on the ground as well, and he's developing into a really, really nice type of dog. And Marco, he'll sell himself a bit short, but he's actually a pretty good handler, so don't listen to him.
He's very well underplaying it, isn't he?
He does. He's actually
I'm a big fan of this dog.
Pretty handy.
Big fan of this dog.
Well, you should be a fan of the handler too. He's been pretty handy bloke. He's pretty good stocky. You can't have really good dogs and be really competitive if you're not a good stockman. We might put the mods on him yet. But he's pretty good. Oh, we've got Brad Watts here too. Do you want to come over here, Wattsy? We have a few special comments. There's a spare seat next to me here. You can come and join me here if you like. It's a good view from here.
It'd be great. I'm struggling doing microphone and camera.
Yeah,
I'm no Denny Rubin.
Yeah, you can take the microphone. Come and join me, Wattsy.
Hey man, how you going?
Pretty good, everyone. This is Brad Watts. Join me here and for a little bit of special commentary. And you've had a couple of good runs today. You had a little bit of bad luck that ended up turning out all right for you earlier. So
yeah, it worked out all right. He made me wait for it though. I had the heart going, but anyway, yeah, I hope the right call was made. I don't know that she could have done much more, the little bitch. So
no, that's right. I think you end up with an 84, so that gives you a run tomorrow, and judges call, and that's how it is. And the boys conferred and made the decision, and you get a run tomorrow. So besides that. You can't control sheep at times, but she'd had a pretty good run up until then. She'd done a fair bit of work. She'd done a good job. So you should be pretty happy.
Yeah, thanks, mate. No, it was a weight off the shoulders for sure. I think I had a beer down before I got to the ute, put it that way.
And that's not just from the dust. So Marco's chosen to walk there. The judges have asked for him to be past the end of that orange CopRice sign for anyone that's only just joined the footage. And so Marco's had a bit of an attempt at that and then just decided to call it. So the judges will point that accordingly, and he's now going to line them up. The judges have asked for the hip, the gate to be touching your hip, and just to make it a bit fair for everybody, so they're all standing in the same position. So you see them sheep really testing that gate. They've been like that all day, haven't they, Brad? They just try their luck.
They have, yeah, and I reckon they might have even got a bit stickier toward the end of the day, but I'll tell you where this dog's pretty special. Not a lot of dogs do it. You'll watch when he covers, just as quick as he covers and hits the point, he breaks back off and gives them a bit of room at the same time. So, yeah, he's a pretty special dog, this fella. Yeah. I think he was taking the mickey out of Marcus a little bit at the start, but... yeah, you'd rather that and have what he's got there, I think.
Yeah, definitely. No, and a lot of the time too, creating flows in bigger pens when you're at work and stuff like this is mimicking real work, but your force yard for your draft or your drench race is going to be bigger than this at work, and those dogs that can come around the side and flank them like that and drive a lead without doing much work, they'll be there till 5 o'clock and not be puffed, and by the time they're 10 they won't be broken down and stuff from having a back sheep all day.
Yeah, absolutely, and this fella is one of those dogs that does it pretty easy throughout the day, and probably I reckon you'll find most of the dogs that have got around today are real work dogs, Monday to Friday as well, aren't they? So I think there's been a couple of really nice dogs get around that probably just lacked real work and exposure, and just right when the heat's on and they need to make the right sheep move, they probably just haven't quite had the exposure in real work, I think. But
that's right. And you know yourself too that those dogs that are doing that every day, when you send them up and you're not quite sure and they pick that right sheep because they're used to doing it work, and if you're pushing up the crutch and trailers or pushing up the handlers or whatever, you've got a triangle force and a race leading into it, those dogs come up and they know which sheep to hit and they just start sort of doing it automatic, and you don't really have to call it half the time.
Yeah, absolutely. He might have
done a good job there.
Yeah, he's certainly turned his run around now. He's done all that beautifully, and probably easier than the last few runs I've watched. So
they're well and truly past that black tape. He could have fit another 2 sheep in the back there. He had them nice, but they weren't piled on top of each other. So he had them in filler race too, this fella, and he's bloody nice outside too. So everything we're trying to strive towards, that good all-round dog.
He's a pretty sensitive fella too, this dog, in a good way, as in off Marcus. Marcus doesn't have to chastise him too much for him to pay attention. So he's quite an easy dog. Normally he's can be a little arrogant, but I don't know any good ones that aren't. But
no, but look at that beautiful arc there. Like a lot of other dogs today have been a bit direct and straight and driven that sheep down the course, and he just arced truly around them and didn't upset them and didn't stop that flow and pulled them up nicely and steered them. They're still sitting in a good position. They haven't gone in the pen, but they're still sitting in a good position. So you really can't underestimate that natural arc in a dog, how valuable it is to not push sheep past you.
That's right, yeah. Hold his distance there and not upset things while putting himself in the right spot. Yep. He probably... he just snuck around a little too much on the front of the eye there and turned those sheep around, which made it a bit harder for himself. But that's probably a trait that it probably gets you out of trouble as much as it gets you into trouble, I think.
Yeah, definitely. And the more trial and keeping in mind, like I said before, like he'd gone from 12 months ago, he wasn't trialling, to now he's in a championship. He's really progressed pretty quick. Give him another 12 months of mucking around doing this and learns his craft a bit more. He's not a very old dog at all. He's got a long future in front of him. So, those sorts of things Marcus can call, and the dog himself will learn. He's a smart sort of dog, a real thinker.
Yeah, absolutely. He's going to upset a few over the years, this dog. I don't know if you touched on before. Yeah, I think he'd only just be 3, if that just yet. Yeah. Marcus probably took his time with him a little bit and just let him grow up a bit, and he knew what he had from the start. But yeah, he did, as you say, he got to a point. He did a handful of trials with him, and then in the space of probably 6 trials, he probably won 4 of it. He won his two novice and then 2 improver, and went straight up, and he's won a couple of opens now as well. So that's all within the last, probably 8 months, I suppose.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
And old Digger was the same. Like, you see so many old Digger traits in him, don't you? Like just that come around to the side, and there he just give a little woof there, and he hasn't put a bark in anywhere else there so far. He just knows when to use it, switch it off, and just blends in the background again. Like he already got a wise head on his shoulders and another 12 months under his belt of trial, and he's going to be a real smart dog.
No, absolutely, mate. And yeah, you touched on Digger there, the sire of this dog, and unfortunately he's not with us anymore, but it's bloody nice to see that he's put a stamp on a few dogs that are getting around now. They're going pretty well too. Bree's got one there that's an absolute ripper, and I had one there, Mary McCrab.
She's in the novice final.
Yeah, she would be. He made it look pretty easy, that fella, and that Digger was such an intelligent dog, like he was the sort of dog he probably run over Marcus a little bit, but he never did the wrong thing when he was doing it. It was probably more, I know what I'm doing, so let me do it. But as you say, just those little intelligent things where they come around and just put the bark on at the right time or hit the right sheep, and you don't need to talk to them or tell them what to do. I think that's a pretty underrated sort of trait.
And he rates his stock too. That's the other part too. He's not a bully. He rates his stock, and Digger was the same. And he's got enough presence, and he's happy there to come inside the bubble there and work. But he also respects the bubble too at times. And so, hard to find a dog that can rate his stock like that and not take over and try and bully him too much. So you see now he's just giving himself a little bit of distance, and he's got himself poised, ready. You can see that sheep's the trouble sheep. As soon as we get this sheep out of the way, you can see what he. I wouldn't be surprised if as soon as that black tag turns and gets out of the way that he just lifts his head and stands up.
It's funny you say that. I was about to bring that up. I don't know if you watch this, and Digger was the same. Actually, they're working the eye of those sheep so well, and this is a dog, he'll introduce himself really low and just not try and upset things as he is there now. And the moment he has to make himself bigger, that's when he does. And when he just introduces himself to that sheep, and then all of a sudden he'll just start to lift himself a little bit and just start to take ownership over that sheep and go, come on, you're going the other way. And to be able to do that without that sheep running over the top of you, it's a pretty special trait, and that was all Digger for sure, and we've seen it in his offspring as well, so he might make me look silly here, but no, I don't think he is. I think he's done that pretty well.
And, he's got strength there too, like he's staring down the breathing dragon over the top of him, and he's still got enough nous to back off and cover and hold and just do what he needs to do without overdoing it. There's a lot of dogs under that pressure then would have just latched onto the nose and be dragged halfway across the course.
That's right, and that's probably a bit of weakness, isn't it? That it's sort of fight or flight where they'd grab onto that sheep and make it all look messy. So it's nice to have that dog that'll sit there nose to nose and not cause you any dramas.
Beautiful! Look at that. Just he asked for him, grabbed the right one, didn't overdo it, let the sheep go straight on. Beautiful work. Just lovely float.
He's got 2 minutes to go, so it's going to be tight enough. Bit of a crowd starting to roll in here, Trav.
There is, it's great. They're not too far out, a little township of Teesdale, so You know, you boys have been pretty hard on the social media part, promoting it locally to get a few people along.
Well, I haven't been hard on the social media, but I've been hard on the socials. We'll have a few boys from the cricket club roll up tonight, and I reckon half the footy club will show up and have a bit of a laugh and stand around the fire and
that'll be good.
Poke fun at everyone. They've got no idea what's going on, but anyway, it should be good. So.
Yep, every weekend you say I'm going away dog trial, and they say, what's that? That's bullshit, and they come along here and actually get to see what it's all about.
That's exactly right. Well, I think the sport itself's in a pretty cool spot at the moment. I've only been mucking around with it for a couple of years, but I think it's very similar to a footy club or a cricket club. Yeah, the social side of things is just as enjoyable as the competition at the moment. So I'm certainly enjoying that. You've been in a lot longer than me. I don't know if that's changed or if that's always been the case. But
no, it's definitely changed. I don't feel old. I feel I reckon probably, if you ask me honestly, probably about 22 is about how I behave. But I've been tried one encourage handler of the year in 2006. I was encourage handler, and that was my first season. And look at 20 years of trialling now for me, and I've seen it come from sort of real segregated little group of people, and everyone had their little alliances they had, and then now it's everyone sort of gets along and has a bit of banter, and the camaraderie part, and everyone's encouraging, and there's certainly a high level of competition amongst us all, but we're all happy to see each other do well, and I think it's pretty fair. So he's made it in time with 10 seconds up.
Spot on, Trav. I was staring at what was going on then. He made that 9 seconds ago, so he would have been starting to feel the heat. But
done well. No, look at.
Right on, mate.
You didn't miss draft. No, he probably went all right. You weren't there in his ear before he went on there, just niggling him.
Nah, stirring him up, yeah.
No, banter, a little bit of niggle.
Love stirring him up, but I don't mind seeing him go well as well. So. Same with this fella here. He's won more than most, but he's also the first bloke to try and help you out if you've got an issue. So yeah, happy to see him.
Well,
go all right,
looking honestly, like I said, I've been around 20 years now doing this caper, and love him or hate him, this fella, he was a benchmark for a long, long time, and he set a very high standard of dog handling, and he was catch me if you can, and for a long time he spent out in front, and nothing's really changed as far as rules in the association, just I think that regular work on farm and contractors. You look at most of the people in this field are working the stock full time, and we've caught up to him and passed him, a few of us. You look at the likes of Bree. It's not just men. There's a lot of girls in this job that are going really, really well and really strong. And you can ask Joey yourself. He wouldn't find any win very easy at the moment, and in the past there'd be nothing for Joe to win 15 or 20 opens for the year, and now he's flat out winning a handful. So it's making him work a bit harder too, and he loves the competition and pushes him a bit. He's super competitive fella, and so all round the whole job's pretty healthy, really.
Yeah, it's good, isn't it? Yeah, you're right. He's the smiling assassin, isn't he? He's super competitive, but he'll do it with a smile on his face. But this dog here is an absolute ripper too. He's you'd know more about it, Trav. You've got a brother, but I think he's probably hitting his straps now, isn't he? He's 9-year-old, and last year or so he's probably really hit his straps.
Before. I made a couple little mistakes before, and Bo's 81.5, so he's got to run tomorrow. And they're funny dogs, so these dogs are bred by Dale, and Joe had the sire, old Brew, and very consistent litter. So I said earlier on today there was Banks out here now. I had Bo, Carolyn had Sheba and Tex, and Jake would have been here, except he's home with a little injury, and Dale would have worked him. So there's 5 dogs at nearly the age of 10 that would have been in this championship today, and so it's a credit to both. You can't, you've got to have a good bitch, we've got to have a pretty any dog too. And old Brew, pretty good breeder over the years. He's Clue. There's another son of his that's won an Australian, and he's won a state championship as well. So he'd been a good sire for Joe, and these dogs have got plenty of work in them as a contractor every day of the week, feeding crutch and trailers and landmarking and foot pairing and whatever. And Bo's just been a slave, and then I had Kev before that off Dale, and he was the same. And so
you can tell Bo's been a slave. He looks about 15, whereas this dog looks about 6. But
yeah, look, we won't sugarcoat it. Bank's probably not doing the miles every day.
Yeah, that's right.
That a Bo has,
and what you're saying, that mind you, he's got these on a bit of a string here, hasn't he? If he gets this lead,
all
which he
facing
will.
forward,
Yeah,
looking,
no,
he
couldn't have done that any better.
He's getting him.
So yeah, I think if you talk to any breeder, any breeder knows what he's doing. I think consistency is probably the one of the big things you're trying to chase. So to pull 5 dogs out of one litter, they're all open dogs and real work dogs as well. And then I think one sold for 10 or 12 or 14 grand early days when that was big money as well. Yes. So, there's sort of 6 out of the one litter that were probably better than average. I think, Tomo could probably hang his hat a little bit on that. And as you say, Joe, as well, that, Bruce obviously put a bit of a stamp on him too. So
yeah. And Joey's just taking his eye off the ball there a little bit, but the flow hasn't been too bad. I'll see how the judges see that as far as consistent flow. They probably weren't too unhappy with that, but he was focused on the sheep out in the field and not so much what was going on in the race there. He is the ultimate professional, but he does leave a few little open windows for you every now and then as a fellow competitor. He's not 100% squeaky clean, so he got plenty of dogs. What's he run today? He's probably run 5 in the opening today, I reckon.
Yeah, I reckon he has. He started with Trixie yesterday, and she did well. And yeah, I reckon the sheep might have got a bit tougher then, but this fella's making it look easy.
Yeah, and they do. They just work just inside that zone a little bit, and they're always trying to be positive, and that's what I love about my one. We do a lot of crossbred crutch and pre-lambing, big heavy ewes and stroppy and composites, and they've got no problems with getting that job done. And so they're always trying to be positive and on with the job, and not asking questions. So
no, I agree. Anyone that says Joe doesn't do enough real work, like this dog's a real dog. I was lucky enough to go away with Joe late last year, and we called in a few mates of mine on the way home, and we mucked around and mustered a few goats and some rough old wild cattle. And anyway, he had this dog here and Betsy, and put him in the yards with the goats and the dorpers and try and have a play around. And this dog didn't shirk anything. He was up to it as well. And I tell you that if you want to put a dog on a poster, he's not a bad candidate, is he?
Yeah, no, they've all been pretty good looking. My one, I wouldn't now. He lost a tip off an ear to a young dog a few years ago. So Bo's not too pretty, and he's got a few battle scars. Working in the racing. He look a bit rough around the head, but no one really looks at that too much. I don't have to look at it anyway, so that's all right. But they've been good dogs, and they bat pretty hard, and like I said, they've risen 10 now, and they've not taken a backward step. None of them. So
as I said, from what I've seen, obviously I never saw them early days, but I think they hit their straps in the last couple of years, haven't they? They do. Obviously been good dogs the whole way through, but
they've been a bit full on. As they got older, they probably slowed down half a gear and probably just not caused themselves too much trouble. But no, look, Dale and Carolyn done a great job breeding them, and good old bitch, old Tess has left some great dogs for those guys. And I said, you go through this field this weekend, and there's probably 15 or so dogs that are either out of her or go back to her, or they've got a connection there. So
what was she? Was she one of Craig Ogie?
Yeah, Craig Ogie. Craig Ogie bred her, and she was by Graham Helser's old rod.
They're real dogs, They've got some good work in them. A bit of intensity in the right way.
Yep.
What's Gracie doing, Trav? Trav's got a daughter, I don't know, what's she, 15 or 16?
She's just turned 16,
yep.
Yeah, she's playing netball today. She was coming over. She had a young dog she was going to run by old Pin, out of Breeze bitch Zoe, and so she was going to run him, but she's playing netball today, and she's plays girls footy, so She played Gippy Power under 16s over the summer, and then now she's got a local club footy on a Sunday, so she's playing that this weekend. But yeah, she's got a few young ones there at home. We've got a couple up our sleeve. We might unleash a handful of them later on in the year, and yeah, they're sort of by pin, and yeah, got a bit of pin blood in them and whatever, and so hopefully Bo doesn't get too old, and we can use Bo in that mix too. But no, we've got a nice young team there coming through, and Grace is a big part of that. She does a lot of the groundwork at home now and getting them started for us, and then I take them to work and give them a little tune, and yeah, so we should have a few hitting the trial course by sort of late in the season, close to Christmas, and then into next year she's planning on doing a bit of driving. She's got her learners now, so she reckons we'll hit the road and she can drive, and we'll go dog trialing next year. So.
No, that'd be good to see for yeah. So for anyone listening, yeah, you've got a 16-year-old girl that's probably been trialling since she was 10, Trevor.
Well, no, earlier than that. She won her first trial at the age of 8 with Old Cruise.
Yep.
We got off Craig Ogier as a pup, and Grace did a bit of early training and mucked around in the round yard, and then I sort of tuned her up, and then Grace worked her, and she actually, Ao was up here earlier, so yeah, Ao, his claim to fame is that an 8-year-old girl beat him in his first trial at home.
Yeah, well, there you go.
So,
yeah. So
he's gone on to win a national, and Grace went to school.
He's won a few of them, yeah. So that's an 8-year-old girl, and then you've got sort of some ripping, well, I suppose legends of the sport. Yeah, blokes like Kevy Howell, and obviously Jim Marshall just passed away there a week or two ago. But you got fellas that'll be well in their, in their 80s and still competing. So it doesn't discriminate, does it?
No, no, definitely.
It's pretty cool. Boys, girls, doesn't matter what age.
No, that's right. It's a very levelling sport. It doesn't matter male, female, or age, or anything like that. It's your ability to train a dog and handle a dog, and that all comes out, and the ability to read stock. And
I better give a shout out. Mary McCrabb's over there having a bit of a look, and she's sitting next to John Agnew, so they're both basically 90 years old, and John would still train a dog to a higher standard than just about anyone here. So it's pretty cool, I reckon. And for anyone else listening that was a fan of Mustard Dogs, we probably should mention, I think this dog here was the sire of the first season of Mustard Dogs, wasn't it?
He was, yeah, Bank, yeah, definitely. And no, Joe's done a great job, I think, for the working dog world, and Neil McDonald's, little puppy there to get that started, and had this vision to do that, and I think it's really portrayed the working dog world to people that don't know anything about farming or working dogs in a really good light. How dogs can be used to move stock and not bully them or bite them or do any harm to them, but actually be used. And the really telling part is when you get to a trial on a Saturday morning and they've got to put some sheep around for the first bit of a look, and it takes 10 or 12 humans to put 10 sheep around, and we go out there and do it with one dog, so the true value of a dog is measured in that. And so no, look, Joe and Neil, that first series, I think they didn't think it was going to be very successful, and they're about to run their fourth, I think. So it's gone bigger and bigger.
I reckon with another one in the wings as well, is there?
Yeah, Mick Hudson, another fantastic handler, and certainly it's a bit of a New Zealand type, Australia versus New Zealand type thing. Border Collies versus Kelpies, I think, was a good twist on it, and we'll see what they come up with next. They might have Hunterways and Kelpies and Collies, who knows? But
so Joe's just got a leader here off the trailer now. He's going to be tight because he's got a minute to go, but I reckon he might have just nailed that in time. I think if they had mucked him around any longer, he would have been pushing it. He's put one in the back of the fence there, but what do we got over there on the scores, Liv? Do you know what Marcus Campbell got with fella? 83 Marcus Campbell got with fella, so Joe's got the foot down now. He's got 40 seconds to get to the gate and do the put away. I'm sure he knows that he'd have a counter ticking away, wouldn't he, Trevor?
Yeah, he will. He'll have his phone in his pocket, but he'll be a bit nervous about pulling it out. But he's a man that can definitely get a march on. He'd give Jeff McDougall a run for his money, I reckon, if he was walking, old Joey.
20 seconds to go. She's going to be real tight.
Yeah, he's pulled the phone out. He's had a bit of a look at the phone. He's aware of his time. He'll really have the march
We
on.
got
And he's got him in a
10
great
seconds to
spot there.
go. Geez, I reckon he might just get there. He's got him on the move, already on the way to the gate. He knows it's tight.
Just grabbed the chain. He's
Where are we at?
got that job done. He'll get it shut and boom.
Oh, he had 1 second to go.
Joe Spicer. Joe Spicer, the master.
He would have done that deliberately, knowing Joe.
Yeah.
Build the suspense.
That's right. But let's face it, he does like the attention. Let's face it.
One of the great
Just about
characters
set
too,
fire to his thighs,
Trav,
yeah.
isn't he? He'd be out there stirring everyone up later. He's good value too.
Yeah, buddy, oath. No, he's, like I said, for years he set the standard. Didn't matter where he went, and he did a lot of trialling in Gippsland, and we saw him a lot when I first got started 20 years ago, and he really set the bar very high. He's exceptionally good at training a dog, and everyone had to chase him for years, and we got to a point where we could catch him, and then some of us went past him a little bit, and he went home, worked a bit harder, and then now the depth of handlers now is just amazing.
Well, you talk about, as you say, he was probably the benchmark, and I still think he is in the time I've been at it. He can, he does things with a dog that a lot of other people can't. But as you say, when a few people have got close to him, he's just gone, well, righto, I've just got to go home and work harder.
Yep. No, look, and he's one of them blokes you never write off. I've judged him many times, and he comes out and he does something. You go, that was a bit stupid, and he does something different with the next dog, and you go, what the hell's he doing? And then he comes out with the last
Doing it
dog.
deliberately.
He's got enough dogs to throw at it, and he just tests what he needs to do, and he comes out and
So I'll
pulls.
just yell out to me scorer over here. How do we end up there, Liv? Oh, she hasn't done the maths yet. I've got her under the pump. Give us 5 here, team.
So Jeff McDougall's out there now with Ace.
Oh, 84, that's a bloody good score.
84, so that puts him right in the mix again.
He'll get another run tomorrow.
Definitely. Sure. No, he's right in there.
I reckon they were a bit slow on the clock, but he might have got away with that.
So Jeff McDougall, you talk about blokes who've been around a long time. This fella's a master. He was a highly respected trialer and judge for a long, long time, and he's busy with work and whatever else, and wasn't doing a lot of trialling. And then a few years ago, he come back into trialling, and I don't know if anyone else has ever done it, but he held the New South Wales, South Australian, Victorian Yard Dog Championship trophies all in one go with different dogs.
That's amazing, isn't it? Yeah.
So this fella, he's
a cracking bloke too. He's one of those fellas that brings everyone together, doesn't he?
Yeah, he does. He's done a great job there.
Kylie's an absolute ripper too.
They're a package deal.
The old after hours entertainment is generally Kylie McDougall. Well, I saw it at where were we the other week? Lucendale at the Australian Championships. It was the Kylie McDougall show.
Yep.
So I don't think anyone else was allowed to speak, and they would have been too scared to. I think Kylie had a.
Yeah.
Oh, there you go. Danny Rubin's just telling us Kylie's had her hip rebuilt. So I know Mr. Chips is Kylie's dog. So it sounds like Jeff might have to hand a few back. Yeah.
No, he's done a beautiful job there. He set him up lovely. He's past the end of the CopRice sign there, as the judges asked, and slid him in. Only had one break round in the end, so he's not going to lose too much sleep about that, Jeff. He's been around a long time. He knows how to put himself in a winning position, so he'll just get Ace to go around and just shuffle these sheep, get a few heads pointing forwards, and
he's probably got a slight edge on most of us. Travie, when the judge says you can take a step back from the balk gate there, Jeff step back's about 2.5 metres, whereas we're probably about 800 mil. So
that's right.
Anyway, he's done that beautifully.
Yeah, he's done a great job. That dog come around the side there beautifully and just hit that eye and then backed up, and they're beautiful lead there. Then left him with not a great deal of work to do. Then
you're the judge, Trav. I'm not, but I wouldn't have thought he wouldn't have had too many off by now, would he?
No.
Hasn't really done much.
No. He set him up there nicely. He put him in there, one break round into the gate, and he put him in there on his first attempt. Got around, shaped him up at the back, and he come up the shoulder there his first time, and speared him straight in. So no, look, he's sitting on a good score,
and give Jeff credit. Jeff, he runs commands on his dog. He's got a different command for every quarter of the circle. So he'll have 4 different commands depending on where that dog is as to which way he wants it to go. If you break a clock face into quarters, they're the 4 different commands that Jeff's got on his dog, which is it's pretty cool. They're all very responsive to it. I confuse myself. Find it hard enough to get left and right correct, but yeah, you watch him work a pen, and he changes his commands once they hit that sort of 9 o'clock or something like that, and yeah, the dog knows exactly what he's asking.
Yeah, and I think everyone's got their own little way of doing it and everything, and it's whatever works for you. I don't think there's any
What do
right
you
or
use,
wrong
Trav?
way. Well, I started off the same as Jeff. I went to Neil McDonald in the early days, and I
Is that
started
a
off
Neil
with-
McDonald thing, is it, the quarter commands?
Originally it was over till 12 o'clock and
Yep.
then come over, and back was right until 12 o'clock and back here.
Yeah, okay.
So it was more halves, not quarters. But,
Yep.
and then, yeah, I sort of found myself at times if the sheep were travelling and I'd say back here, and then the dog would sort of hesitate, and so somebody pulled me aside at one stage and said, why don't you just make back all the way around? And so that's what I did. I dropped the here and the come and then just made all the way around, which is, as a man, is pretty simple for me.
Oh, as I said, yeah, I haven't got the mental capacity to be confusing myself like that. So yeah, I say left, and that just goes 360 degrees, and right's 360 degrees the other way. But yeah, old John Agnew told me when I first started mucking around with the dog. Yeah, he uses a couple of different commands, but he said you can put whatever on it you want. You can say banana and apple if you want, you know, as long as you're consistent with it, they'll work it out.
Yeah, choose what works for you and just stick with it. I thought left and right was pretty fancy at one stage after I'd been doing it a little while.
Well, I went the other way. I thought left, right's simple and I can't muck that up. So it was supposedly left, right, stop, and that's about as complicated as it got.
Well, after being ingrained with over and back, and I tried to do left and right, and it confused myself, so I just dropped back to over and back. So.
Which funny, I know Joe uses left and right, but he uses it the opposite
He's
way
the
that I
opposite
do.
way.
So his left's my right, and my right's
Yeah,
his
no,
left.
he's funny. I've judged him a couple
It's
of
not
times
like Joe
where
to
he's
be a bit
yelling left
backward,
and
is it?
right, and I
Yeah.
go, the dog is going left and right to your left and right, and,
Yeah.
and Joe's argued with the dog and then realised that he was wrong because he's left and right's back to front. So
That's good. So he's back to front, not me.
yeah, no, you've got it right. And Joey likes to be a little bit different, but yeah, I don't think it matters. Meaty, when I first got pin off Meaty, he was come behind for right and here for left.
Oh, so that's old John, as I was talking about, and I ran a little bit that John broke in this morning, and yeah, my here is come here, you know, to me, and his here is an anti-clockwise direction, and so that caused a bit of confusion. Poor little dog, I was calling her here, and she's breaking out to the right, and she was doing what she was asked, but yeah, anyway, she got around and did it right. But,
that's right.
And in the meantime, been half asleep, this must be going really well.
Yeah, no, look, he hasn't had any
punching
trouble.
him
He's
around.
done a great job.
He's
Jeff
got the
here.
tongue out, the dog, but
yeah.
yeah.
No, I think most Ace and Champ and those dogs all spend most of their time with their tongue out. You talk about them Broken River dogs having a bit of, a few gears to them or whatever. These dogs are Jeff's. He's up north and over the border there, and he's out in station country. There's a stock agent by trade and drafting big numbers of shedding sheep and those big strong station merinos and stuff, and the dogs certainly can't be too soft, and they've got.
Is there a correlation there, Trav? We talk about that dog. He's got the tongue out there, and you reckon he's got that bit of intensity as well, and he's reading situations before they happen. Do you think that?
Yeah,
sort
look,
of correlates?
I think situations create certain things. You've got to have. You certainly got to have the temperament. And,
so while we're talking, he's just ticked over with 5 minutes to go, Jeff, and he's halfway through loading the trailer, so he's punching along. I think most of us have been on the 5 minute mark when we've been back over at the draft. I reckon,
yeah, Nace is trying to sort of find a leader here. He's give a few a kiss and just trying to encourage him to head off, but really no one's looking up that race at the moment. Yeah, I think dogs. You've got to have that trainability and that sound temperament, but dogs become a sort of product of their environment. Jeff's doing a lot of drafting and a lot of yard work, and probably does his fair share of outside work too. But these dogs, he's produced some really good dogs, with championship winning dogs the last couple of years, and on the back of the fact that you get into a draft and a force yard at work drafting sheep, but not much different. You come in here, they don't know if it's a force yard feed in a draft or a drench race, So
I think Jeff's a bloke, and Trav, that you know, if the dog hasn't got a bit in it, he won't have it, will he?
No,
You know,
that's right.
He
No.
wants a real dog and a dog that's going to keep things
he
moving
doesn't.
and make it happen.
Yeah, he likes him a little bit on the edge, and you know, he's good enough handler to train him. He's got just enough grip on him to keep, you know, but also, like I said, when he takes these to work on Monday, he's on the draft gate, and he might be drafting 3,000 or 4,000 sheep, and you know, you can't the luxury of telling him left, right, stop, you know, so he can go and do that on Monday and then come here Saturday. And
I think that's a pretty cool point you make. You know, yeah, we were talking before, but for people listening, you know, for a dog like this, that he might go, you know, 4 or 5 hours without Jeff barely saying a word to him, and then he can come here and have 100 commands given to him, you know, in the space of 10 minutes, and he takes them. Yeah, it's a pretty. They're a very versatile animal, aren't they?
Oh, most definitely, and yeah, and it comes back to the quality of handler. I think, like, you can follow a pedigree and you have 4 crosses of old cobber in there or whatever, and you know, you look at the dogs that Jeff. You know, some dogs, the station bred that Jeff runs, that he does this with, and so level of handler to be able to identify that in a young dog and bring the best out in him just shows his level of experience. You know, I don't know how many championships he's judged, and national championships Jeff's judged and won over the years. You know, he's won multiple state championships, and so yeah, he's been a real stalwart for a long, long time. And practical,
yeah, practical for sure.
Come straight.
Well, he judged the state championship last year, I think, didn't he? And that's one thing for someone sort of just getting going. Like, I take my hat off to a lot of the good handlers. Sort of seem to be the ones that are respected, and they seem to get a job judging a big trial. You've got Timmy Hall here and Lee Michan judging today. Quite often they've got a dog that's right in the wheelhouse and could be competitive at those big trials as well, and they sort of take it as a badge of honour to do the judging, which, I mean...
and everyone, you take that opportunity to judge your peers, you never want to knock it back.
I don't reckon Jeff's running the timer because he's got a minute and a half, but he's got the head down, so he must think he's under the pump a bit.
That's
but
right.
you watch, he'll take about 3.5 steps here and he'll get put away gates.
This man can cover some ground, I tell you. You wouldn't want to be on a bushwalk with him, would you, if he had a bit of steam?
I wouldn't have thought so. I look back when I was a kid and my dad would be punching down the street. We'd be going to get $10 of chips from the store or something like that, and we're always 20 metres behind him. I reckon Jeff's kids would be 40, wouldn't they?
Yeah, I don't reckon Jeff's kids go walking anywhere with him, I wouldn't have thought.
He's going to get that easy.
Yeah.
And old Ace has just laid off and beautifully wagged his tail, gone in for a pat. 45 seconds ago, well done. Crowd starting to build, all giving a bit of a clap.
That's right, we're probably not far off kicking the lights in the view.
No.
You're one of the organising committee here. We've got we've got Improver and Novice Maiden finals tonight under lights.
That's right, yeah, under lights, so hopefully should be a bit of an atmosphere. There's a few people starting to roll in now, a bit of a crowd, which is good, and I reckon there'll be a few more. But,
yeah, well done, Jeff.
Well done you, Jeffrey. Yeah, we just thought we're here for a few days anyway. We thought we'd just try and do something a little bit different, and we thought we'd hold a few finals under lights and give everyone an excuse to hang around together and be half social and sort of make a bit of an evening of it. Rather, I've been to a few trials where everyone sort of camps at opposite ends, and you get to 9 o'clock and half of them are in bed and no one's sort of getting around each other. So I thought it'd be nice if everyone's got a good excuse to sit around and have a laugh and enjoy it.
No, definitely. Look, it's the most of us work on properties or contractors, like I said, and you sort of get busy doing work and you don't get a chance to catch up unless you're talking on the phone or whatever. And so these big trials are a real good opportunity to spend a couple of days and a couple of nights together and catch up and have a beer and so I think fantastic the sponsors you've got and be able to get these lights and make it an event like that where people can sit around and have some entertainment of a night time.
Yeah, the sponsors have been amazing. Obviously, couldn't have done it without them. The fella here that owns the lights, it was sort of word of mouth through another bloke and through another bloke, and we got a week out and we hadn't spoken to this fella and thought, is anything actually happening? And I finally got his number and rang him up, and he couldn't have been any better to us. He said, I've got half a dozen lights here, just come and grab what you need, and that was his little donation. He said, community event and trying to get people around, and he was happy to help out. So I'd imagine they'd be worth a few bucks if we had to hire them, but we wouldn't have been in a position to do that. So that was Innovative Solutions own the lights. So credit to them and thank them very much.
Yeah.
Just as an observation, Timmy Hall must have done 20 Ks today, I reckon.
Oh, mate, he's done.
He's been jogging up and down, hasn't he?
Yeah. Lee Michan.
Oh, Danny's just asked if he's got a pedometer. I don't know if he does, but he would have racked him up today. He would have been fit coming off the halfback.
I reckon
flank,
these two boys had a discussion about this, and Lee's picked himself a pretty good track, really.
Well, Lee's
got everywhere to
Lee could probably put himself a bloody stool over there and he wouldn't have to move off it. But Timmy's doing the yards.
Yep. So Roland Pell out there now with Oakey. He's the current national Kelpie champion. He moved off his peg and he's headed to his gate. Just probably got those sheep past that sign just in time. So had a minor break there, but he's not a young dog, this fella either. I've judged this fella quite a few times, and geez, he treats his stock really nice. And so the only thing a bit like that is, age and speed might be the only thing for the poor fella. So Roland knows this, and he's there. He's just helping him. He'll just place him now to not have to let their sheep pass, so that Oakey doesn't have to do too much work and get it done. Both seasoned competitors. Roland, I don't know exactly, but Roland would have been in the association for at least 20 years. He's been on the committee for well over 10 years. He's our current president. He served as vice president for a long time. He's held many, many committee positions. So he's part of the judges' selection panel. And so, he wears many hats in the association. He also runs a few dog training days in the northeast. You can look him up on Facebook. And so always willing to give back to the general public and the grassroots. And so it's the association's in a pretty healthy position. We've got a good young crew of people, and male and female, and so that sort of makes, as a president, makes your job easy when you've got enthusiastic people that believe in what product you're selling. And so Roland's a good bloke to be steering the ship.
He's just got a warning there. Must have grabbed on the one at the back. So we're trying to look after the sheep.
So Oakey's gone up there. Didn't quite get to the
Didn't
front
quite
there,
get far enough there, did he? He's going to have to do that again. But
so judges will probably see that as a failed attempt there. And
you would have known Roland and his wife Anne for a long time, Trav. But the short time I've known Anne, she's an absolute cracker. But I'll tell you what, nothing gets past her, does it? Like she'd know everyone here, first and last name. That's she'd know their dogs. She'd know more about their dogs than they do, probably. She sits back and takes it all in, Anne. So.
Yeah, definitely.
Both very good value people.
They've been involved in the association for a long, long time, and in the northeast, and run many, many trials. And I don't know, you could name most of them. Roland's been involved with the Heathcote and a few up there in the northeast, and so he convenes. He's got a president's role. He's got lots of different things, and then this year he managed to snare a win in the National Kelpie Championship with this dog. And as you can see, as time goes on, Roland gets himself a little bit wound up.
Well, look at it there, Trav. I don't know, his dog must have somehow picked up a piece of wool off the ground on his way through. He's got a little bit hanging out there.
He did. The judges have got him on one warning, and maybe might have missed that one on the way through. So
we were talking about that trait there before. I see this dog does it as well. He works hard to get to the head, and once he hits that point on the head, he then breaks right out, doesn't he, and gives him room. So not to blow it up, but
no. I said I've judged him quite a bit over the years, and I'd have a guess that he'd be every bit of 10. This dog, he wouldn't. He's not young.
Geez, he's a beautiful looking dog, and he doesn't look anywhere near that.
No, that's right. And look, I don't know 100% exactly whether Roland still milks goats or not, but he's had a bit of a dabble at a few different things.
I think talking to him, I think he's pulled up on the goats, and I reckon full time running their own feedlot now, him and Anne. So I've got no doubt Anne would be the brains of the operation, and Roland would be just moving lambs around each day. But last time I was talking to him, I think he's feedlotting lambs, and probably a good year to be doing that too. Obviously, cereal prices are cheap enough, and lamb's worth a few bucks, so he's probably hit the right time to have a crack at that.
No, look, and these dogs, you look at him and Banjo and a couple of dogs he's running the open here today, like they cut their teeth on goats early on, and they can be a bit tricky. Anyone that's worked goats and know that they can be a bit tough to work, and so Yeah.
He just snuck that one out there. Trav nearly beat him under his leg. Yeah, he done well.
Look, none of us are immune to it. It does happen. It happens to some others more than some, but we won't mention any names. I don't want to mods Tomo, but...
Oh, I thought you were staring at me there. Trav judged me there late last year, and I had to draft 5 out of 13, and I think I put all 13 under my arm. I was completely asleep on the draft gate. So.
Sometimes you get there as a judge and you just want to yell out and say something, and you just say, oh, well, yeah, it's hard. Sometimes you see someone on a really good run and then they just have a bit of a brain fade and it all disappears, and I feel for the dog in that situation. Like
that is the hard bit, isn't it? When the dog's done all the hard work and then gets let down by the clown who's holding on to the draft gate.
He doesn't know that he's done, that anything's gone wrong, and he puts him away, and the dog's like, yeah, how good am I? You're walking off pretty disappointed in yourself, and the dog's not quite sure why he's done a pat.
Yeah, that's it.
But no,
he's just pushed him back off course a little bit there, but I reckon Trav, these sheep look fantastic, aren't they? And how well have they held up? They're causing enough dramas, aren't they? You've still got to earn it to get around.
That's right. We've been mentioning that all day. Just a credit to Marcus and you guys for preparing this in over 12 months of preparation, and the trial, the hit out last year to give it a bit of a feel for it, and in the testing conditions we've come through last year, and then to
that might be the being called off there.
Didn't get rid of that one. He come out of the race with a bit of wool in his mouth, but he can't hide that one.
Yeah.
So the judges had him on one morning, so he's just that. Grabbing that sheep on the outside, a little bit of frustration.
It was just testing him on it, frustrating him, and he hasn't done anything too severe to the sheep or anything like that. But obviously, the judges are the primary objectives to look after the sheep.
100%. So no, look, you guys have done a great job with these sheep. I think they've been fair all day, and we mentioned earlier what a great facility to be able to have on farm, to have consistent. One mob of consistent sheep for all of the handlers, no recycled sheep. Real credit to you guys for the preparation and the foresight going forward to host it here from 12 months ago, to have this set up and under trying conditions too. It's not ideal at the moment, no autumn break, and sheep are worth $250 to $300, and it's hard for the people that have been feeding sheep to then donate them for a dog trial. So. The owners of Woolbrook really do appreciate it.
So Lockie Morrison's been fantastic. He owns the sheep, he's got the lease on this place, and he's been extremely supportive, and he's a cracking fella. I lease a little place over the other side of town, and Lockie's a bloke that it's very much give and take. So if I give him a hand, he never forgets it, and he'll make sure that he returns the favour, and it works pretty well. We've sort of got a few places around here that all work in together, and no money needs to change hands or anything like that. So it's sort of all on the same team, which is great. But as you say, to provide the facilities, put his sheep up for a few days. We're going to have presentations tomorrow night up at Lockie runs weddings here as well, and the setup there is amazing. You got a late 1800s homestead, an old bluestone wool shed that's been turned into a wedding venue. So Lockie's put that up for us for tomorrow night as well. So I'm sure we'll have a bit of fun tomorrow night and have a bloke on the guitar and hopefully all unwind. But it's pretty cool that you got someone like that. So happy to support what we're trying to do.
Yeah. No, we're lucky. The amount of handlers now and the amount of dogs that are entering these events, to be able to have that number of sheep, it's late enough in the day, I can't do the maths, but there's been a lot of sheep go through here today.
Yeah, I reckon there was, I'm not sure on the maths either, but there was 1,100 in this mob, and there's, we would have to have gone through 900, I reckon. There looks a couple hundred out behind us still, and there was 900 in the mob over on the maiden novice, so they've been being fed and looked after close to the yards for the last couple of days to make all this work. It's an enormous gesture to offer them up for us to.
Yeah,
what's
so
that? Sorry, Danny.
on course we've been jabbering away, but on course we've got Bree Cudmore and Vera Slim. So Danny was just mentioning Bree worked for me for about 3 years, and she come out of a shearing shed, and she knew what a merino fleece and a crossbred fleece was, but when you took her outside and showed her a crossbred sheep and a merino sheep, she had no idea the difference between the two, and she'd never worked a dog, so she got a bit sick of being inside a shearing shed. And
what would that be? That'd be only 5 or 6 years ago, Trav?
No,
6 or 7 years ago?
A little bit longer.
Was it? Yeah.
Probably,
pretty cool story though to not come from any sort of background. Yeah, right.
She worked at Chrome as well, and but she so she come to work with me, and she worked. So I was crutching on my crutching trailer and single stand crutching trailer, and she was pushing up and working dogs. And
would it be fair to say, Trav, that herself and probably especially this dog, they're probably the ones to beat currently wherever you go?
Got the form on the board, and she certainly doesn't never get intimidated. She's pretty cool and calm and knows what she can get. And
what I've taken from Bree is I reckon her timing is exceptional. She doesn't give it a split second to wait and see what's going to happen. If she thinks something needs to be manipulated, she'll just make the call and get it done, and the dog will be up there making it happen.
When we're at work, I have a saying: I hate doing things 6 times.
Yep.
Do it the first time, get it right. If you don't get it right the first time, don't do it more than twice. You learn from your mistake, and don't. 3 times is a habit. So
know Bree well enough now too. She knocks around with us a little bit, and you've got fellas like Marcus and myself that still don't know what we're meant to be doing, and you just go out there and waste your time pretty much. And Bree's someone that she goes home, she would know every rule inside out. She goes home, does the work on her dogs, and deserves to be where she is in the sport because she puts in the work, doesn't she?
Oh, look, she does, and it was funny. Like when that first 2 weeks she did with me, I went home and I said to my wife, I said, I don't think this girl's going to make it.
Yeah.
She had no interest whatsoever. She just
you got an eye for
she swept wool out of the way, and she did that. And it wasn't till there was a little trial.
That one's come from nowhere, that fella.
Little unaffiliated trial at Yarram, actually, utility. And I had Pin, and I said, you should go in the trial, Bree. And she said, no, I don't know nothing about trial. And I said, well, it's unaffiliated, there's no stress. He said, here, take Pin, go out there and do that. Well, she come second. My son Jack, he worked old Kevin. She worked Pin, and she got around, and she had such a great time. She come to work on the Monday, completely different attitude. She said, I want you to teach me how to work dogs. And she said, I've got some money, I need you to find me a dog. So we bought Zoe.
Yep.
And I said, righto, the deal is you turn up at my place on a Saturday or Sunday with a box of beer, and I'll lean on the fence, and I'm not training it for you. You're going to train it, and I'm going to yell at you over the fence. That's how it's going to be.
Beautiful.
So we did that, and 12 months later, she didn't take long to go.
So, well, it sounds has she gone full circle? This dog here would be by Pin, would he?
This dog's by Pin.
Yeah, she's got 2 of them. Yeah, by Pin. So she obviously got along pretty well with your fella, and she's tried to breed something pretty similar.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, no, she fell in love with old Pin, and she loved working him, and anyone that's worked him and seen him will know he's a pretty pliable old fella, and lucky enough he's been a good sire. And Peter Mead, owe a lot to Peter, and Les Everly bred Pin. He's Hilton's Pin, or was Hilton's Flynn actually, and Flynn Peter thought was a bit hard to say, so he changed his name to Pin, and so Peter let us compete with him and use him, and bred this litter, and so these 2 brothers have both won a New South Wales championship one year after another, and look, she's gone on, done a groundwork with me, and then gone on, and we talk quite often on the phone, but she's, I don't know, people think Bree's my sister. She apparently walks like me, she talks like me. She has the same demeanour as me.
Both carrot tops.
But not so much me anymore, but that's why I have the beard, so people still know I am. But no, look, she's very determined when she wants to be. Anyone that knows Bree knows exactly how determined she is, and when she wants something bad enough, she works pretty hard, and she's worked hard.
Quite funny, Bree. She's so funny to be around, isn't she? And happy to laugh at herself and have a joke. But when you get her to that point where you see the competitiveness comes out, and she'll snap at anyone, won't she?
Yeah.
She lets it. Wears her heart in her sleeve, doesn't she? So.
Yeah, she does. And you don't want to give her an inch, because if she thinks she's backed into a corner, she comes out all guns blazing.
That's more
just
what
when
I
you
was
think
getting
you've
at.
got her beaten, you go, she's had a bad run there, she's going to then she'll come out with the next dog and smoke you,
Yeah.
So
the work that she puts into these dogs show. I'm in awe a little bit of how responsive they are. Like, she's throwing a heap of whistles at this dog, and he's taken every one of them, and enjoys doing it. I know, my dogs are probably a bit more headstrong, and I've got to fight him a fair bit more than a dog like this. But he would have 30 whistles there from the draft to here, and he's taken every one of them.
Yeah, and he's still focused on his sheep, and but that old pin that's just so pliable, and he's bred that into his offspring, and he's a dog that gets to some really good spots, but he trusts you, that when you give him a command to go to a spot, he will leave what he thinks is right and go to that and then go back to it. And so I think that's important. It's nice to have a dog who thinks it's correct, but when you have a fight with a dog to get it to a spot just to fix something, a few discussions on Facebook there recently about having too many commands on dogs, and is that a bad thing? And there's certain times where a dog can't see what's going to happen, and he's doing something, he's looking at 10 sets of eyes there, and I think having a dog that's still got plenty of dog in him like this fella has, but he's prepared to take command over instinct is good. So that discussion on Facebook there not that long ago was about the taking real work out of dogs and things like that. It's still a team. What you can see, and he hasn't been to the judges' talk. He doesn't understand what the objective is. So you can't just let him go and naturally walk to the obstacle and think that he's going to put him in and send him up the draft to you. So a little bit of left and right, and you can see a sheep you think might be the leader, and you call him to it. So this dog certainly pliable like that, and like I said, Pin's been a good sire for us. He's left us some good offspring, and we've got some grand offspring of his now that are carrying those same traits. So he's left a good legacy, a bit like Digger before we were talking about, and he's left a good legacy for us to go forward with.
It's funny, isn't it, Trav, when you start watching things and people talk about taking too much dog out of them and things like that, but you can have your sledgehammer dog and he'd be working his backside off, and he actually doesn't do the job that some of these nicer, easier dogs, that look after their stock a bit. The sheep are happy to flow off them a bit, aren't they? And quite often that dog that's a bit more full on is the one that upsets the show and just makes it all a lot harder. So
No, that's right. No,
he's probably had a fair bit harder job of this, Slim, than he normally would. I reckon Timmy was about to call him off then.
Well, he was. He's given Bree a warning for a bite. And, and that's Slim just hasn't been getting to the front. Bree wants him to get up the front, and he's coming up, and he's getting 2/3 of the way there, and then not getting it actually done. So he's caused that himself there. And Bree's had a little bit of a fight with him, and
I think she's probably might have just got them in time. If she can get them back off again, Trav, she'll.
2 minutes.
Might still make it. She had a bit of a hold up there, but so what I was going to say, this dog's actually. It's funny how different sheep, different dogs, but this dog's normally one that doesn't upset things too much, and they generally move off him pretty well. But he's had to work pretty hard there, and they've had a few arguments with him, but.
When it comes back to you got to be honest with yourself and honest with your dog, and he never got to the right spot there. Like Bree was calling him and he ignored her and then turned and went back, and so 3 times is a habit. You only got to show that
he's going to get these. Look at this.
They got to show that to sheep a couple of times and they'll take advantage of it. So he created that problem himself by not getting to where Bree wanted him to, and so he's now got to undo that work. He's lost a couple of points for failed attempts.
And so the rules better than me too, Trav. So this dog's pre-qualified. So he's won at least 2 opens throughout the year, which means he automatically goes on to the next round. But looking at Timmy Hall there, he was just about to wave this dog off. So it would have been a long way to come back from starting on 0 in the next round, wouldn't it?
No, 100%. And Victoria, we're the only state that carries all 3 scores.
Which I don't know what your thoughts are, but I love that. Like, I think the only thing better than a dog that's nailed it 2 times in a row is one that can do it over 3. So
I've always said if you have the top score on the first round, you want all 3 to count. If you're on the bottom score in the 25th position, go back to 0.
He's had to work pretty hard, this dog. I think he's ready for
times. If you No, look, he's got him in the right spot. And
15 seconds to go. She's going to get there. So
the chain
there they
open,
go.
so
Whip them straight
she'll
in.
get this by the skin of her teeth here, and she'll.
How are we going there for scores, Liv? What
Thanking
are the last few?
Thank
8
Lucky
seconds to
Stars
go
there. I think that she could have nearly not even got on the trailer, and then she's put away. So, but yes, he's pre-qualified, so he'll now take that score.
He'll get another run.
Yep, he'll definitely get another run anyway, regardless. But he'll take a score with him now, and all 3 scores count. So in other states and the Australians, everyone goes back to 0 after the first round. So it's normally the first qualifying round, they call it, and then it's a 2-round championship after that. 3 runs usually in Australian or interstate.
I'll be back in 30 seconds, Trav. I've just got to check a gate out the back.
Rightio, perfect. So we won't have too many left. We've got Dean Incher here with Hulk, and we'll finish off with AO, Doyle and Cash. So it's been a long day here. We thank our judges for a long, hot, dusty day of judging. And Timmy Hall's put in some miles. Jeez, he's worked hard. I'm tired just watching him run across the course there, but Dean Incher and Hulk, most people that have been trialling for a little while, Hulk and Dean need no introduction. Dean's had many hats over the years, president of the Monero Dog Club. We had him on microphone earlier giving special comments. He's won state championships, he's won regional championships in New South Wales, he's won a Victorian championship. He's an extremely competitive man. Runs a property up on the Monero there, out of Cooma, I believe. Not 100% sure exactly. I haven't been to Dean's place, but renowned for breeding good, quality, reliable work dogs. And Dean doesn't get too fussed with prefixes and fancy stuff. He just likes dogs that are practical. And, his record speaks for itself. You go into his region and he's almost unbeatable. He's been producing quality dogs for years and years, so we're lucky to have the level of these guys, and it just shows the level of competitor here in Victoria. These blokes come down and they don't walk away with everything. They come down and keep trying their luck. Dean had been coming for 3 or 4 or 5 years before he won his first Victorian, and he'd won plenty in New South Wales and come here and with his tail between his legs and go home again. So he's a hell of a nice fella. And get him and have a beer with him and talk to him about dogs and trialling and whatever else. And yeah, like I said, he's been president of the Monero Club. He's committee member for ages, and runs a couple of trials. And so he's a great bloke to have. So anytime he can
another one of those cracking fellas, isn't he, Trevor?
Yeah,
he's always the last one up too. He'll be sitting around the fire, talking shearing stories with us. So.
Yep. And just a good judge, good practical man, knows a good dog when he sees it.
You wouldn't want to arm wrestling, would you?
No, you wouldn't want to do that. You're one of those blokes that I reckon if you were arm wrestling or having a bit of a drunk wrestle with him and you bumped him in the nose, I reckon he'd turn into Hulk pretty quick, I reckon.
Speaking of Hulk, is this Hulk, is it?
This is Hulk.
I've seen this dog a couple of times. I love the fact this is a dog that he pokes around like he's in gear 1, and you just saw how calm he was there at the force. He had to nearly go nose to nose with that sheep just to let it know it was going the other way, and slipped him in all without a fuss. But then if he needs a dog to go up a few gears in the race here, this dog's got all the gears, and then he'll slip him out the front of the race and he'll just go back to gear 1. I reckon he's pretty cool.
Definitely like that. Like, he didn't upset his sheep there. He just shaped them up at the back until he got them all facing forwards, and one chose to leave. And now he's got them set there nicely, and he can go and fill it now. You get them past that tape. The judges have got that tape on the fence there, and you may not be able to see it, but it's just after that join between the second and third panel, about a foot behind that in old terms. And your modern young whippersnapper's probably 30 centimetres behind that, but he's a bit stuck there on the rail trying to get past, so he's well and truly got him inside that.
What would Hulk be, Trav? He'd be 7 or 8?
Yeah, he'd be 7 or 8, definitely. Yeah, it'd be easy 7, if not 8.
And what's geez, that's a ripping top knot.
Yeah, he just knows his job, doesn't he?
He's related to that Raffer of Dean's, or he's not?
Look, I'm not 100%. I was just saying before, Dean sort of doesn't really follow too much pedigree sort of stuff. He just sort of good. He likes a good dog. And
so you look at that dog just back to gear 1 now. He's 25 metres off those shot.
Treats him
picked
nice.
Up a trot now, but yeah, he's just poking along, just doing enough, not upsetting him.
But no, he's had some good dogs, between Rafa and Brock, and he's had some bloody good dogs through his hands, and And he'll tell you he just does it part-time and he plays pretty casual, but he's pretty competitive.
Yeah, absolutely. You get out the back there after he's had a run and he's got the shits on. We can't work out where he lost his points. He's a pisser. He's as competitive as the rest of them.
That's right.
But I think, Trav, blokes like this fella, and we're talking about Joe and Bree and that, I don't know that you'd make the top without being competitive, would you?
No, look, I think you've got to have a little bit of that selfishness about you and that little bit, like I know, you know, I never had any video and no live stream, and I'd you know, like I said, over the last 20 years, I'd drive home and you'd have to be honest with yourself or remember every run, every muck up, and you can't blame the sheep, you can't blame the sun, you can't blame the shadows, you've got to be honest with yourself. You either didn't have the tools or the dog, or you made the wrong call. And I think the people at the top are pretty honest with themselves like that, and they know what they've got to go home and work on. And the ones that sort of want to get there, you know, have a bit of trouble with accepting that, or don't have somebody to point it out to them that it's, you know, costing them points. I think these training days we're having, Dale's doing one next weekend to show up and coming handlers where they're losing points, because a lot of people give points away without knowing they're actually giving them away. And once you point it out to them, they never realised that was the problem. So, yeah, certainly the top, you've got to be a little bit selfish and, you know, and a bit honest with yourself too. So.
Yeah, you do come across plenty that it's always bad luck and it's never their fault, don't you? But, yeah, as you say, I think these fellas here at the top they'll be well aware of exactly what they're not doing right or what the dog hasn't done right, and go home and work harder on it, and that's why they're back the next week.
No, 100%. And that's why those guys regularly get new dogs. You know, they're not one-hit wonders. You know, they've got dogs that come out. You know, if you talk about some blokes that aren't here now, Kevy Howell and Gary White, and those blokes can have a great team of dogs and win everything, and the dogs get old and then they reinvent themselves again and go round again and, you know, spend decades at the top of the tree. You know, you've got to admire those guys. They don't get there because they're lucky. You know, they don't get there because they didn't have any shadows or the sun wasn't out, or you know, they got a lucky draw, or you know, those blokes put in the work and they know what they need to what they need in a dog to make it. And so
I think Joe's probably a good one for that. Trav, you talk to him and he'll always stir you up if you don't, you know, if you try and say, oh, geez, you see that happen or that happen, you go, well, just be better and, yeah, take the luck out of it. And
that's right. Look, you've got to create your own luck sometimes. You know, like I said, you can bully sheep and upset them, and then they won't flow into an obstacle. If you can have a rip and top knot, and if you overuse it, then next time they go to an obstacle, so I'm not going up there because last time I got bitten. You know, you got to be honest with yourself and look at some of those things and go, well, you know, I cost myself there. I need to be better at that. So. You know, honesty with yourself and where your dogs are at. You can, you know, you see them real good handlers can get dogs around a course that lack a little bit because they read the stock well, they call it early, you know. So look, there's a small element of luck. Championships, over 3 rounds, you've got to have an element of luck in there to fall at a certain time of the day, like today. You know, this afternoon, it's got a bit cool this afternoon. The sheep sort of, you know, become a little bit pliable during.
Yeah, cracking time to run a dog now, wouldn't it? But mind you, these sheep are making this dog earn it, and he's done a ripping job here holding all this together.
Yeah, look, you know, now it's getting probably a little bit on the darker side, and so when it cooled off a little bit earlier, they flowed reasonably good, and you see, you know, the score sheet generally shows that. You'll go along and be retired, 0, retired.
Funny that, isn't it? And speaking of, I think Joe was an 84. I think we had Jeff on an 84.5, and then Bree on an 80. So as you say, they're obviously pretty consistent at the moment, and you're at the better end of the dogs, which are obviously consistent as well. So. And I think this bloke must be going around all right too, because we blinked and he's at the trailer, isn't he?
Yeah, look, he hasn't had too much go wrong, and you know, he's a fella like most of us. You know, when the going's not good, you'll hear him. Yeah, if the going's pretty good, he won't say much. So yeah, look, he's had a pretty good run so far, and you know, he's heading on to the trailer.
Yeah, they're going to fly up there, but look at that. A few more people starting to roll in, Trav.
Yeah, how good's that? There'll be a few pizzas getting sold over there. You know,
the kids were there during the week making up signs for the wool packs for for cans and bottles. I think they can see a few dollars in recyclables coming.
Mate, will they be buying some Lego and stuff next weekend when they sell these cans and bottles?
No, and don't worry about the cans. They had the dog lead stall there earlier. There was 5 of them in it together. And
they know how to fleece some dog handlers, don't
absolutely.
they? Beer cans and sell them dog leads.
I was having a laugh. So the young fella, he's 8-year-old, but he's as cunning as a shithouse rat. And anyway, bloke's made a dog cage over there, 2-bay dog cage. He's got $3,000 on it. He said to the kids, if you can sell it, you can keep $500 and I'll take 2.5. Well, Bill's over there before and he's yelling out to everyone, come and buy dog leads. You can have 3 dog leads for $1,000 and I'll give you a free dog cage with it. So.
Look at him go. Yeah, he's going to be a salesman, that fella. He'll be
takes after his mother.
Yeah. No, it's...
What's going on here, Danny? I can't see there. Is he a bit stuck or is he... So little dog's on the ground just trying to create a bit of room for those sheep to suck back and turn around, but they're not playing the game at the moment.
2 minutes 10 to go, so he's still got enough time if he can just get him in the right spot. As I said, he hasn't upset his sheep so far, and sometimes that can be a bit to your detriment if you haven't had to do much to them and do anything in this situation and upset them.
Here comes one. You just got to turn a few more around.
Another one. He get a bit more vocal now. He's sending him around the front there.
His buddy Timmy Hall's earned a beer today, hasn't he?
Yeah.
Have a look at him there. He'd be nearly drooling.
He's got more dust in his lungs than in the Sahara Desert at the moment. Tell you what, he has been choking on it. Lee Michan, he set himself up today. Timmy got the raw end of the deal. Lee's walked up and down the boundary fence there and then on the hay bales, and all the wind's been blowing the south. It's coming from the north and blowing south all over Timmy all day.
Lee looks like he's just got to have a shower, Trav.
Yeah, well, in fairness, Lee from South Australia, he spends most of his time in the dust. and Timmy spends most of his time in lush green pastures in Tasmania. So Timmy's probably happy to be drowning in a bit of dust at the moment anyway. Not that he needs an excuse to have a beer, but...
Dean's got around there pretty well, but it's still going to be tight enough. He should get there unless he has a muck up here. But yeah, he's under a minute now, so... He'd know that though, would he, Trav?
Yeah, he would. He doesn't usually carry a clock or anything, so he's got himself.
And there's a fair chance Timmy's from Tassie. He's boss Adrian Carpenter. He's probably over there having a quiet stubby, watching a few of the dogs run around, I'd reckon.
That's right. He'll have a bit of info for Timmy when he gets home, I'd reckon. Adrian,
he's stirring him up. He's probably got a few texts already.
That's right. Adrian just finished judging the Australians at Lucindale there a couple of months ago. A couple of long hot days there. I've judged at Lucindale.
Does he want to get that gate open, Trevor?
Really not much shade to hide in there. He's 20 seconds up his sleeve.
18 seconds there. Oh, hang on. 16 seconds. So he's timed that beautifully.
Yeah, he's done well. So that's Dean Insurance.
There we go. Last run of the open rounds. We've got the big dog.
We do. Yeah. A.O. Doyle and Cash. This bloke we had on the microphone earlier, he needs no real introduction, but he is... that judge has gone to the toilet.
Take care. You're off.
So Danny's just saying the camera doesn't probably show how dark it is, but she's actually starting to get a bit dark out here. I'm sure the judges can still see what's going on, but we've got the lights there from Innovative Solutions that are about to fire up at 6 o'clock. So AO, probably be right on the back end of his run. They might fire up, but I think we'll have a short break and we'll run that maiden final and the improver final under lights. And a few people here to watch by now, so I reckon we're about to kick the fires in the guts. What was that last score there, Liv? 89 for Dean Incher. Is that the top? There you go, top score, Dean Incher there. Timmy Hall's on the march again, coming off the halfback flank. I can't see from here, Liv, is this Cash? So this is AO's Cash, so he's an Australian champion and a Victorian champion, so We're at the pointy end of the competition here. He's sort of gone gun barrel straight at him there. Cash, he's got him on the move. Probably see those dogs that sort of break out a bit wider and introduce themselves a little bit, whereas this fella's straight to business. Which is the way AO trials anyway. He's, there's no fuss, it's just get the sheep moving and put them in the pen. Trav's just come back, he just had to check his phone. Just saying, Trav, AO's, he's all business in here. He sent that dog, he went pretty straight at him and got him moving along pretty quick, but that's sort of the way he punches them around. The trial ground in it is not a heap of finesse, it's just we're going in the gate, we're going up the draft.
That's right, and this dog a little bit different to some others. We've been talking a little bit about style today, about different styles of dogs and the way they approach their stock. And Cash is a fairly upright dog and not a lot of eye or anything. And but like you said, straight cast. But he's a former Australian yard dog champion. He's a 2-time Victorian yard dog champion.
There you go.
And he's also the current Victorian utility champion. So
pretty versatile dog, and isn't it funny you see there, you talk about him not having as much eye as a few of the other dogs we've seen in the last hour, but he's just popped himself in a spot there on the way into that force, and they've just flowed straight off him, and they've done the same here going up the draft. So
that's right.
Sometimes the eye brings a bit of intensity and draws the sheep on them a bit more, doesn't it? Whereas they've just moved off this dog, haven't they?
Yeah, they haven't. He gets runs on tough sheep because he's big and strong enough and stand there, and he's got enough presence about him and a bark to be able to get that job done.
Mind you, luck of the Irish, Trav, you couldn't get a better time to run a dog, could you?
No, that's right.
These sheep are pretty happy
just
to
sneak a few things past a few of these judges. These boys have with dust in their eyes. They might be a bit blurry. You could sneak a couple of things past these boys.
And it's dropped about 10 degrees. It's bloody beautiful at the moment.
Right. Yeah, that's right. So
sheep are looking for home already.
Yep. No, looking at a good time of the night to be working them. It's not a bad time to have a run just on dusk. Sheep sort of, like you said, wanting to head home and free up a little bit, looking for somewhere to go and can help you a little bit.
So Cash has taken his left and right commands really well there. He's deliberately crossed AO, which there's a lot of judges won't want you to cross your dog. I think, these judges were very practical, and obviously it's a big course, and they've said, well, we're not going to expect you to bring your dog all the way back around you when he could just flip in front of you and save himself 50 metres. So,
exactly.
So Cash has just whipped in front of AO there and held those sheep where he wanted them to be held. They've strung out a little bit now, but he nearly bombed in there, Trav.
Yeah, he did, and look, a bit of backwards flow there. So the judges will look at that and they go, a little bit unnecessary. He's hit that sheep pretty hard, and then backwards flow. Like, he can't be in two places at once. But it'll be interesting to see how the judges have seen that, whether they thought that he caused a bit of that.
He probably hasn't had too much else go wrong until sort of this
he set him
this
up
gate. So
he's force yard for the drench race, and he filled that drench race, and
there you go. He's caught that sheep there. It was about to take off down the field. So he's got enough in him. Catch the head, this dog.
Yep.
He's going to flip them in now, I would have thought. Next one that rolls around, I reckon will roll straight in
Another
there.
one of these
There it
dogs.
goes.
He's AO shearing contractor and got his own property, and
that's stiff.
They're them ones that you just go one knee, like.
Yep.
He was probably a bit tight on him too, and probably blasted him past. But if we go back and have a look, it's probably the one that went past the first time.
Yep.
So being a bit tight on his bum, you have your time back and you look at the video, you go, maybe a little bit more distance out the side and steer that in, but he's blasted in and cost himself a couple. So
probably cost himself a couple, but they look to be pretty forgiving. Like he's still come back to his mates there and slipped himself in, hasn't he? I think it might have been a different story over on the other course with the young hoggets there, Sean as well, and they were the sort of animals that, if one put its head down and decided to run past you, there was nothing stopping it until the back fence was there. They were pretty happy to put their head down and go. So these ones here, they're a bit more intent on hanging around with their
No,
mates.
look, these have been good. Like they'll break like that, and if you leave the leave the door open, they will break past the dog, past the handler around the outside of that gate like that. But when you pull them up and turn them back, they're forgiving me, and they go back to the mob, and they don't peel out the other end and take points off it for no reason. So they ask the question. If the door's open, they'll take it, and then they'll turn them back in, and then if the dog's in the right spot, they'll respect it and they'll stay there.
So you're a judge there, Trav. What would you do there? So he's, maybe I'm seeing things in the dust. I thought he had that next gate cracked and the dog slipped out, but maybe he didn't bother with that. Might have been the dust, mate. Sorry, ignore that.
Yeah, okay. Well, as in the dog out
the gate that he's hanging on there now. Yeah, I thought the dog was out for a second, but a bit hard to see from here, so I might have made that up completely, just to give us something to talk about.
Yeah, no, certainly if he had have drafted the dog out the side, the judges have asked for it to go forward. So even if you correct it, you're still, depending on how hard you want to be on it. Like basically, if a judge has asked for something, make sure you do it.
Yep.
If the judges told you to put the dog in the pen at the front, don't put him anywhere else. Yeah, it's going to cost you a lot.
Yep. So that dog's had to cross AO 5 or 6 times there, but if he hadn't have, those sheep would have been off, headed for the hills, I think. So.
Yeah, like I said, he's backed him, he's barked him, he's been into him, but he also he's a dog because he's not too intense in his eye or anything like that. They'll let him in a little bit closer, but he's fast enough to cover.
Got plenty of cover, hasn't he? Yeah.
So AO's trying to
They're
work
still
the whole
testing him, but he's covering pretty hot.
The fence. He's trying to roll the outside around past AO. You've got 3 there trying to get past. There it is again, that one.
So if that dog had any tail turn in him, that would have come out right there, I would have thought, and he stayed shaped up to that sheep the whole way. So,
and then he did a great job. AO wants to thank his father-in-law, Smithy, for buying this dog for him.
Yeah, right.
Really wants to thank him. I don't think he's ever thanked him truly.
He put the head down there when he was closing that gate, but he's cruising. He's still got 5 minutes to go now, so I think he's...
He'd be a bit like me,
he's not going to be worried for
quick
time.
run's a good run usually. If you don't give the judge too much to look at, you get through it pretty quickly.
Oh, right. Danny's just telling me no one can see what's going on in the trailer, so to be fair, neither can we.
We've got a flow anyway. I can definitely hear that.
I can tell you, Timmy Hall's watching his last run for the day, and he's pretty happy about it, I reckon.
Yeah.
I made that up. Timmy's got to do the improver final. So.
Well, he better have a Red Bull and some no-dos, I reckon. He's got the improver final, and what have we got, Kate?
We better leave him alone, actually, Trav. He's got his game face on, which is fair.
Yeah, Kate will have to do a maiden novice final.
She'd be filthy about that too.
And then the boys will do the improver final. So that gives us, at least 12 more runs to go, don't we?
Yeah, 6 and 6, that's right. Yep. So, I think we've got the crowd here now and the lights will be going. So, we're smaller trials might have been a 4-dog final where we've had 130-odd dogs in the maiden novice. I'm not sure how many of them were maiden dogs, but
great job to get through those.
It's unreal. I don't know how you guys do it. The judges to be able to stay switched on for a couple of days. And Tim and Lee, theirs is going to roll into 3 days. I wouldn't have the attention span for it. So it's
3.5 minutes. AO, there's a sheep come off the trailer. There's turned around, gone back on. So the ones at home that can't see on the
well, there we go. The first
stream.
lights have turned on. So 6 o'clock.
Kicked the lights in the guts, but he's. I'll see if we can go down and get a better view of this. He's still on the trailer, and 3.5 minutes.
Yeah,
there's
he's
no
still
real
got 3.5 minutes.
So what's he got here? He's got a flow coming off. He's got one at the bottom of the ramp that is the wrong way around. He's just trying to get Cash to get down this ramp, force this flow. His ramp's full on the way down. There's one at the bottom there facing the wrong way. So they're starting to flow now. They're not real willing. He's got to work it. So we've got 3 out into the pen and the ramp full. Cash has got those off now. He's just got to get the rest out of the trailer and roll them around. So they're coming off single file now. So he had to work pretty hard to get that off, but he's got them done. So I think 3 minutes up his sleeve still to go. Plenty of time.
How'd he go, Trav?
Yeah, no, he did well. He had one at the bottom of the ramp and it wasn't doing him any favours, but they certainly didn't want to leave. So He'll probably think he's in a bit of pressure at the moment, but he's not playing up his sleeve. He's got 2.5 minutes.
Yeah, he's cruising.
He'll set himself up and get the job done. The Irishman doesn't need any good luck. He's got plenty. He brings his own. He's got a little. I think he's got a little bag of good luck he carries around. I think, and then he's got his lucky charms or something in there, doesn't he? He carries that with him.
I played him in pool last night.
Oh yeah.
And off the break, he hit 3 balls in and the black ball.
Yeah. Right.
So I got excited because I thought, well, you've lost. And then he tells me that because that just never happens, that's actually a win. So,
That's Irish rules.
I haven't got on Google yet to check it, but he'd be the only bloke with the luck that could hit the black ball in off the break and claim a win out of it. There you go. Put them around. He's got a minute and a half or more to go. That's the end of the first round, Trav, of the Open.
Yep. So that gives us now a top 25. So Olivia will be scribing away there once the judges give their scores in, and it'll be up on the. If you go on to the Facebook page, you'll find the current scores. That'll be updated shortly, and that'll give you the top 25 and
we
the
hang in
Open
here
final.
for 15 seconds, I reckon we'll get a score there on AO. And I'd say, well, he's going to get another run tomorrow.
He'll definitely get a run at that. He's. I don't know actually whether he was pre-qualified, but he'll definitely get another run tomorrow. He's scored well enough. He had a little bit of trouble in the trailer, but he.
Was he pre-qualified, didn't he, that time? No? There you go.
Yeah.
Got Brucey Cudmore's just rolled over to say good day. Yes, I better leave you to it, Trevor. I've got to set a few lights up and get that sorted. Thanks for having me.
We'll come back. Danny, we've got a break happening for a little bit, do we? Righto. Do you? I might actually hit the crowd, and it's not a lot of light, but I might actually hit the crowd for a few interviews, Danny. If you've got some spare time you want to fill in, we'll see if we can catch a few. So if you hang around, everyone, Danny's going to finish this live stream off, and then we might go around the crowd and catch a few for a few interviews, I reckon.